John, do I need to formally declare the hearing started so we can start broadcasting? Is that what I do?
That would be helpful, Chair. There's some notes. You just need to declare open the public hearing.
Sorry, if I read the great notes that the Secretariat provided for me, I wouldn't have to ask embarrassing questions in front of you. Also, you'd think I'd know how to do this by now. But let's go, shall we? I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land where everyone is zooming in from today. I'm on the land of the Boonwurrung people of the Kulin Nation and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's land and waters, and add my own personal comment that this is the year of the Voice referendum, and we should extend that respect when we're considering how we're going to vote. Hello, Jenny. Very welcome. I now declare open the public hearing of the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm. This hearing will be broadcast and the transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. As we do every morning, but not for every witness, I'm going to invite members of the committee to introduce themselves. My name is Peter Murphy. I'm the chair of the committee and I'm coming to you from the beautiful electorate of Dunkley, southeast Melbourne, specifically Frankston today. Deputy Chair, you don't have to turn your camera on, but would you like to introduce yourself? No, I think you took my "you're sick, you don't have to be involved in everything" admonition seriously, which is excellent. Kate?
Kate Chaney, independent member for Curtin in Western Australia in Perth.
Thank you. And Jenny?
Good morning, Jenny Ware, and with all respect to the chair, I come from the most beautiful electorate, which is the electorate of Hughes in southern Sydney.
See, the political battles, they just start early on this committee. I would now like to welcome representatives of the Consumer Policy Research Centre to give evidence today and ask you for the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Erin Turner. I'm the CEO of the Consumer Policy Research Centre.
And hello, good morning. I am Chandani Gupta and I'm the Digital Policy Director at the Consumer Policy Research Centre.
Thank you very much. Welcome, both of you. I'm now going to just give you the formalities, which I will repeat about 8 times today. Although you're not required to give evidence under oath, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House, which means that the giving of false or misleading evidence as a serious matter could amount to a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today, as you know, will be recorded by Hansard and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. So I now invite you, if you wish, to make an opening statement before we proceed to questions and discussion.
Thank you, Chair. We'll make a brief opening statement. So the Consumer Policy Research Centre, or CPRC, is a not-for-profit think tank based in Victoria. We have a long-standing interest in consumer rights in the online world. We have quite a targeted interest in this inquiry. We have existing research about the harm that manipulative online designs can cause consumers. We've also brought to your attention research done by a Norwegian consumer group that demonstrates specific harms that loot boxes and gaming can cause. Throughout the inquiry, I understand that you'll be considering about whether our laws are strong enough to curb the harms of loot boxes. For us, a very related problem is how to curb the manipulation of consumers using online design. Reforms to the laws that protect Australians from gambling harm are really welcome, but I'd also encourage the committee to consider how the Australian consumer law can be used to limit some of the excesses or harms that we'll talk with you about today. Specifically, I want to note that there's currently no legal protection against an unfair business practice, instances where a company could use its superior knowledge or resources to take advantage of its customers. Reforming the consumer law to ban unfair business practices could be one way to reduce the harm from gaming like loot box issues we're seeing. Now, with that comment, I'm going to hand to my colleague who'll flag some of the most relevant research findings.
Thank you, Erin, and good morning, everyone. Despite digital platforms touting that they offer choice like never before, choice is in fact a myth when deceptive and manipulative designs are used in almost every facet of our online lives. How a website, an app, and even a game is designed influences our decisions, our choices, our experience. Are these influences in our best interest? No. And are they illegal? Largely not. The sad reality is loot boxes are taking gambling-like features and the absence of any opportunity for real winnings to another harmful level. People are being manipulated to use real money, which is converted into arbitrary digital currency for random digital content. Loot boxes, at their worst, are not clear on fair in their exchange. Our submission to this inquiry has learnt on the research from the Norwegian Consumer Council into loot boxes and our own research into online deceptive and manipulative design. The research in Norway found really clear correlations between gambling-like features and loot boxes. Most of the revenue that was generated by loot boxes, which in 2020 was $15 billion US, is likely to stem from problem gamblers. Research also indicated a link between purchasing loot boxes and developing a gambling addiction, even in kids. There is little to no transparency on what is offered, how real money is converted to digital currency, and also the randomness and design of loot boxes is similar to those that are seen in virtual casinos. One of the key concerns is the use of deceptive and manipulative design, which influences how someone engages with loot boxes. And these are known as dark patterns, which are features and functionality that's embedded into digital platforms that purely exist to influence our behaviour. Our research found that 83% of Australians have experienced some form of negative consequences because of dark patterns. People have lost money, lost control over their personal information, or have been manipulated into making a choice that isn't in their best interest, impacting their well-being. Australians deserve better. We'd like to see the government introduce some targeted measures to protect Australians. This is in addition to what Erin mentioned, which is a general unfair trading prohibition. So restricting in-game purchases to only be made via actual currency, not an in-game proxy for currency. Restrict loot boxes so they're not offered in games likely to be played by children, and insist on more transparency on the use of algorithms with options to play games without algorithmic decision-making. Thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. We welcome your questions.
Chair, are you on mute?
Thank you, Kate. Honestly, 2023 and I'm still muting myself. Okay, so I was thanking you and making the admission that I've made before that this is a new world for me, loot boxing and gaming. Although I'm told that gaming, the definition of gaming extends to online Sudoku. So I'm a bit excited to hear that my New York Times Sudoku addiction makes me a gamer. Anyway, not the point. I wanted to ask you, firstly, in your submission and in your opening statement, you talked about working closely with the Norwegian Consumer Council. Can you just briefly just expand on what work you're doing with them?
So we initially did research more generally on deceptive and manipulative design. They then have replicated that research in Norway. As part of that, we have a constant collaboration on a variety of information sharing that we do with them about learning about what consumer harm they're picking up, what kind of research practices they're doing and what we're doing here. And as a result of that, we got a very detailed briefing on the actual work that they did with loot boxes while they were progressing it, and also as they were actually working through it. And then as part of the submission that we made to you, we actually connected with them, one, to get it ensured that the way we had understood their research was clear and that we weren't, of course, misquoting any of their work. We really wanted to make sure that we were showcasing the harm the way they had seen it within their research in Norway.
Okay, so they kind of took your research or your methods and both expanded on it and honed in on loot boxes. Is that a fair summary?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And when you are talking about the harm from loot boxes, it's not 100% clear to me what you mean by harm. Do you mean actual spending of money, or we've heard other witnesses talk about or suggest that loot boxes might be a gateway to actual gambling? The Norwegian and your research, what do you mean by harm?
So we specifically are looking at consumer harm, and that could be loss of money, it could also be loss of personal information, or being manipulated to make a choice that isn't in your best interest. So the loss of money is perhaps the most prominent one, where you are actually having your actual currency and you're paying for that to be then converted into an arbitrary currency, but then sometimes through multiple exchange rates. So your money turns into points, points could turn into gems, and then if there's anything left over, there is actually no way to get that money back. There's no way to get that kind of refund. If there's 50 points left at the end, there is no conversion that's clear. It's not transparent at all for you to be able to then identify whether you would be able to get a refund or not. And I think in many cases you just would not. So loss of money is potentially the biggest harm that we see here, but there is a lot of behavioral biases that are at play. So people are actually kind of hooked into the game, and the first initial rounds of the game, they might actually get loot boxes that are really interesting. The game itself might really be free. And then once they've actually gone down the path, they really invested that significant time and effort, and that's when the game starts pushing them to spend money, and potentially with very little reward. There's also a little bit of survivorship bias that that the research has seen, and it's really about giving a small group of loot box winners real prominent screen time and to promote their success. And so even though a large proportion will never get that kind of success, it kind of makes it feel like that the loot box, the winning loot box, is actually right around the corner. So even the unlucky streak that you might have as you're going, it can actually perpetuate this idea that you're about to get something really, really big. So money, yes, definitely. It's also then how you're then manipulated across as you play the game.
Thank you. That's a very thorough answer. The first explanation of harm you described, which sounds to me like spending money and not being able to get that money back and needing to keep spending it. Arguably, that's just participation in it, in using the loot box, and that's in part you spend money to be able to do it. So what would you say to a suggestion that that's a pretty wide definition of harm, as opposed to, for example, losing money you can't afford?
I might step in here. It's a really good question, and I think comes to the heart of the challenge we're seeing with loot boxes. For me, it's a power imbalance issue. If we think about what an ideal consumer interaction is in a market, spending money is great. That's not harmful at all. We want businesses to be able to sell great products to their customers. We want consumers to buy things that add to their lives, and that could be a skin within a game, something that makes their character look different, or it could be an apple down at the store. No judgment, that's fine. The challenge with loot boxes is that a business has quite significant superior knowledge about an individual's behaviour, that gaming behaviour, and a lot of data about how they're engaging with the game that can be used to manipulate them in ways that makes it quite an unequal transaction. The business knows so much more about you and gamers like you and can edge people into decisions that I think that idea of informed choice fritters away. It's not an even transaction. I don't know what my real chances are of getting the thing I need or want out of that loot box. I also don't know how my behaviour or behaviour of people like me can be used against me to try to encourage purchases and push me over the edge. It's starting to take it from normal business consumer transaction into something that's quite manipulative.
Okay, thank you. My last question before I hand over to my colleagues, and we'll I think, interrogate some of your suggestions for reform through their questions or come back to me. Is this study, does it differentiate between people under the age of 18 and people over the age of 18?
Not
And how often they're doing it, the impacts, you know? That's what I'm asking.
Not specifically. What it does highlight, though, that a lot of games that are geared towards children have loot boxes in play, and it's quite prominent in there. And then the research then looks at other empirical research, which identifies the link between potential gambling-like features and developing a gambling-like addiction within kids. But yes, that's, I would say at the moment, what we've seen from them is a very clear cut that the prominence of loot boxes is extensive. It's actually gone from, I think, about 4% only a few years ago to, I think, 2019, one of the York University found that almost 70% of games had some form of loot boxes, and that number is likely to have only increased. So the likelihood of a child playing a game that is geared towards them that has loot boxes is quite high.
Okay. And just really briefly, sorry, there's a question stemming from that. Can you give me an example of a game directed towards children? You know, is that a game in the G or the PG classification, or is there something else that would put it in that category?
So Fortnite is one, and that was one that the US Federal Trade Commission actually took action on only at the end of last year. So that is one that is heavily geared towards children. There are also others, such as, well, one we are not sure, there is Mario Kart as well, but we are not currently sure at this stage whether it also has paid loot boxes or not, but there are loot boxes involved in there as well.
I was directed towards Generation X children, Mario Kart, that's for sure.
It's back.
Apologies on behalf of the Deputy Chair, not that he needs to apologise, but he would be here if he could be. In the Deputy Chair's absence, Ms Ware, I think you get to step up as the Deputy Chair if you would like to ask any questions. All right, Ms Chaney, let's throw to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious about how you would actually prevent loot boxes in games. Does that mean that people like the makers of Mario Kart would have to develop a different version of the game for Australia?
For us, I think we probably need to be a little bit more clearer about this. We don't want to see a ban on loot boxes. It's not that the loot box itself needs to be banned. What needs to change is the transparency around loot boxes. So at the moment, when it should be where you are able to see exactly what you're going to spend in actual currency for the actual loot box, and then be really clear about what are the possibilities of what you would be able to win within that. So I think that's where it's just not about banning loot boxes, because that's basically, ban loot boxes, something else will come along. It's about making that a more transparent and fair transaction for the players who are engaging with them.
So for games, they would need to change the way the game works. So to say, instead of converting to coins and converting to gems, it'll cost you, 3 cents for each transaction, and then you've got a 1 in 10 chance of winning a thing.
Exactly. That level of clarity is what we would be hoping to see. So someone is very clear about the money that they are transacting. Instead of it being $4 will give you 700 gold, which will turn into 600 gems, which will then potentially get you this loot box. What we'd like to see is just a more clearer, direct way forward between what you are spending and the likelihood of what you're getting. Erin, did you want to add anything there?
Look, I think it might be worth unpacking. There are some challenges if you regulate this space, and I think they'll lead to positive outcomes, but you'll likely see a few different industry behaviours. Some games may be withdrawn from market, and I'd say those are probably the games at the end that are really built around loot boxes. They're built to hook people in and get them to spend money. They may withdraw. I don't see that as a negative consequence. There are also going to be games that will need to change design features specifically for the Australian market. This is a challenge when you're regulating any international business. They will have to adapt for local laws and rules. There's sometimes this discussion we often see in terms of laws about big digital platforms or businesses running on the internet, so across multiple jurisdictions, is that we can wait on Europe or America to change the laws and then things will flow through to Australia. But it's actually not what we see. These companies are making a significant amount of money by taking advantage of some Australian consumers. I don't think they're going to change their behaviour until we have national laws.
Thank you. So speak a bit more about, I understand that there is harm directly in loot boxes, loss of money, personal information.
Did they?
What
do you know?
by making a choice not in your interest?
Function and turn it on.
Yeah.
How come that it is that other
Yeah.
times?
Jenny,
Hang on,
you're not on mute, Jenny. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jenny, you're not muted. And Kate, you were dropping in and out. It was a bit of a debacle there for a moment.
Sorry,
Do you want to start your question again, Kate?
I will. You mentioned with the types of harm from loot boxes, loss of money, personal information, or making a choice not in your interest. Can you speak a bit more about what sort of choices not in your interest that might include?
Well, for example, with loot boxes, what you have is the different deceptive patterns that might be used. So different types of colors and engaging music and dopamine triggers, basically, to get you to think that something amazing is on offer. And often there's also countdown timers used and other types of techniques, which are all there to create this idea of the fear of missing out and the fear of that you're losing out. If you do not end up making this transaction, you're actually going to lose out on something quite significant. And then when you do end up transacting it, you don't end up getting what you were actually hoping. So all of these deceptive, manipulative designs together then end up playing a role where consumers, instead of being told this is the cost for this and this is the likelihood of what you might get, or the likelihood that these are the options that you might be offered, and then you could actually make an informed choice of whether you go ahead with this loot box or not. Like with other games where you would pay to unlock a particular part of the game, it's very clear what you're about to get, or the likelihood of about what you're about to get. And that's where we see that there isn't that informed choice. And as Erin mentioned before, that power imbalance, because they know so much about you. The behavioral tracking is so embedded, so they can actually, in some games, they're able to work out when would be a good time to offer you a loot box, and then make it really hard for you to actually close that option or minimize it. And that came through Norway's research in terms of for kids games, where it was really hard for kids to actually close down the pop-up for the loot box.
Thank you. So making a choice not in your interest is likely to be loss of money. So it's inducing you to engage in a transaction where you don't really know what it is. Okay, thank you. My next question is about, so there's that type of harm actually in the game, but I'm really interested in your views on the research about how likely it is that kids who are used to playing those games then go on to engage in harmful gambling.
So for us, it's given our research and the work that we do is very specific to consumer harm more generally. I feel all we can see from the research that we've seen through Norway's work is that there are gambling-like features, and then there's the likelihood that you could potentially prime a child to get quite attuned with those type of gambling-like features, and therefore lead to a potential gambling addiction or interest in gambling. That is the extent to probably what we'd be able to make a comment on. I think it would be best to go to other experts who might have more, who could explore more thoroughly what gambling and the likelihood of addiction with kids.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a view on classification of games according to gambling content?
Again, for us, it's about the transparency of what's on offer. We certainly don't feel that loot boxes, where it is looking very much like a virtual casino or the gambling-like features, should be in children's games at all. But in terms of how gambling classifications would be done, again, this is potentially a role for the gambling experts to comment on.
Thank you very much. That's it from me, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Ware, did you have any questions? I think you might be having some problems with your internet. There you are.
All good now. No, I didn't. My questions were similar to Ms. Janey's. They were around the link with the behaviour with the loot boxes. So I just wanted to say thank you both very much for attending today and for your submission. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any views on changes to the Interactive Gambling Act and definitions in there with respect to loot boxes, or is that also something that, and no criticism whatsoever, but goes beyond your area of expertise?
Look, it's one way you could deal with this harm. I'd have to say we came out to this inquiry, we feel like there's two big questions for us. Do loot boxes cause harm? And on that we can say, yes, we really do see that. And are loot boxes gambling? We're going to leave that for the other experts you'll speak to throughout the day. There are a few ways you could come at this particular problem, but either way, I think it's a problem worth solving.
This might be a difficult question, I'm not sure, but how would you go about defining loot boxes, even if you're just talking about, not just, but even if your approach is consumer harm as opposed to the Interactive Gambling Act, so that it catches the things that you're talking about and concerned about, but doesn't catch other games online which are games of chance, but aren't loot boxes. So, it's been suggested to me that, for example, online Monopoly or other things which may well be considered a game of chance.
I feel like here, this is where we most likely, it's an opportunity for us to consider laws more broadly. And so what we mentioned before with the unfair trading prohibition, it would be able to capture unfair practices that are using people's personal information to make predictions about them, and therefore working through a very targeted and personalized approach to some of these gaming techniques. So this is where we see a more broader principle-based law could actually help mitigate some of those data-based harms, because a lot of this is coming through when we actually see these game, and whether it's loot boxes or any kind of gaming, if the odds are the same for everyone who's at play, that potentially is a different story. But if your personal information, your vulnerabilities, your way of how you play is all being pushed through an algorithmic decision, and then is shown what is it that, and then chances and loot boxes all curated specifically for you, which is there to deceive you or manipulate you, that's unfair. And so there could be potentially broader laws that could help mitigate some of those harms, not just in gaming, but in other places as well.
And here's the lawyer in me. How do we define that manipulative practice or that use of personal information, and then how do we prove it? So we may be playing a game that's about whatever, building a fruit market and selling things, and a loot box comes up for me that feels like it's specific to me, but if you were the regulator, how would you prove that it falls into the manipulative practice that you're talking about?
I might tackle this one, and it's a really interesting legal question. We're going to give you an answer based on the consumer law because it's the thing we know the best, but thinking about the principles, I think what you want to do is draft a law that talks about the harm you're trying to prevent, both now and in the future, because tech's going to change, game design's going to change. What we're trying to say is don't manipulate your customers, don't take advantage of them. And then what you could do is look at a blacklist of specific behaviours. For example, don't make people convert things into multiple in-game currencies so they can no longer draw a clear link between what the actual price is and what you're being asked to pay. We've explored this in a lot of detail around an unfair trading practices law in the Australian consumer law. We've looked at how it works in the US, EU, UK and Singapore. And if it's useful, we can send this in as a supplementary submission to the committee, because I think, again, whether you deal with this through gambling laws or consumer law, there's some interesting principles to take here around in drafting a way to capture this. You want to talk about preventing the harms and then maybe specific don't do these practices that a regulator could add or develop over time.
Okay. So in some ways, you, instead of saying don't target someone with the use of their personal information with a specific loot box, you would say don't do X, which is the outcome of using personal information to target them.
That's it. And because it's going to evolve and look different. If you get what we've seen in kind of consumer law regulation, if you target a really tight specific practice, that might stop. But the thing just to the side of it's going to emerge, and just, there's going to be, for some businesses that build their business model on taking advantage of customers, you're going to see really evolving practices. If you want to stop the trend, talk about the outcome in the law.
So that's a model, arguably, that could be used for a whole bunch of different products and advertising online, including gambling more broadly. Is one thing you could do is prohibit essentially targeted ads and say online, a bit like television, you've got an ad that goes to the whole market? Is that something you've looked at?
Actually, it's very live discussion as part of the Privacy Act review that's underway. I'm going to pass to Chandni, who's a real expert in this.
So we've seen that, yes, ideally what we'd like to see is that you are, when targeted ads are at play, you should be able to opt in to be able to see them, instead of it being defaulted that you will see them no matter what, and that your information, your personal information, your behavior, the way you are viewing things, and other very sensitive personal information being used about you to then target very specifically ads. This is where what we'd like to see is that to shift to the consumer not having the onus to opt out, but it being by default basically a privacy by default framework, where you are given the option to only opt in for the targeted ads you want to see, but by default you shouldn't have to. And we've seen already there's been some great research done by the Foundation of Alcohol Research Education, and they specifically looked into those who are trying to give up alcohol and the harm that is taking place and the anxiety that people feel as a result of seeing targeted ads, because they've been trying to cut alcohol, but they're actually you have platforms who are using that as a way to send targeted ads for the actual product they are trying to give up. So yes, definitely something we would like to see. And this is where it's a multi-law approach, where you would have some of this targeted through, addressed through the Privacy Act, and we'd be really keen to see how that ends up unfolding. But then a broader prohibition on unfair practices as well. And then, as Erin said, particular blacklists that evolve over time, where the regulator has power to probe and enforce as well.
And that would be across social media, just using the internet. Right. So we had a witness, for example, who was a gambling addict and had experienced harm from online gambling. And he said when he Googled trying to find the link to this inquiry, the first three things that came up were sponsored ads for sports betting. So what you're suggesting would be a model to say that those ads would not come up on Google unless you opt into having ads. Is that right?
So there's two reasons why those ads might appear. One, that person is being targeted by those ads, and the reforms we're talking about could deal with it.
Yeah.
The other is that some very predatory companies have gone, hey, gambling, or any search related to gambling, even if it is gambling harm prevention, should have my ad pop up. And
Yeah, so not personalised to the person, personalised to the word.
issue.
Yeah.
And on that, I think there's a real role for search companies or platforms that are serving the ads to take greater responsibility. That is such a clear case where that ad is so inappropriate to be shown.
Okay, thank you. That's really interesting. I think it would be good to get that extra material if that's all right.
Very easy.
Might have to talk to the attorney about the review of the Privacy Act and how it might apply to our inquiry. But that's a different approach to what many others have talked about. Ms. Cheney, we've got 4 minutes left. Was there anything arising out of that you wanted to ask about?
Yeah.
Ms. Ware after Ms. Cheney?
Yes, thank you. It's a really interesting idea, and it would address a whole lot of other stuff that we're having on the issues on the internet that go beyond gambling. How would it not also catch something like a car salesman saying, "Gee, madam, you've got 4 kids and you live a long way away. You really need this car"?
It's again that it is again that model of what personal information is being shared and the way it's being collected and used. And what we'd like to see is that it's in there's a better power balance there than currently exists. At the moment, consumers have little to no say in what is extracted, data that is extracted from them to make decisions about what they see or experience online. And so some of that could really, when you are thinking very much privacy by default and you're considering a model where people opt in to see things that are specifically targeted and will opt in of who they see it from, instead of trying to navigate through myriads of websites and apps and try to opt out of absolutely every single one, that's where you're going to see that change.
So the parallel would be the woman could choose not to take her kids to the car yard or not to tell them where she lives, but online that information is available to the company.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I think it's also a scale question when it comes to online. It's one thing to have that one-to-one interaction, which, most consumers can choose how to deal with that. It's a relatively even bargaining position. Sometimes there's definitely instances where people are taken advantage of. But online, it's not just the one company knowing it. It might be every car company. And they're not just targeting you once, they're following you across the internet. And sometimes at points where you're tired, you're more vulnerable. That balance of power gets greater and greater. There's a bigger distance between what the business can do and what a consumer can handle.
Thank you. And maybe just to finish, would you mind just recapping? You said there were 3 things you were looking for in loot boxes, which no doubt is in your submission. I just don't have it in front of me.
Yes, more than happy to. The 3 things we're looking for, and this is, so I'll say 4 now, is that Erin mentioned just more generally the prohibition on unfair trading practices, but specifically to loot boxes, restricting in-game purchases so they're only made via actual currency and not in-game proxy for a currency. Restrict loot boxes so they're not offered in games likely to be played by children, and insisting on more transparency on the use of algorithms with an option to be able to play a game without algorithmic decision making.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I own more than one item of ill-fitting clothing because of targeted ads when I'm tired and vulnerable, that's for sure.
I think we all have. Thank you.
Ms. Ware, was there anything else? I'm going to note. Thank you very much. That's been, as you can tell, very helpful, very interesting. The extra information you can provide via the Secretariat, thank you. If there is anything else that occurs to you that you think it would be useful for us to have or to illuminate anything you've said, please feel free to send that through, and you will get a transcript that you can read through and suggest any transcription errors. Again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, I am now going to welcome the Australia Institute to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
Thank you. Bill Brown, Director of the Australia Institute's Democracy and Accountability Program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Formal matters, you're not required to give evidence under oath, but this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. As such, any false or misleading evidence may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. As you know, you'll be recorded for Hansard and you are afforded parliamentary privilege. Having been through all that, I invite you, if you wish, to make a brief opening statement. Remembering the shorter that is, the more time we have questions and discussion. So over to you.
Sure thing, thank you. And thank you for having me. I'm here because I've written for the Australia Institute's Centre for Responsible Technology on gambling elements in video games. I'm not an expert in gambling, but I hope I can help in relation to simulated gambling and loot boxes in video games. To my mind, when it comes to regulating gambling elements in video games, there are four competing considerations. The first is that games of chance are a normal part of life for adults and children. For example, there are randomized collectibles, especially trading card games where receiving different cards is an essential part of the experience. Or the Hanukkah game of Dreidel, where the supposed gambling element is really an opportunity for reflection and moral teaching. There are friendly wagers and low-stakes poker games. It would be a shame for online life to lose these cultural games altogether. But the second consideration is that video games are significantly more accessible than these existing games of chance, and apparently better able to hijack the reward system of the brain. Buying a physical pack of trading cards ticks the same psychological elements of gambling as buying a virtual pack does, but the virtual pack can include manipulated odds, audio-visual stimuli, and near misses, and you can buy it secretly with a virtual currency of uncertain value at any time of the day or night. The third consideration is that some of the insidious features of poker machines in particular show up in social media apps and video games without any gambling themes. To the extent that it's even possible to do so, it might be worth classifying or restricting certain game functions that exploit the same psychology as gambling, even if they do not involve gambling themes. And the final consideration is how much influence Australia can have on a global market and whether Australian regulation would be evaded or ignored. My paper identifies four categories of gambling gaming crossover: immersive and addictive technologies, which have no gambling themes but use poker machine-like patterns to influence users; simulated gambling, which has gambling themes but involves no exchange of value; buying chance-based items like loot boxes. These virtual items do have real-world value, or can. Gambling via games. This is gambling websites that use virtual items as the stake. Each category has its own potential harms and might respond best to targeted regulation. Certainly, sites that facilitate betting with virtual items should come under the Interactive Gambling Act if they do not already, along with sanctions or liability for the publishers of the games that facilitate their items being used in that way. And finally, the Australia Institute has separately conducted polling last year that shows that 71% of Australians support a ban on gambling advertisements on TV. And I have the research here if you have any questions on that. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm sure one of us will ask you questions about that research about gambling ads. And thank you for your paper. It's very comprehensive and very detailed. I wondered if you have had the opportunity to look at how other jurisdictions around the world deal with simulated gambling and loot boxes, and if there's anything in particular that you think is working or has the potential to work well to stop harms.
Yeah, so I think in general, this area hasn't been fully explored. It's a fairly recent phenomenon, and I don't know that anyone's really cracked it. But we see a few elements show up in different places. So China requires the disclosure of the results of loot box openings and I've seen some academic research that takes advantage of that to figure out the odds that are involved in loot box distributions for those games. It still seemed like a fairly laborious process to scrape that data, so there might be room to require that data to be disclosed in a more transparent way. There are jurisdictions that have experimented with banning loot boxes altogether, or for people under 18. I've seen some research on Belgium's ban, which suggests that it has mostly been evaded so far. I don't know if there's more research. That's just the one paper, but it points to the difficulty of doing any kind of regulation of the internet where there are, firstly, so many different sites and games that you might have to monitor, and secondly, quite a few ways of evading that. I think in some jurisdictions, mandatorily, and in others, voluntarily, we see some games disclosing the odds that are involved in a loot box pool, and that seems like a very promising step. But I haven't kind of come across a jurisdiction which has fixed this problem.
That's a shame. But thank you for that. How would you see it working if a reform was to change at the classification system? I think there's the same issue as with, for example, change to definitions in the Interactive Gambling Act. How would you have a definition that covered what is wanted to be covered with the harms and doesn't extend to other things which aren't seen as harmful? And do you have any comment on how effective in the end it would be to change the classification system? We've had some evidence, not a huge amount, but some commentary to suggest that the classification system in and of itself doesn't really have a great impact on what children are playing online.
Yeah, good question. So in terms of the classification system, firstly for simulated gambling elements, I think you can imagine a classification system that could do quite well at disentangling a game that's exclusively about imitating a casino game like a poker machine that uses I found one that used 4 different virtual currencies. You're not even having to keep track of the relative value of one currency, but of several that might be tied into real-world gambling more explicitly than just imitating a poker machine by imitating a particular poker machine that you can play in the real world. Versus, there are plenty of games that involve a kind of lucky dip mechanic or a wheel of fortune mechanic, but without that addition of a virtual currency that can be exchanged for real value, which seems like really just a way of randomly distributing the items of that game. So I think kind of humans examining those games could quite easily draw the distinctions and maybe kind of treat some as suitable for children over 15 or require some to be only viewed by adults. Hypothetically, provided you had a scheme that was robust, and I'll get to that aspect as well. For loot boxes too, we kind of see that there are different degrees of harm. So a loot box that merely kind of imitates a real world lucky dip or pack of trading cards seems to be less harmful because of the absence of those poker machine-like elements of near misses or losses disguised as wins, although that audio-visual stimuli. So again, I think you could distinguish between a loot box that has all those elements from a loot box which doesn't. And again, a classification scheme could, in theory, separate those out into more and less restricted access. And the other advantage a classification scheme could have if it was expanded is it could talk about game functions, not just game themes. So what I mean by that is, and it already does this to some extent, but whether in-game purchases are available, you could expand that into what types of in-game purchases are available. But the problem, as you've alluded to, is that the classification system seems to really struggle with games online in general. And I've kind of anecdotally observed that with the Google Play Store, for example. There are some hundreds of thousands of games on the store. So I don't see any way that you could have a kind of external party assessing every one of those games against a classification scheme. It seems like it would have to be opt-in to some extent. And then it's so easy to, even once once access is blocked to people under 18, it's so easy to evade that. Parents might not understand what they're paying for, or they might give access once and then it's readily available after that. So I think, I guess we need to strengthen the classification scheme regardless, and perhaps this could be a good opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you. So it's easier with games like Fortnite and Mario Kart and all the rest of it than with all of those smaller games, which makes sense. I think we've lost Ms. Ware again. So Ms. Cheney, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr. Brown. So that's the sort of classification route. I'd love your thoughts on the changing the definition into the Interactive Gambling Act, and how that would work to capture the types of loot boxes that are problematic, but not that the broader category of games of chance.
I think it really would depend on what definition of loot boxes you chose, and presumably you just choose the very worst of the worst, those for which all the psychological elements of gambling are present, and maybe you'd also want to restrict it even further than that to those that have other elements of kind of slotification, those poker machine elements. I guess what I'd worry about there is that you lack that kind of gradation, that you might be able to restrict loot boxes without banning them, or you'd also lose. If you had specialised legislation, then you could do a mix of harm minimisation by allowing loot boxes in some circumstances, but limiting their features, making more information available, doing more monitoring, and also with specialised legislation, you could potentially target different parties. So particularly in terms of how games that include loot boxes are made available, you could go to kind of publishers and developers and so on, as well as the sites that allow the exchange of these items. So sometimes a game isn't the only way you exchange the virtual items, as in you don't just do it in-game, you can also go to a separate site which might have different restrictions or allow the exchange to happen in different ways. So something that was targeted at loot boxes, it seems like, could reflect the particularities of what makes loot boxes so insidious. But I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to including the worst of the worst in the Interactive Gambling Act.
But you think it's likely to require specific legislation aimed at loot boxes to try and address some of the gradation?
That's my suspicion, yeah.
I'd love to hear from you about the research that the Australia Institute has done on public support for changes to gambling advertising.
Yeah, certainly. So in roughly the middle of last year, we did a nationally representative survey of Australians on support or opposition to different bans on TV advertising. So we started with the existing ban on tobacco advertising, but also asked about gambling ads and junk food ads during children's viewing hours, and alcohol ads and ads promoting fossil fuels. And the existing existing ban on tobacco advertising was the most popular at 74% agreement, but close behind it at 71% was a ban on gambling ads. So that exceeded support for the ban on junk food ads or alcohol ads, although both of those also attracted majority support. I wonder if that reflects in particular the ubiquity of gambling ads at the moment, that people notice them in particular and react to them. That support is fairly well distributed across voting intentions, for example. So we do see some difference in support, but it's you have a majority across all voting intentions.
And so the support for the existing tobacco ban, that was 74%. So there were still 26% of people who thought that tobacco should be allowed to be advertised during children's viewing times.
That's a combination of disagreement and don't know, not sure. So there were only 11% who disagreed with the ban on tobacco ads. And we did just ask about the ban in general rather than just children's viewing hours. So only junk food ads did we ask about children's viewing hours. So that might be someone who still wants restrictions on tobacco ads, but not an outright ban. So similarly for gambling ads, 11% disagreed with a ban on gambling ads on TV, and the remainder would be don't know, not sure.
Right. So that was about a total ban for ads on TV or everywhere?
On TV, that's right.
And did you do any research into online or radio or any other media?
I don't think we've asked about that, no.
Chair, any more questions from you?
Thank you very much. We are joined by Ms. Miller-Frost, I believe.
Yes, I'm coming. Hello. Look, I'm very sorry. I did miss the beginning of your presentation, but thank you very much. And obviously, I have read the written submissions, which were very interesting. I very much like the concept of including kind of the structural factors of the games in classification as opposed to just content. So that's an observation, not a question. My question, however, is in terms of, you mentioned earlier, young people are very creative and they get around the age-related restrictions quite easily. Is there any way of actually making the age restrictions work? Like, is there something that is being done internationally that does actually work in terms of saying, well, if you're under 18, you actually can't come on here, or if you're under 13 or whatever the age is?
Yeah, a good question. I don't know of anything internationally. I can take that on notice and see if I can find something. It'd be a tricky one. You could kind of escalate things at the point where a purchase is made. So that might be a way of allowing for a kind of second check, even if access to the game is less tightly restricted. But yeah, I'm afraid I don't know if there's kind of best practice in this area.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Chair, that's my only question.
Thank you very much. Skin betting. Would you like to give us an explanation, a short one, of what skin betting is, and concerned about, is that something that is more likely to be attractive to young people? Are there concerns about it? And what you propose that we should consider looking at with respect to it?
Yeah, so a skin is just a type of virtual item in game. So you could receive it through a loot box, or you could earn it through playing the game. But the existence of loot boxes means we have virtual items that that can be linked to real monetary value.
Mr. Brown, if I get a new skin, does that make me look different in the game? Is that?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so it might make your character look different, or it might make a weapon your character uses look different, something like that. Any of these items, if they can be exchanged between players in game, then they can also, that exchange can be arranged outside of the game, which means you can have a skin betting website. You transfer some of your virtual items to the website, and then you can stake those items on games of chance that are facilitated through that website, and then the website can send them to the new winner of your skin, your virtual item. So you might...
Sorry to interrupt you, but is that website usually run by the company that owns the game, or is that like a third party?
It's a third party, I think, in all the instances I've seen, which can make regulation more difficult. These games they can be sports betting, so you're betting on the results of particular esports, or the third-party website might let you play blackjack or poker, or that kind of thing. One thing they've also noticed on skins betting websites is that they sometimes replicate loot boxes, but with their own odds and their own items on this third-party website. And one of the things that demonstrates is just how close to gambling loot boxes are, that these gambling websites replicate the loot box experience for their players right alongside a blackjack game or esports betting. So this is happening third-party, but it's often facilitated by the original game. So the game might give access to those third-party websites to the game's API that makes transferring items easier than it otherwise would be.
Can you give us an example of a game where that happens?
So I think Counter-Strike Global Offensive is an example where it might be kind of the foremost example.
Okay.
Which is a first person shooter.
Terrific.
So some of the things that makes this particularly insidious is you've got the same problem with loot boxes, that the virtual items are one step removed from monetary value, so it feels like you're giving up less when you spend or stake them. You're also much more likely to have kids in possession of virtual items that maybe their parents have bought them for use in-game, but now that kid has something that they can readily stake in a game of chance on a third-party site. And then because these sites are so numerous and seemingly poorly regulated, there are problems with fake odds or fake promotions. So you might have a video game streamer who on their stream gambles on this third-party website, but in fact the third-party website has arranged for that person to win big when they're live on stream, and the viewers get a false impression of the odds that are involved. So that's kind of the problem. It seems transparently to me that it's gambling and should be restricted, but because there are so many of these sites, you might also want to work on the providers of the games themselves who can make these sites less accessible or make it harder for them to operate.
So what is your suggestion, that there be some form of prohibition under the Interactive Gambling Act on those sites, and some sort of prohibition on games linking to those sites if they exist contrary to the prohibition? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think something like that could work well.
Okay. So we've got potentially people under the age of 18 playing first-person shooting, kill other people games, getting skins as part of that game, having shot and killed people, then going off to a website where they're not only gambling on who has what skin, but are introduced or linked to other online simulated gambling and simulated casino-like games.
That's right, yeah. And that skin might also have come from a loot box as well.
Are they buying simulated alcohol at the same time, for example? You know, is there anything else going on those websites?
Those are the main problems, I think.
Okay. Thank you very much for your troubling and interesting evidence on skins. Unless any of my colleagues have any further questions, I think we've exhausted our questions for you. Again, thank you very much for your very detailed submission and for being available to answer our questions today. That's been very helpful to the committee. If there was anything you took on notice, I don't think there was, but please provide that through the Secretariat. And like with the other witnesses, if there's anything else that arises when you're looking through the transcript to see if there's any transcription errors or thinking about the evidence today that you would like to illuminate or bring to our attention, please feel free to do that via the Secretariat.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you very much again. We appreciate your participation in this inquiry. Have a good day. Okay, Ms. Miller-Frost, it's you and I at the moment. Ms. Chaney, I'm sure she had to pop off for a little while, but we make quorum, so we might push on. Okay, terrific. And Ms. Ware will be back soon as well. So I think do we have our next witnesses ready to go? We are a little bit early. Ms. Committee Secretary, can you hear me? I can't hear you. You're making my mistake of being muted. Nope, still can't hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes.
We're just trying to contact the next witnesses. If you'd like to take a couple of minute break, perhaps.
Yes, happy to do that. What should we do, 5 or 10 minutes or?
5 minutes?
Okay, you happy with that, Louise?
Yes, Committee Secretary, could I possibly impose upon you to email me all of the submissions today? I'm trying to go, so I managed to get in briefly for the last one, and now my computer's decided that it's not on the internet. So if I could have them all in one place, I wouldn't have to keep trying to download it. Sorry, working from home, what a drama.
It's 9:38, so we will resume in 5 minutes. I notice we've got one witness. Hello, we'll be back soon. Okay, then we might resume the public hearing. Thank you for waiting while we got ourselves sorted. Thank you all for your attendance here today. I welcome Dr. Drummond, Ms. Hall, Dr. Lowe Calvary and Associate President Professor Sauer, who I don't think we have, to give evidence today. So despite me having just probably mispronounced all of your names, could you please state for the Hansard record your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? In any order you wish.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's all right.
So Dr. Aaron Drummond, appearing in my own capacity as an expert in the field of loot boxes and a senior lecturer at the University of Tasmania.
I'm Dr. Emily Lowe Calverley. Today I'm appearing on my own behalf as an expert in the field of loot boxes, and I'm currently employed as a lecturer at the University of Tasmania.
Thank you.
And I'm Ms. Lauren Camille Hall, and I'm appearing in private capacity as an expert in the field of loot boxes and as the Associate Director Strategic Projects for the International Media Psychology Laboratory.
Thank you all very much. The formalities are you will not be required to give evidence under oath, but as it's a legal proceeding of the Parliament, false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and could be regarded as a contempt. Your evidence will be recorded for Hansard and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. I invite one or all of you to make a short opening statement, remembering we have your submission, and also the longer your opening statement, the less time we have for questions and discussions. But over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the committee today about this important issue. Dr. Saw sends his apologies. He can't unfortunately be here due to ill health, so he was not able to make it. I'll keep the opening statement fairly short. As the committee will already be aware, loot boxes are gambling-like mechanisms available for purchase within approximately 60% of the most popular smartphone games and about 36% of the most popular games on PC. Almost all of those are rated as appropriate for children 12 and up, about 95% or so. Worldwide, the revenue generated by loot boxes is somewhere between $20 and $25 billion per year. Now, we know that there is a robust meta-analytic association between spending on loot boxes and problem gambling symptomatology, such that those with the greatest symptoms of problem gambling are the ones who are spending the most on loot boxes. Now, some have claimed that the small average spending on loot boxes means that they're not harmful. Now, this is not necessarily correct. It's really important to note that in our research, somewhere between 1 to 5% of respondents report substantial spending, sometimes up to $1,000 per month. And this concords with the recent work of my UK colleague Zendel et al., who have just published a paper showing that approximately 1 in 100 players of casino games spend about $2,300 per month on average, and 1 in 100 card gamers spend about $900 per month on average. Our own work and the work of our UK colleague Spicer et al. Confirms that it is those with problem gambling symptoms and not just wealthy players that are spending more on loot boxes. Now, it's really worth remembering that those with problem gambling symptoms often have extremely limited financial means, and many are often in substantial debt. Moreover, the recent findings of 2 longitudinal papers showed that those who purchase loot boxes at baseline migrate into traditional forms of gambling at higher rates than those who do not. Now, this is very recent work in the last couple of months. This suggests that loot boxes may act as a gateway to future gambling. The committee, of course, has heard more broadly about the harms of gambling, and so this loot boxes as a gateway to future gambling should be a cause of concern. So what can be done? Although it might be tempting to classify games with loot boxes under gambling law, international evidence suggests that this is likely to be ineffective. My colleague Leon Zhao, who you'll hear from later today, has some compelling evidence that suggests that where the mechanism has been banned, compliance rates have been really quite suboptimal. And we know that in some jurisdictions, bans have also led to alterations of the mechanism so that they comply with the letter of the law while arguably violating the spirit of the law. For these reasons, our team feel that the widespread consumer awareness is going to be the best defence against loot boxes and their associated mechanisms. A widespread public awareness campaign about loot boxes and their potential for harm, as well as adequate content labelling and consumer advice, will help arm consumers with the information that they need to help make informed decisions for themselves and their children. However, our research does show that that consumer advice needs to be carefully designed and improved from what it is currently. So I'll leave the opening statement there, but we thank the committee again for their time today, and we welcome any questions that you might have.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for your research and your paper and being here today. Have you had the opportunity to listen to the evidence this morning that was given?
No, I have not.
That's okay. You're probably teaching or doing research. I appreciate that. We had some witnesses talking about consumer laws and consumer awareness, and we ended in a discussion sort of about whether one of the ways to deal with loot boxes, and hopefully I'm going to be summarising this properly, and their concerns about what they say are targeted loot box options using personal information of users' activities to be dealt with sort of with consumer and privacy laws. And I just wondered if that was not dissimilar to some of what you might be suggesting in your research, or something that you'd looked at over and above what I want to ask you about, which is what you were talking about, some of the educative stuff. Does any of that make any sense? And is that anything that any of you are looking at, this sort of broader idea of using privacy and consumer protection laws to deal with the targeted nature of loot boxes and simulated gambling in online gaming? Problem with three of you, but any of you can answer it.
Yeah, there's three of us. I'm trying to gauge whether my colleagues are going to speak as well. I might invite them to speak as well after I say my answer, I guess. We don't know terribly much about that targeted advertising. So one of the persistent challenges that we have now in the loot box field is an asymmetry of information between industry and academia. And so industry has quite a lot of information about players and about what those players are doing, how they're purchasing and what those purchasing arrangements are, and also about whether they are targeting particular players. There's really only speculation about whether that is targeted on our side because we don't have access to those data. So one of the things I think is really important is there needs to be some information sharing going on between industry and academia to ensure that the industry is sustainable and ethical. I think perhaps my colleagues might want to add something to that as well.
No, I think you've covered it excellently, Aaron.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, one of the things, again, as I understood it, that they were suggesting was looking at, like you say, very difficult to necessarily prove that things are targeted using personal information and search histories and so forth, but perhaps easier to regulate the consequence of using that sort of information and targeting. For example, you know, as I understood it, if there's different forms of loot boxes in the same game that come up and appear for different players, perhaps that's evidence that there's targeting of that sort of activity. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I think. Sorry,
you jump in, Aaron.
No, you go, Emma.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think one of the best things that we can do to target this is to think about the information that we're providing consumers with so that they are fully across what these mechanisms are and how they are psychologically akin to gambling-like mechanisms. And as Aaron mentioned in his opening statement, one of the ways that we can do this is looking at the kind of information we're providing with consumers attached to the games. So warning labels, content descriptors, and making sure that they are as effective as possible for actually communicating what these are and what the potential harms are associated with them. Now, one of the challenges here is actually making sure that it's doing it effectively. And we do have some research that suggests that the current labels that are in place are poorly understood. So in 2020, the video game regulatory boards in the US, the ESRB, and Europe, PEGI, brought in a new warning label which contained a kind of secondary part that speaks more to this chance-based outcome. So it was in-game purchases includes random items. And we did some research to look at the effectiveness of this warning label. And we came to the conclusion that an effective warning label in this context needs to do two jobs. So it needs to communicate to the consumers that there is financial expenditure involved and communicate to consumers that there are chance-based outcomes. And what we found was that while participants, consumers, were correctly identifying the financial aspect, most didn't identify that that warning label was communicating a chance-based or random outcome. So that was saying that there is overall a bit of a lack of understanding of what these mechanisms are and that the label that's in place isn't necessarily communicating it effectively to consumers.
What labels are required under Australian law at the moment?
Do you want to speak to this, Lauren?
You're still on mute, Lauren. Don't worry, I do it all the time.
My sincerest apologies. My understanding is that the labelling is in line with IARC, and I believe that
What's IARC?
sorry. Would you like to, you've got a bit more about these labels. Would you like to speak to those specifically in the forms that they are?
Sorry, Ms. Hall.
That's okay.
Aaron, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so the IARC, so there's several warning label systems that are interacting in complex ways. So the age, the classification, the Australian classification ratings does not currently require any disclosure of loot boxes in video games. However, we are also, the Australian Classification Board also subscribes to what we call the IARC, which is the International Age Ratings Coalition. And that is the primary way that games are rated when they're only digitally delivered. So if something's delivered in a box that goes to your local, JB Hi-Fi store or something like that, then it goes through the Australian Classification Board. But if it only has a digital release, usually it will only be rated by the IARC. Now, the problem with the IARC is it's a very self-report based mechanism. So industry has to report what is in the game, and then that is what the label is given to the games. What's interesting about that is, I'm sure Leon will talk to you about this later as well, is that where IARC was responsible for labelling games, despite the fact that there is a warning label required, which I believe is in-game purchases includes randomised items, which is the warning label that Em was just saying was not a particularly useful warning label to use. I think the predominance of those disagreements in his paper were largely due to that IARC rating not having the label applied to it, even though it probably should have.
Okay, and the games that are bought in stores, which are played online, but come under the Australian classification system, do they have labels on them?
No, not for loot boxes currently. That's not required in Australia at this time.
So in effect, Australian consumers probably aren't getting any of those labels, no matter where they're getting their online gaming from.
Yeah, the only thing they might be getting a little bit of advice from is that quite often with boxed games, the PEGI warning labels that are applied in Europe are still often printed on the box labels, and then the Australian classification stickers are usually put over the top or alongside those. So players can sometimes see some of those PEGI warning label content descriptors, but that's really not required. It's just a happenstance of the way that the classification systems work.
And is there research on whether or not those labels are being read? Like, I'm just thinking of my nephew, right, who's 16. I mean, perhaps my sister reads the label when it's bought, but I doubt he's reading it when he's getting the game in the box.
We can't speak specifically to that. We don't have a study where we've looked at that, but I would definitely back your statement that it's questionable whether people are paying a lot of attention to them. But what our research speaks to is whether the information that's communicated on them is effectively communicating the risks associated with it. So, for example, in another study, we looked at whether the harms that consumers perceive to be attached to loot boxes through vignettes matched the harms that they perceive attached to particular warning labels. And we found that there wasn't a good match there. So we tested the PEGI ESRB includes random items label, and we found that participants consistently, it understated the harm for them. We also tested a couple of other labels. So the US state of Illinois proposed another version, which is very explicit, strongly worded, and we found that that overstated the harm to participants. And then we tried another warning, which we used some of the more academic language. So we included gambling-like mechanisms in a warning, and that understated it as well, just like the ESRB and PEGI labels. So definitely more work needs to be done to make sure that the label has a commensurate level of harm communicated with what participants or consumers are perceiving to be associated with the loot boxes.
Okay, given that very helpful background, can you then just talk me through in a bit more detail your recommendation about promoting consumer awareness and age guidance through the National Classification Scheme? How would you see that working?
I'll jump in on that one. It's always hard to gauge. Yeah, I think the trickiness is right now we can't tell you precisely what that warning label needs to do. And that's the difficulty that's really going to require some stringent academic research. So a good warning label needs to, as you point out, capture someone's attention to begin with. Once it's captured people's attention, they have to be able to read it and understand it. And then a good warning label will hopefully allow people to make a decision based on the information that they've received. And so our research so far talks to that second point of whether people actually understand these labels. And really, not only do they not understand these labels, but a substantial portion of people did not understand that includes randomized items meant that chance-based items were available in these games. And that's a really big problem. So we really need something that's going to be more explicit to consumers in terms of what this means. And then we need to then do some work to talk about whether, or to find out whether parents are using these labels in an appropriate way to make decisions and whether people are using them. So vulnerable games in particular are using these labels to make informed decisions for themselves. So we don't know whether it's capturing attention right now. We do know that we need better labelling, and we don't know whether people are using that labelling. So those three things need to be investigated. The other part to that, or the other arm to that, is we don't think that people are well informed about what loot boxes are. So one of the things that we've been trying to do is to work with external agencies to produce FAQs about loot boxes and public awareness about loot boxes, so that parents know that these are these kind of gambling-like mechanisms. You don't always get what you're expecting to get out of them or hoping to get out of them, and that they can cost real money, and educate them around that, and educate them around some of the safeguards they might employ, such as spending controls in video games.
Go. I was just going to say, just to add to that, in terms of what we might do to develop more effective warning labels or testing different kinds, we can only speculate at this point, but one of the things that we thought might be responsible for poor understanding is that it's quite abstract or unfamiliar terminology that's being used in a lot of these warning labels. So not just for the game players, but also for the game purchasers, which often might be parents or people who aren't playing the games themselves. What we did find that we compared it to some other kinds of wording, and where the label gambling or the word gambling was included, it clearly conveyed that random or chance-like aspect. So we do know that participants in our studies, when they see that more concrete terminology, they are interpreting things correctly. Where they're seeing that more abstract terminology, they're having difficulty interpreting that chance-based outcomes. So that might help when we're thinking about crafting different wording for accurate, informative warning labels.
Okay, so I'm going to give you my understanding, a summary of what your recommendation is or what you're saying, and then please correct it or add to it. So essentially what I'm hearing is, based on research that suggests that attempts to ban loot boxes or quite heavy-handed regulation in other countries hasn't worked for a bunch of reasons, but hasn't worked. You're not suggesting necessarily, therefore, that we go down that path, but considering that your recommendation is that we look at better education, better consumer education, and how labels might be more effective and how they might be used. The first one about better education seems to me is something that may be able to be or could be coordinated nationally, and I'd be interested to hear what you say about that. The second one speaks to the need to do more and maybe change the classifications or the legislation, but you're saying more research is needed before we could even do that.
Yeah, I think that would be my summary, although I think we could say disclosing loot boxes to the consumer at the point of sale through classifications could be done now. It's just about trying to figure out what that exact wording should be, so that consumers can make that decision for themselves. And I think one of the problems that we need to be mindful of here, in addition to what we've said about the ineffectiveness of banning in other jurisdictions, is that if you build a better mouse trap, the industry is going to build a better mouse. And that's what we've seen happen quite a lot in other jurisdictions. And so, for example, where these loot boxes have been banned in terms of, say, for example, France had an issue where they tried to say anything that was chance-based was going to be banned. And as a result of that, they changed the loot box implementation so that the next loot box you bought, it would show you exactly what was coming in it. So technically speaking, it was not random. You knew what was going to happen, but you could not buy any other loot box until you bought that one, which means the next one was random and the one after that was random and the one after that was random. But because the immediate purchase was not random, it would no longer hit the definition of a loot box and therefore was not banned under French law. And so this is the problem, is that we're getting these very slight metamorphoses of what a loot box is and how it's delivered. And then that's sort of skirting the regulation. So I think because of that, an informed consumer base is going to be your best defence against it.
I think we'll hear from the associations representing online gaming as well, their concern, which I'm happy, it'd be interesting for you to comment on that definition of loot box, if it's something like, based on chance, could also cover other sorts of games that are played online, like board games and so forth, which are, a bit based on the roll of the dice. So not just what you said of the age-old problem of it's often, definitionally evading things legally, but also perhaps a wider net being caught. Yes, things being caught in a wider net. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that word salad. No? Okay. I don't know whether you're waiting for each other or whether you know what
I was
wants to
deferring to my
comment.
colleagues to see whether or not either of them wanted to comment before I jumped in, because I don't want to monopolise the time. I think, there is a concern that you'd need to be very specific about the delivery of loot boxes. Now, while there's a little bit of research that suggests that loot boxes within themselves might be associated with increased gameplay time, our concern is more about the financial side of things. And so really we're talking about those paid microtransactions where you're paying real world money for a randomized outcome that's a prize. And I think that's the concern. And I think probably Lauren would be good to speak to some of the reason for the financial concern of that here.
Thank you for that. Yes, what we do know is that while you might hear some people might disregard that there isn't an issue because it's not a lot of money, a key thing that we need to understand and what we're seeing in our data is that there is a very long tail. And so what that means is about 1 to 5% of people engaging with loot boxes are spending large sums of money. So as Rin mentioned earlier in the opening remarks, card games reports of some spending up to about $900 a month. There are casinos which are spending about $2,300 a month. So these are very big spends. And what we do understand is that for a lot of people, particularly those that have problem gambling symptoms, they're often the ones spending. So a lot of this money isn't coming from wealthy earners. It's largely coming from people who have problem gambling symptomatology, and they're the ones spending more, irrespective of how much they may be earning. And that we do know that for a lot of people who are experiencing problem gambling symptoms or have those, often they don't have a particularly large wealth of reserves to begin with. So they are a vulnerable group, and they're the vulnerable group that are contributing a lot of money or interacting a lot with these mechanisms and spending a large amount of money. And so I think particularly in the Australian context, some things to keep in mind is the fact that data suggests and studies have suggested that in Australia, somewhere between 35% to 57% of Australians gamble. Internet-based gamblers typically experience the greatest amount of harm, and evidence suggests that even just within the 2018-2019 period, Australians lost about $25 billion on legal forms of gambling. So that represents about the largest per capita loss to gambling worldwide. So when we're looking at loot boxes, with the emerging evidence that's coming through from a few studies to suggest that those that are now interacting with loot boxes are then migrating to traditional forms of gambling about 6 months later, in that Australian context, if loot boxes are acting as this gateway to conventional gambling, then given the high prevalence rates of gambling in Australia, this is cause for concern.
Thank you, Ms Hall. I have one final question before I throw to Ms Miller-Frost, and that is, witness we had earlier this morning pointed out the difference between being able to, a regulator, for example, being able to assess and monitor compliance with whatever classification or regulation there might be about loot boxes for the sort of games that we were talking about that you buy at the store, compared to the, whatever he said, hundreds of thousands of games that you can buy on the Apple Store or Google Play. Do you have any thoughts about how you might deal with that, apart from the better education and for consumers that you've already talked about? And I have a secret signal about who's going to go first. Just put your hand up or something.
Emily, did you want to answer that, or do you want me to have a go? Yeah, that pragmatic issue of the sheer volume of digital games is a really big challenge for this particular issue. There are so many online games that are released daily that, I mean, this is why the IARC is used, is because there's just not enough, money or regulators to actually be able to assess every one of those games. I think actually that's one of the reasons that I favour an industry-led response, is because if we can have industry partnerships that are going to tackle this issue for those vulnerable gamers, those people who are vulnerable to overspending, then we can actually make progress on this in a sensible way. And my point has been repeatedly that I think actually that's in the industry best interest, because sustainable practice is what's going to keep a player base coming back to a game. Players are annoyed about loot boxes. They're very vocal about loot boxes. They talk about them all the time. And so, a sustainable response to this is to ensure that people are not vulnerable to overspending. One of the things we suggested that you could do would be to implement a limit setting approach where people couldn't spend more than a certain amount of money within a given time frame, and this would stop people from massively overspending. There are challenges in the implementation of that, but I think if an industry partnership was in place, that would be a viable way forward as well.
Similarly, you might require players to re-input their card details every time they make a purchase, so that it just adds that additional barrier to overspending.
And if I can add another mechanism that could be done to help, would be to have an opt-in system, which means that no one can actually interact or engage with loot boxes unless they opt in. And then if we did have clear labels and communication that there are these types of gambling like transactions in a game, then it means that they can then make an informed decision. So if you coupled those three together, then you wouldn't have, it would reduce the chance of having small child playing accidentally spending, because those three would be working together to reduce that risk. And also those that might be more vulnerable, they'd have that protection so they could stay away from that. And people who make the conscious choice to interact, they then could by opting in and turning settings on to engage with loot boxes.
Okay, thank you very much. It's useful when we have 1, 2, 3 and get a package. Sorry, Louise, Ms Miller-Frost, I may have asked a bunch of questions you were going to, but over to you now.
You did, and actually the respondents have answered some of them just by sheer coincidence. So thank you very much for your presentation. Look, this is a bit of a long shot, but in your written presentation, you mentioned the relationship between loot box purchasing and problem gambling, specifically to those that are, vulnerable. Is there any way of actually identifying who those people are before they go online? Or is it really one of those things, it's retrospective? Once you start being a problem gambler, we now identify you as a problem gambler.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think that's something that we need to do some work on. With the work that we've been doing, we're asking people to fill out the problem gambling survey. And so by that definition, at that point, they are already a problem gambler in other fields, and it's those people who are overspending. The work that's coming out, that longitudinal work I spoke of before by my colleagues in Canada and Spain, suggests quite strongly that some of that variance is explained by people migrating from loot boxes into traditional forms of gambling. Catching those people is going to be a critical thing, like trying to figure out what the vulnerability factors are for people migrating from sort of loot boxes into problem gambling is a key area of work for us. But it's important to kind of remember that this has only really been a problem that we've been looking at for the last 4 or 5 years at this point. Loot boxes have really only been around 10 years, and they were really only prevalent from about 2017 on. So academia is trying to play catch up. And again, as I said at the beginning, we don't have a lot of the industry data. So that's a really difficult thing for us to be doing.
The other thing to keep in mind there is that while the relationship can go one way, we can have people migrating from games into problem gambling issues. It could also go the opposite way, or they could both be operating in tandem. So we could have people who have problem gambling, a severe issue with problem gambling, who, even if they might be barring themselves from traditional forms of gambling, they might go and play games. And then all of a sudden in these games, they might be seeing these mechanisms that are super familiar. You know, if you've seen any examples of loot boxes, they can look remarkably like, poker machines, that kind of thing, with things spinning, lots of bells and lights and sounds. And even the more subtle ones, for somebody who is coming from issues with gambling and they see something like that, it is a very familiar mechanism, and the way it operates is very familiar to them. So it provides that additional opportunity to engage in those gambling-like behaviours. So yeah, it's important to remember that it can go both ways as well. And we're still researching to figure out which, if not both, is the more operational.
If I can just add that possibly too, they're roughly about 68%, I think, of Australians play video games, and then about 93% of households have at least one device to be able to play video games as well. So it's very, very prevalent. So particularly while we're trying to find that way, that very good question to identify who might be vulnerable beforehand, the key to be able to give that information, exactly as my colleague Emily mentions, some people might be trying to be responsible, bar themselves from traditional ones, go, I'll do this instead, and then all these things are going off. And so if they don't have that information, they certainly can have easy access to devices and then find themselves in a very familiar environment, particularly if they don't know, even if they're doing everything within their best power to start to separate and protect themselves from that vulnerability.
And if I may just add to that as well, I think it's worth saying that that goes back to the point about opt-out kind of systems of requiring people to always re-enter their credit card details is going to be an important thing to do, because it really does force those people who have those problem gambling symptoms to slow down their decision-making processes and think about what they're doing and whether or not that's going to be a sensible thing to do.
Yes, I quite like that idea. I haven't heard that one before. Thank you for that. In terms of the notion of the loot boxes, I guess, acclimating people to the concept of gambling, so that way direction, do you have any knowledge or information about whether these sorts of games are being run by gambling companies per se, or are the gaming companies, is it a parallel thing? The gaming companies are also looking for something addictive to keep people playing their game and promoting their game to their friends, or is it actually almost an actual grooming tool, if you get what I mean. Is it an accident that this is happening, or is it a design feature?
That's incredibly difficult to say. I tend to be quite sceptical of the idea that this is deliberate as a grooming feature. I don't think it is. Most gaming companies are within themselves their own right, as far as I understand it. I don't believe many of them. There are a few that do, but I don't believe many of them have traditional gambling links. And in fact, while that issue of a gateway mechanism is concerning because it might create problem gamblers, I think the flip side of that point is that for a lot of games companies, it's not really in their best interest for people to leave the game and go and spend their money elsewhere. It's really in their interest to have people continue to spend money within their games. And so for me, I'm concerned about both the pathway to problem gambling, but I'm also concerned about those vulnerable players, as Emily points out, that might have problem gambling symptoms and may, in fact, know it, be trying to do everything in their power to not spend their money on gambling and be at home, not realising that what they're actually pumping their money into is essentially another form of gambling in everything but name. So I think that's the concern there.
Yeah, look, that's a really good point. We've heard from other witnesses about their addiction and how it's impacted their entire lives. So I can well imagine they're looking for some form of entertainment that they would consider to be safe. They're not going to be advertised to, that sort of thing. You mentioned a bit about the impact of individuals spending a lot of money in the gaming themselves. In terms of a wider societal impact, do you sort of have any information about, and we've heard from some other witnesses again about gaming being part of, and advertising generally being part of making gambling a normal part of Australian life? Do you have any information, or is your research more the individual impact on people?
It's really funny you should ask that question, because I was literally just reading a paper about this from my colleague David Zendel last night. What we know is that there is a convergence occurring between gaming and gambling, and that's occurring on several fronts. One of those fronts is that things like esports teams are being sponsored by gambling companies, and that is occurring. So we know that that's happening. We know people are engaging in traditional forms of gambling or conventional forms of gambling on esports as well. And we know that there's also other mechanisms going on here, like skin gambling, where people are gambling the items that they win in video games on external websites for profit. So there's certainly a number of fronts in which gaming and gambling are sort of colliding or converging, which are cause for concern. I think the concern I have about loot boxes is they're a little bit more difficult to detect, whereas at least when someone is gambling on esports, for example, they are making an explicit bet, and they can win or lose that bet. In lots of cases with loot boxes, people are not necessarily sure that they're gambling in the ways that they are. They may, as I said, may be vulnerable players who know they're vulnerable to gambling, but not necessarily to loot box purchasing. And also, in many cases, they can't cash out their rewards. So no matter how much they gamble, they're never going to be able to get their money back in any way. So this idea that gamblers often talk about getting back to even, they can't even do that with something to do with loot boxes.
Mm.
If I might be able to add as well that we do have evidence that's suggesting that adolescents are more vulnerable than adults. And we do know that, again, some work by our colleague in the UK, David Zendel, and his team have found that particularly in a lot of the popular games that do have loot boxes as a feature, between 90 to 95% of them that are available on mobile devices are advertised as acceptable for children 12 and up. And the number, I believe, for PC sits somewhere around about the 39-40%. So these are mechanisms that are available that do have gambling characteristics, that are available even to young children and adolescents, and they are particularly vulnerable to those mechanisms. So maybe circling right back to your question about how do we find them early, if they're interacting and they are minors, that could possibly be a factor that we've got some evidence, but we still do need more research on to understand further.
Right. If you've got, I think you've both mentioned Dr. Zendel a couple of times. If you've got those papers, they'd be lovely to see. We've had a few hundred, so I've lost track of who has and hasn't put information in. And just one final question. Dr. Drummond, you mentioned the French example of limiting loot boxes and the impact on that. Is there anywhere where it's working? Is there anyone who's got a best practice that we should be looking at?
Look, I'm sorry to say I think no one's got this perfectly right yet. I know that there's a lot of people doing work on this. The UK are working on industry-led responses to ensure that no minor will be able to purchase a game or a loot box rather without parental consent. But I don't think anywhere's perfect on this. I think it's been a mix of scrambling to catch up to, as is often the case with digital technologies, scrambling to catch up to the changes that have occurred. I think it's difficult because to get it right takes time. And of course, as that takes time, new emergences are occurring. And so this is one of those things that we're chasing our tails a little bit on to get right. In terms of what needs to be done, I think one of the points that we made earlier, I really think if we can at least make it so that players had to re-enter credit card details as a default, if parents didn't, so often when you put your credit card details in, it often saves them automatically by default, and then children can go and purchase these loot boxes by themselves without necessarily seeking consent. So if we could at least make it so that people were not purchasing without their parents' consent on their cards and things like that, that would be a very sensible thing to do, I would have thought.
Yeah. And sorry, I did have another question, which I've forgotten. In terms of age restrictions, is there anyone doing that well? So we've heard a lot about how easy it is for kids to get around age restrictions on these games.
One area that might be of particular interest, I think, particularly because of timing, is that the German video game rating agency has literally just this year introduced a combination between age restrictions and requirements for labelling that could possibly be described as a combination of ways to be able to give that information and limiting some of that information. So that might be of particular interest in the Australian context, particularly because we do have the rating agencies and bands of age classifications. So that might be a case study that might have some useful similarities or map on, given some of the mechanisms we have in Australia. But it is early days.
Thank you, Chair. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Ms. Hall. When you said that 60-something% of Australian homes play video games. So when I hear video games, I think of Xbox or PlayStation. Is that what you're talking about, or are we also talking about ones that you can buy on your phone from whoever, Google Play and Apple Store?
My recollection is those numbers are encapsulating a range of modes to be able to play, because it has expanded, exactly as you mentioned, that you can now play on phone, on tablet, on PC, on portable devices, on consoles. There's a lot of ways in which you can play games, but there are a large portion. So my understanding is that about 68% does capture the broad range of means to be able to play. And that in part contributes to why you get such a high number of that 90% that have at least a device that can play games in their homes. Okay. My colleague, Aaron, might possibly want to add any more to those numbers.
While you're unmuting yourself, Aaron, I'm actually surprised if it includes playing games on your phone. I'm surprised it's only 68%. I would have thought that
it's funny.
Almost everyone who's got a phone has got some sort of game on it.
Funny you say that. I think this is something that comes up in our research a lot. If you ask a group of people, who here is a gamer, you will still get quite a low number of people raising their hands. But if you say, hey, who here plays Candy Crush or something on your phone, suddenly most hands go up in the room. So I think possibly that 67% is potentially slightly underestimated. And what we do know is it's rising over time. We know the average age of gamers is going up over time. The average gamer is now 40 years old and still slightly skewed towards male, but becoming more of an even gender balance. So it's more of a ubiquitous kind of hobby that's going on, and that sort of is part of the concern. Is it's such a broad reach that these things are in so many of them.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that my 70-something-year-old mother who does Sudokus, which hypothetically so do I, online falls in the definition of gamer, although I'm sure she's not being offered loot boxes through Sudoku just yet. At least I hope not.
Well, they might be. I certainly know of word-based games that have loot boxes in them, so they do exist.
Yes, but I mean, I don't know why I feel the need to put on the record that the New York Times Sudoku doesn't, but it doesn't. So on that ridiculous note, I would like to say again, thank you all very much for your not surprisingly incredibly helpful evidence and submission. I think we have asked you to provide a few things if you're able to. You can do that through the Secretariat. I mean, if you have handy summaries of any of that research, that would also be terrific. And you'll get a transcript. You'll be able to make any suggested changes to transcription errors should you so wish. And if there is anything that occurs to you arising out of today's evidence that you would like us to know about or you'd like to further illuminate, please also feel free to send that through. And it's been incredibly helpful to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with the committee.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Ms. Miller-Frost, we have the next witness already online. I think he's been listening helpfully to some of the evidence. Is it okay with you, instead of having a short break, we push on, or do you need to have a break, which is also fine?
If I can just quickly grab a glass of water and then I'm...
No, outrageous. Yeah, okay, we'll just have a couple of minutes break and then we'll be back. I think we will now resume the hearing. And I want to welcome Mr. Leon, is it Zhao?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wow. It's not fine if it's not right, but...
No, that's quite good.
Okay, thank you. To give evidence today, for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Sure. Leon Y. Xiao. I am appearing in my personal capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Just the preliminaries, you're not required to give evidence under oath, but this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, so false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and could be considered a contempt. It will be recorded by Hansard and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. So having got that out of the way, I invite you, if you wish, to give a short opening statement with anything you would like to add or elucidate from your submission, and then we will turn to questions and discussion.
Great, thank you. Honourable members, thank you for this opportunity to give an opening statement. My background is in law, so I focus on the regulatory aspects. At the outset, I must state that I am not an Australian lawyer, so my understanding of Australian law is based on sources that I've read rather than personal knowledge. The committee is considering whether the definition of gambling should be expanded so as to include gambling-like products such as loot boxes. I say gambling-like because such products share some features of gambling, but are not necessarily gambling under the current legal definition, because the winnings often cannot be turned back into real-world money or cashed out. On this cashing out point, I want to highlight that loot boxes that contain prizes that are transferable and do possess real-world monetary value exist in popular games, particularly on the Steam platform for PC games. These loot boxes and other products, such as physical trading card packs with random content, must be addressed, given that they do already fall within Australia's current definition of gambling. The committee is considering recommending Australia to emulate Belgium's unique regulatory approach of practically banning all loot boxes, both directly or indirectly with real-world money. It is therefore important to consider how Belgium's approach has not worked effectively. Last year, I went to Belgium to assess whether the 100 highest grossing iPhone games continue to contain loot boxes. I found that 82% were still selling loot boxes 4 years after the ban was first announced. The Belgian gambling regulator has not enforced the law because it lacks funding and other resources, as the Belgian Minister of Justice has publicly admitted in response to my study. The Belgian regulator has, following my study, suggested that loot boxes should perhaps be permitted under certain conditions rather than be entirely banned. With that said, I want to emphasize that a few well-known companies have complied either when the ban was first announced or after my study was reported in the media. Therefore, I do believe that with some funding, say enough to hire 2 or 3 employees, it should be possible for a regulator to ensure that the 500 most popular games do not contain loot boxes. Because most loot box spending is concentrated on those highest grossing games, this might well be an effective policy for reducing harm that is worth pursuing. Yes, it might not be possible to completely eliminate loot boxes or prevent very dedicated players from accessing them using VPNs. However, a more realistic, lower target alongside an education campaign about loot box harms could achieve certain regulatory aims if those aims are politically deemed appropriate. Indeed, at least 2 countries, Finland and Brazil, are currently considering regulating loot boxes as gambling. Spain is instead intending to not regulate loot boxes as gambling, but to implement an ad hoc regulatory framework that is very strict and it emulates gambling regulation. Empirical research has found that loot box-related industry self-regulation has been unsatisfactory. Many companies are failing to do what they have promised. They can and must do better. In my view, whether or not loot boxes are gambling in law per se is not important. It might have been helpful 5 years ago to rely on pre-existing gambling law to immediately regulate loot boxes if that was legally possible. However, today, I recommend loot boxes to be regulated as loot boxes, regardless of whether they are gambling. Indeed, in my view, whether something is or is not gambling is a red herring. This applies to all products posing potential harms. If there is political will, social casino games similarly should be regulated as social casino games, regardless of whether they are legally gambling. Thank you, and I look forward to providing any assistance that I can.
You're on mute, Peter.
Can't believe anyway, thank you for that. There's a lot in your opening statement and submission. I'm not sure we're not going to be able to do justice to all of it in the time that we have. I just want to start out of curiosity, Mr. Zhao, you're a PhD fellow at the IT University of Copenhagen, a visiting scholar at the School of Law of Queen Mary University of London, a visiting associate at the Department of Computer Science at the University of York, and a student member of the Honourable Society of Lincoln's Inn. Where are you at the moment?
I'm currently sitting in Manchester. It's 11:45 in the evening.
Well, thank you very much for being there so late at night. So your work at all of those places, and where are you working at the moment or studying or researching at the moment?
The IT University of Copenhagen.
Okay. And is all of that related to the legal regulation of, loot boxes and gambling and other related products?
Yes, the entire PhD project is on the regulation of in-game transactions with randomized elements, mostly loot boxes, just as a shorthand.
Okay. How far away are you from finishing your PhD?
Still about nearly 2 years away.
Oh, halfway through. And you've been able to listen to some of the evidence we've received this morning.
Yes.
And I noticed that our witnesses from the University of Tasmania referred to you as a colleague, so you've done some work with them.
We've not necessarily directly collaborated, but we know of each other, and we've, for example, went to the same webinar or participated in those capacities.
All right. Well, we appreciate you participating internationally in this inquiry. you talk about the Belgium experience in your paper, and particularly as a reason why, in your view, it's not the best way to go about dealing with loot boxes, to talk about the definition of gambling in our Interactive Gambling Act, and you touched on that in your opening statement. Can you just give us a little bit more detail about what Belgium's regulatory system, how it operated, and what the problems are?
Sure. So I suppose the first thing to address is the different definitions for gambling. So my understanding of the Australian definition of gambling, although I realize that this also differentiates between states and territories, but generally there are three elements to gambling. So there's a stake element, a chance element, and then a prize element. The stake and the chance elements, those are not really at issue here. The problem that we have is with the prize element. In Australia, my understanding is those prizes, like pretty much every other country in the world, needs to be either money or money's worth. And most loot box rewards are not money's worth because they stay with the player. The player cannot transfer it to anyone else. So even if, for example, it was not possible in the game to give it to someone else, it's also not possible to get money from outside of the in-game system in exchange for rewards, because nothing can be transferred. But it's different in Belgium because with the prize element, it is simply defined as a gain or a loss. And this gain or loss does not need to be monetary. And it was the view, and this is pre-existing gambling law that was enforced well before loot boxes became a thing. I understand this to be law from the 1990s. It was simply defined as gain or loss, such that non-monetary gains or losses would count and satisfy that element. And I would then turn into the second point, which has to do with how this has been implemented in practice. So this was pre-existing gambling law. So it was in 2018. It was at the end of 2017 that the loot boxes really entered into the public debate because of Star Wars Battlefront 2. Players were very unhappy about it. The video game media reported on it, and then the mainstream media also picked it up. I know the Australian Senate also held an inquiry following from that very shortly. So this is pre-existing gambling law, and the Gambling Commission interpreted it in a report and stated that any loot boxes that the player spent real-world money to buy, either directly or indirectly, is randomized and gives you any random rewards would constitute gambling in law. And because loot boxes is not a category of gambling that can be licensed in Belgium, all loot boxes are therefore banned, in quotation marks. So even if a video game company wants to get a license to offer loot boxes as a form of gambling, it is not legally possible.
Okay.
Yes, I suppose then the third point then is how has this been enforced? So that report in 2018 examined, I believe, 4 different games. And in 3 of those games, they did find loot boxes that, in their opinion, infringed the law. And they told those companies to change how they implemented loot boxes. We understand that most well-known companies did comply and change their loot box implementations. But basically, after that report, the Belgian gambling regulator has not done anything else to enforce their position, even though that report said that they will criminally prosecute any illegal loot boxes. They have not actually, in practice, done this.
So is the problem the regulatory, so legislative regime, or is the problem a lack of action from the regulator? And if the problem is a lack of action from the regulator, do you know what the cause of that is?
Sure. I would say it is on the regulator. The law is, it's different from pretty much everywhere else in the world, but it is the law that they decided to pass. And it is enforceable in the sense that it is understandable. But the problem is with the regulator who is actually in charge of enforcing it in practice. You've addressed this point earlier with Drs. Drummond and his team about the hundreds of thousands of games on the Apple platform and on the Google Android platform. And the regulator simply does not have the ability to look at all of those games and to go after the companies offering those loot boxes.
Right,
And
so it's an understandable law, which in theory could work, but in practice is really just not able to be applied. Is that right, in your view?
yes, I think that's a fair summary.
Okay, and I notice in your submission that you refer to the private members bill that was moved in our parliament by Mr. Wilkie, and you wanted to correct what you saw as some misreadings of some research. So I don't want to ask you about that part because you've set that out very clearly, so that's fine. In your submission, you did sort of decline to talk about the content of the bill, apart from saying, I think that it's understandable and in theory, I'm paraphrasing, it could work. Do you have any views about whether it's the same sort of issue as the Belgium law, or is it that sort of reform proposed in that legislation, do you think likely to have the sort of outcomes that we would, were we to accept that there were problems with loot boxes, want?
Sure. Yes, I think, I would say that particular bill and its proposal is within a band of reasonable responses. And so if a country decides to adopt it, I think it's fair enough to do so. As to whether or not it would work in practice, my understanding is that bill relates to the Australian Classification Board, who is directly in charge of physical games. And so my understanding is that what happens would be that if that bill is to pass, then all physical games with loot boxes in need to get the 18+ rating. I think my understanding is this should work effectively against physical games. But the issue, of course, is with loot boxes, I think we are probably more concerned about the ones on the mobile platforms. If we are to take the European age rating organization's words, they say that only about 2 to 3% of the physical games that they directly rate, which I understand would also fall within the direct jurisdiction of the Australian Classification Board in Australia. So only 2 to 3% of console games really actually have loot boxes in them. So as compared to on the mobile platforms, we're looking at about 70%. Now, I know that the 2 to 3% seems like a low value in terms of what percentage points, but these do involve some very, very popular games, such as the FIFA series of games, although they have to change their names now because EA no longer have the license to use the FIFA name. But what I'm trying to say with that is, even though this only will work against 2 to 3% of console games, this will still target some very, very popular games. And I think with physical games, this bill should work.
Okay, thank you. I might give Ms. Miller-Frost the opportunity to ask some questions now.
Well, perhaps I'll just follow up with that last comment. So thank you very much, Dr. Zhao, for coming in and for your written submission. Is there any jurisdiction in the world that has successfully looked at the types of non-physical games, the ones you download from the App Store? Is there any jurisdiction that's done a good job on that?
In my opinion, no. But I suppose the thing is that, so in China, it's been mentioned earlier that China requires what are called probability disclosures. So the game company must inform the player of how likely they are to receive various random rewards. When we looked at the 100 highest grossing iPhone games in China, we found that 95.6% of those containing loot boxes did actually comply and disclose probabilities. So in terms of whether or not they did make a disclosure, that was a pretty high compliance rate. So as far as whether or not they complied as to that bit, that worked pretty well. But we did find that when they did disclose the probabilities, most of them didn't do it in a way that is very prominent. But Dr. Drummond already mentioned about how far they have complied. But in terms of, yes, that's a high compliance rate. Although I do know that that is in relation to the highest grossing games. I would say that the games that perform worse financially probably comply less.
Yeah, fair enough. And in terms of China disclosing the probability or the games, is there any research into whether, particularly parents buying for children, I guess, but actually understand that we're talking about gambling? Because that was one of the points from the previous, from Dr. Drummond and his group, was that, you know, disclosing chance-based doesn't tell people this is gambling that you're giving to your child.
We don't have research on that point, although I think it's important to point out, I think culturally, what is, what is not gambling is understood quite differently. I think my understanding is fewer Chinese players would think loot boxes is gambling. Gambling means something quite different in China than in, I think, Australia or other English-speaking countries.
That's actually exactly one of the points we're struggling with, is that people, we think, don't necessarily understand that loot boxes is a form of gambling. So I think that's a really good point. Some of my questions the chair has already asked. We did hear about, and I think you mentioned this as well, I'm learning new terms now, skin betting, or and you in your opening statement differentiated between those games that can be cashed out as such versus those where I guess it's up front that you lose. You're paying money and you're not going to get that money back. In terms of the impact to people who might have problem gambling, does that make a difference to them, or is it purely that chance-based adrenaline hit of I've won something, I've not won something, whether they can take it out or not?
I think that is outside of the ambit of my research, but my understanding is there is only one research paper that has looked at the question of whether loot boxes that can be cashed out are more desirable, say. What they found was, if I remember correctly, that the correlation between loot box spending and problem gambling was very slightly stronger in relation to loot boxes that can be cashed out as compared to normal loot boxes. But I don't think that is of any significance in terms of for clinical practice or policy making.
Good. All right. Thank you for that. And I'll ask you my standard question I ask most people. Is there anybody that we should be looking at who does it well internationally?
Unfortunately, I don't think any country is doing very well. But perhaps it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the UK in relation to the industry self-regulation, because Dr. Drummond and his team earlier mentioned about how on the Google Play Store, a lot of companies are not actually disclosing loot boxes, even though the system already allows them to do that. But what the European Age Rating Organization has said is perhaps through the UK self-regulatory efforts, we can actually get the Google Play Store to get that to work more effectively, and also to get Apple to start getting that to be a thing. Because at the moment on Apple, even if you wanted to put that label on, you can't.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhao, and good luck with the rest of your PhD.
Thank you very much. Does any of your research extend to other harm minimisation strategies that might be considered for loot boxes? In-game spending caps, fixed odds, fixed sets of prices, for example, or anything else like that?
We've suggested some of those things. I would say those are my earlier works. I'm happy to talk a bit more about them.
Well, perhaps give us your view on any of those that you think might be particularly successful in reducing any potential harms?
I think what I would personally suggest would be to require video game companies to offer anything inside a loot box. Also, in addition to offering it inside a loot box, but also through direct purchase at a reasonable price. I think that would do away with quite a lot of the harms potentially.
So, sorry, as you saw, I just was coughing. Did you say in addition to being able to get it through a loot box or instead of getting it through a loot box?
At least in addition.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I want to thank you very much for making a submission to our inquiry and staying up very late in order to give us evidence today and answering our questions. It's very helpful to us. I hope you've also benefited from hearing the evidence of some of the other witnesses that I know you've been listening to. If there's anything, Mr. Zhao, that you would like to add to correct, illuminate from anything that's been talked about today, please feel free to do that through the Secretariat. You'll also be provided with a transcript of today's evidence and your opportunity to suggest any transcription errors that need to be fixed.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hope you get a good night's sleep. Okay, I understand our next witnesses are here, even though we're running a little bit early, so that is terrific. We might continue on unless I hear someone fervently telling me why we shouldn't. Terrific. All right. I would now like to welcome representatives of the International Social Games Association to give evidence today, and I can see that you're giving evidence there in the committee room. Please don't feel lonely. For the Hansard record, could you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Of course, yes. My name's Michael Luke Delaney, known as Luke, and I am CEO of the International Social Games Association.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delaney. Some formalities before we get going. You are not required to give evidence under oath. It's a legal proceeding of the Parliament, though, so false and misleading evidence, which I'm sure you won't give, can be a contempt of Parliament. It is being recorded for Hansard and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. Having said that, I invite you, if you wish, to give a short opening statement to the committee before we proceed to questions and discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues, for having me here today. The International Social Games Association is now a decade old this year, and although, as you may be able to hear, I am UK-based, I've always had a colleague in Australia as well, and we have worked across the United States, North America, Europe, and some work in Asia over the last decade, looking at games policy, regulation, and all of the issues and others that are being discussed here today. As an association, we represent largely mobile games companies.
Oh, I'm sorry, we've lost sound.
Testing, testing. You got me back? Okay.
And then I muted myself. Yes, you're back.
I was going to make a joke about it being roulette, but I won't go there. We have been working globally on these issues. We represent mobile games companies. As we talked about before, people often leap to console as the first port of call. The video games industry is 300 billion Australian dollars worldwide, and over half of that is actually on mobile these days. Our members have games that do include loot boxes. We have games that are social casino games, and we also have loads of games that are neither. We, as a trade body, have been working on best practices for a decade. We're on our 5th iteration, looking at our 6th iteration already, and they cover a range of issues from fairness and transparency to advertising and privacy and other areas that you'd hopefully expect to see. We also have a smart mobile gamers website, which we promote through our members' help centres to inform parents, carers and others about how games work, how to use them well and safely. And we've also got content on there from clinical psychologists to address some of the potentially harder issues. For the terms of reference of this inquiry, though, I want to make it very clear that mobile games, social games, video games are not gambling. They're not defined as gambling anywhere. And the conditions for something to be gambling require consideration, a payment, no matter how large or small, chance, and a prize, money or money's worth. None of these games offer money or money's worth. That's not what they do. We've heard about examples where there are edge cases, there are niche cases where systems are used to get money outside of the game's ecosystem. It's my understanding that actually ACMA have already provided a statement that where that would happen, that would equate to illegal offshore wagering. So we have one of the tools in place already. Video games at large would fall under the Australian consumer law already, and in fact the ACCC has enforced against a video games platform before and managed to fine them for millions of Australian dollars that went straight to the state coffers, an offshore video games company that was not providing fair terms to the consumers. So again, Australian consumers have a toolkit already to be protected by. And social casino games, again, these are not gambling. They require chance, but you cannot cash out, you cannot earn money, you cannot win money, and that is not a problem of the game, that is a virtue of the game. People enjoy them for fun, they play them for fun, and millions of Australians do so daily without any harm whatsoever. We've heard various bits of research being referred to when looking at problem gambling surveys with some tenuous links to correlation between video games, loot boxes, social casino. But there's no causation proved, no smoking gun here that shows that these things create a particular type of harm. And I think it would be really interesting to have a conversation about a broader look about people's routes into gambling rather than just a very narrow focus on one specific mechanic within some video games, if that's the kind of harm that we're actually looking to address. So with that said, I'll open myself for questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you making a submission and possibly travelling all the way from the UK in order to be here in person, which must be just a terrible thing for you to have to do to come to Australia.
The weather's better, but I miss my family, so.
Yeah. Mr. Doherty, you've been here this morning and had the opportunity to listen to some of the evidence we've heard?
I have, yes.
Terrific. Okay. And I assume you've also been able to read not all of the submissions, undoubtedly, because there's a lot of them, but a number of the submissions. I'm just troubled by the fact that we've heard from people who, whose professional reputations are at stake because they are, professors, public health experts, researchers, in particular, so are very familiar with the research about harm and potential harm from simulated gambling and loot boxes, who have said that there is evidence of people experiencing harm, and the assertion of the International Social Games Association that there isn't. I mean, how do we reconcile that?
Yeah, I'm not an academic, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for the academic work and the academic literature. It's not just me who has found that there isn't a direct causal link or enough evidence to presume harm that requires a new legislative process. The UK government conducted a consultation on loot boxes. There were 33,000 submissions, but as part of that, there was a rapid evidence assessment of the evidence available on whether loot boxes cause gambling harm. And at best, the evidence is inconclusive when looked in the round. So there are individual cases, of course. There are anecdotes, there are examples of individuals with issues. I don't think we can say with confidence that the academic literature is conclusive that one causes the other. I'm not saying that there aren't cases of correlation, that some people who are gamblers have interest in other gambling or kind of other types of video games. So I'm certainly not saying that these people are, that the researchers have, that we disagree with them completely, but I think the evidence is inconclusive at best.
Well, then what do you say to the suggestion that if the evidence is inconclusive, but there's significant concern out there, that we shouldn't wait for a generation and say, the evidence is now clear that harm has been caused, but in fact should be looking to act now, not to, as some of the witnesses have said this morning, put in outright bans, but to do what we can to minimise potential harms.
So I absolutely believe that where there is concern, we should face scrutiny, we should investigate, we should research. And I think, again, one of the comments made consistently throughout this process and in other processes we've been involved around the world is more research does need to be done. And I think, as we've highlighted as well, there are certain levers that can be pulled further: consumer law, classification, transparency, and other industry initiatives too, that we can do. I suppose it depends what the question is that we're answering also when it comes to the research. If the question is, what is the route of young people into gambling? We have in the research by the UK Gambling Commission that shows they do a youth survey and youth prevalence, and my reading of that research is that the number one introduction to gambling is in the home by a friend or family member. The most type of gambling that they do is through scratch cards, and that concerns around video games absolutely should be interrogated as part of a broader look at how are people exposed to gambling mechanics. But gambling, youth gambling, problem gambling far predates the internet, far predates the iPhone, which did the first app stores in 2007. And over the last decade, whilst all games and mobile games have enjoyed a considerable success as an industry, gambling prevalence rates across most OECD markets have remained steady or declined. So I don't feel that there is a large enough evidence to suggest. I would say that we would expect to see some shift there if there really was a major impact.
Well, maybe we're an OECD outlier because we have evidence of online gambling increasing in Australia and increasing fairly rapidly. Look, I don't take issue with what you've said in terms of needing to look broadly at why it is that young people are becoming involved in gambling at all. And as I'm sure you've seen, our inquiry is not actually about banning any form of gambling, but it's about harm minimisation.
Yep.
And whether the regulatory system is fit for purpose for harm minimisation. And again, sure, gambling harm and problems with gambling have existed well before the internet. But I mean, you can't take issue with the suggestion that, as things are rapidly changing with technology and loot boxes and social casinos in different forms are, particularly loot boxes, still relatively new things that most people are exposed to, then we should be looking at how we can make sure they are regulated in a way which means they aren't in the future going to be part of that wealth of evidence about gambling harm.
I would agree with you 100%. And
Okay. As I understand what you, sorry, I'll let you finish that in a sec, but as I understand what you said in your opening statement and perhaps in your submission, is that the association's significant concern is not having loot boxes and social casinos and simulated gambling defined as gambling in the legislation. And we can talk about that later. That's the concern. But a number of other potential measures, such as reclassification of games into 18 plus or R plus that have loot boxes or simulated gambling, consumer protection measures such as we've heard suggested today, and other measures are things that the association sees as reasonable and worthy of further consideration.
I think most of the suggestions that we've heard today have sounded very reasonable. I actually found myself agreeing and nodding along with much that was said this morning. The issue with classifying or trying to classify any particular game genre or game mechanic as gambling when there isn't a real world money payout, when it doesn't have the same, create the same risks, is that you're risk capturing a much broader sweep of games. And I believe the gentleman from the Australia Institute referred to that as well, that if you look at, if you define it as, well, there's no monetary prize and it's largely chance-based, there is an opportunity that you capture a significant swathe of other video games, particularly mobile games, which tend to be kind of quick and easy to play. And the other risk is that you're actually providing less consumer protection because you're taking them outside of the Australian consumer law. You are removing them from the protection of the ACCC by putting them under the Gambling Act, and you're then moving all those players who play games today with no issues whatsoever, all for fun, into the same bucket as illegal offshore gambling. And I don't think that's good for Australian consumers.
Okay, just that last point though, and that's the thing that it's not clear to me. Sure, they're not gambling under the current definition, and that's part of what we've been asked to look at, whether the definition should be changed to make them gambling. So I accept all the ways that under the current definition it would seem they're not gambling. But just because if that was changed and they were put into the Interactive Gambling Act, doesn't in and of itself mean that all forms of loot boxes and simulated casinos and other things would be banned? Doesn't it mean that they would be subject to regulation under that act in the same way? Sure, offshore casinos are banned, but online gambling is not banned in Australia and it comes under the Interactive Gambling Act.
I mean, that's my understanding is that you're then putting people under the Gambling Act, which may be pushing them offshore. So,
but why? That's my question. Why would it push them offshore if they were put under the Interactive Gambling Act?
You're talking about how gambling is regulated online in Australia today?
Yes, because gambling is regulated under the International Interactive Gambling Act online. Which, well, no, we have sports betting online. So online betting isn't banned in Australia.
So online gambling?
No. Oh, I see what you're saying.
These simulated gambling or social casino, if you were to say that was gambling under the Act, then you're putting all of those players into you're actually putting them at the risk, as we heard earlier, when people are pushed into those dangerous areas, they're exposed to far less regulated environments.
I'm sorry, that's my misunderstanding. Your concern is they're put in the same category as online casinos as opposed to online betting.
So, and I think it was my misuse of terminology between betting and gambling.
There's a lot of different terminology being floated around in this inquiry between gaming and gambling and betting. No, I apologise.
No, it's good. I think we worked it out.
For confusing that. Okay, there's two of my colleagues online. I'm conscious that I tend to take up too much time. So I'm going to throw, I think the Deputy Chair might be back on. There he is. And over to you, Mr. Conaghan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Look, I'm just curious. I have 2 teenage children and I've watched them as they have grown up gaming. Can you explain to me why it's necessary in games for adolescents and games for teenagers to have something that replicates a poker machine? Or, I know you say it's not falling under the definition of gambling, but consideration, risk and reward. Why is it necessary to have that feature in games that are exposed to our children?
That's a question for the individual developer and why have they chosen to design a game that way.
Aren't you the representative body though?
Yeah, sorry, I was going to go on to say what has improved with time is transparency about the age suitability, so the classification of a game, about whether there are in-app purchases. We've heard earlier that the labeling of randomized rewards is a relatively new term that needs better understanding. And I think one of the earlier conclusions was that more research should be made, by one of the previous speakers, was that more research should be made into what would be more effective in communicating actually what is within a game. And on mobile, there's quite a lot of room for providing that information today. And linked to that, and it's work that we're doing as an industry, is to improve communication around parental controls. And each of the major consoles, but also on mobile, in Apple and in Google, parental controls are available, which allow you to, as a parent, filter by classification. It also allows you to approve every single app download, and it allows you to approve every single payment that your dependent wants to make. We've also heard earlier that chance is a fact of life. It is used as a tool for learning at school. You know, we had card decks and dice and dominoes in our maths classroom at school. So it is ever present. It's not an entirely new kind of presence, but we are doing more, and processes like this push us to go further, to have better industry responses, to have better practice, and to promote things like parental controls, their understanding more as well.
If I could just use your example of card games and games of chance. Children grow up playing card games. They don't then rush out at the age of 18 and be exposed to hundreds and hundreds of poker machines in clubs and pubs. There's no, I suppose you could say you can go and play poker at the casino. But just getting back to my question, and I'm not trying to be difficult, and I understand you need to take a certain position, but I still don't understand if the games, why is it necessary to have this in-game loot box or the simulation of pulling a poker machine handle when there's no reward, or is there a reward, should I say, to those who make the games?
I think it's clear that there are multiple different types of game mechanic. Loot box is one of them. And if you don't like them and you don't want to play them, you don't have to. There are, as we've also heard, hundreds of thousands of games out there. I think if up front you know that this is in there and you don't want it and you don't want to play it, that provides you the opportunity not to play it.
Try telling an 8-year-old that.
I do. And I use parental controls in order to prevent his access to things.
Mr. Conaghan, do you mind if I just
Yeah, sure.
ask this question and then go back to you? What Mr. Conaghan's asking is, why do you have to have them in there? What's the benefit not to the consumer? as I understand it, but to the company that owns the game or the game designer. I mean, surely the answer to that is they are making a lot of money from loot boxes and simulated gambling within their games. I mean, that's clearly the evidence we're receiving.
People are making games that people want to play. Obviously, there are lots of people who really, really like playing a social casino game. Millions of people, millions of Australians, they play it for fun with no risk whatsoever, even if they do occasionally make a purchase. And there are people who enjoy loot boxes as well. We heard that...
Sure, and this is not, I mean, I'm just not having a go, right, but at you at all. I'm not being critical, but the bottom line answer is someone who makes a game, and let's call it, you know, Conquer the World game that in and of itself doesn't require a loot box to play it, puts a loot box in there because that's an additional source of revenue because consumers use it, right? They're making additional money from it.
Well, I think the key word is because consumers use it. They're in gameplay. Typically, you have to play for a long time to build up your gems or your credit, whatever you want to do, or you can put real money in to buy something, or it actually has been cited in research that was also referred to in the rapid evidence assessment in the UK process, that people like it because they find it gives them an opportunity to participate in games that they otherwise aren't good enough at. So if other people are better at building their town, they can enjoy the game in another way and have a chance of getting something that progresses them through the game. So there are lots of people that people like them.
And I'm going to hand you back to the Deputy Chair, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure you do yourself a huge amount of credit by dancing around the other obvious point. And again, it's not, I mean, it's a business. They're making money out of it, but they're putting those things in there because it gets more consumers and they make more money from it. It's not an altruistic.
I'm sorry, Chair. I didn't
to make the world more interesting for gamers.
I wasn't trying to dance around the point as well. I suppose if I can try and be more clear, it's we build games because people want to play them. If you were building things that people didn't want to play, they'd go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, and companies are designed for profit. Yes, those things are all true. So apologies if you felt I was dancing around it. I really didn't mean to be.
No, that's okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Conahan, to interrupt you on that.
That's all I have at the moment. I might have a couple of more questions after Ms. Miller-Frost.
I hope I didn't deter you from your question.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Miller-Frost.
Thank you. And thank you for your evidence. When we've been talking to particularly some of the academics, their concerns are both the impact on the individual, but also the impact on society as a general of these sorts of games that basically normalise gambling. And leaving aside the loot box experience, which emotionally, in terms of that adrenaline hit and, dopamine hit and, are you win or you not win, that chance. The actual social casino games themselves particularly mimic that. And the argument we have from the academics in particular is that normalises gambling as part of our culture. I wonder what your comment on that is, because you've talked a lot about the individual and about whether that's an introduction to gambling as such, but actually normalising it in a culture is another impact that we're looking at.
I think it's a really interesting kind of societal question. I don't know, it's kind of hard to understand what the term normalising gambling means. Again, it's probably in the top 5 oldest professions in terms of things that people have been doing for entertainment. So it's not some new introduction. And importantly, again, these games aren't gambling. You're not playing for profit. You're not playing for money. You cannot chase your losses. You cannot try and get your balance back to zero. You can spend money in entertainment, that's true. Again, they're played for fun by millions of people, and I don't know of any research that shows whether gambling is more normalised today than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. I'm not sure how to quantify that.
Right. Okay. Now you mentioned earlier on in your evidence today that maybe we need to have a conversation about on the roots of how people get introduced into gambling, and you mentioned scratch lotto or scratch cards as the most common form. The evidence we've had is that those sorts of lottos are the least harmful. In terms of, and I accept this may be beyond your level, or sorry, not insultingly, beyond your area of research, shall we say. What is your understanding of the root causes of gambling?
That you're right. It falls entirely outside of my expertise, I'm afraid.
All right.
I could only refer you to other research done, particularly by the UK Gambling Commission, that does annual research into youth play.
Right. In terms of these sorts of restrictions that we might be of a mind to consider around these games that you would think were appropriate, I think you've mentioned things around age-related access and clear labelling, what do you actually think would be a reasonable way of managing these sorts of things, particularly for young people, I guess?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a fairly broad answer. So I have a few different areas that we can look at. So one is around the Australian consumer law. And again, the consumer law experts were talking about things that, again, we would agree with. Sorry, I'm just going to refer to my notes for definition. At the moment, the Australian consumer law protects Australians against misleading and deceptive practices and unconscionable conduct. Other jurisdictions go further and prevent consumers or protect consumers from unfair commercial practices. That's across Europe, for example, in the UK and elsewhere, I believe in North America. Unfair commercial practices would protect people from some of the manipulative practices that have been described, also referred to as dark patterns, nudge techniques, those kind of behaviours where a consumer is harmed because they've been presented with information that is unfair. So a strengthening of the Australian consumer law to give the ACCC more powers to investigate and receive more types of complaints would protect them not just in kind of bad actors in the games industry, but also other places online. So I would think that would be a sensible area to look at. Classification is another area that I know the government has been looking at through the Stevens review, and we're waiting for the publication of the review. And in the UK through PEGI, social casino games would be given an 18 rating. I believe today in Australia it's 15 for social casino on Google through the IARC system, and 17 on the Apple global platform. So a raise in the classification in conjunction with parental controls could prevent young people from accessing social casino games. And anyone else who wants to limit their access to control to specific genres or classification beyond social casino as well. So I think that's an area that the committee could look at. And then where there have been found to be misuse of game systems, for example, we heard earlier about skins betting, loot boxes, kind of digital products being sold on secondary markets. To my mind, that already falls in breach of the Australian Gambling Act, the Interactive Gambling Act. And I believe ACMA has provided a statement on loot boxes being sold on secondary markets for products to say that it does fall under the Act. And my understanding, not from ACMA, but from elsewhere, has been that They're resourced currently to go after illegal offshore gambling and block those, and they block the highest kind of spending sites, but they have limited resources. And the spending on secondary markets of loot box produced items would be I expect, insignificant amount of money in comparison to illegal offshore gambling. Trying to get my terminology right. Nonetheless, I think if ACMA were resourced and empowered to be able to block those secondary markets, it would send a very strong signal, and with the support of the industry, that we don't want to be, we don't want to have gambling in or associated from loot boxes, from social casino, or from any other part of the games industry, be it a first-person shooter or a car racing game. We don't want to have that activity in the industry.
Right, thank you for that. With regard to classification, we've heard from some other witnesses around the notion of changing classifications such that specific mechanisms are involved, and you've sort of touched on this a little bit, rather than just content. So at the moment there's classifications around, sexual content, violence, that sort of thing. The conversation was about having a classification that specifically looked at those kind of games of chance, whether they take money or not. They still kind of, in my mind, I'm afraid, form gambling, because you get something of value out of it, or you don't, one or the other. How do you feel about that concept of the mechanisms of the game being part of that classification process?
It's a bigger question than it sounds like, I think. And a lot of thought would need to go into how that would necessarily work. There isn't a universal definition of what a loot box is. And again, you're at risk of capturing things that you don't intend to. And you may find, you're giving 18 classifications to things that actually don't need it. But I think it's a really interesting conversation to have, and perhaps more research to be done on it. Classification, again, is a very useful tool, and it also must be considered with the other tools available, including parental controls. And I'm just going to raise that because I know that in Australian classification, there are options to add restrictive access systems, which would essentially mean in order to access, you need to provide a hard identifier that I am who I am. I provide my passport. The likelihood is if you introduce that to content like video games, people would simply turn off those kind of controls, because it makes it harder for people to choose what to give to their dependents. So what we want to do is encourage people to use more parental controls and make better decisions based on the information they have, not necessarily put such a high barrier in place that they'll simply turn off the tools. They'll simply give them a phone that is unlocked for an adult, because they know that they're quite happy. They've made a judgment that they would like their kid to be able to play the football game with loot boxes when they're 17 years old, because they feel their child is mature enough. They may be given a device that actually gives them access to a lot of other things unintentionally. So again, I'm not dismissing the idea that higher classifications are good. It just needs to make sure that it works correctly. It doesn't have the unintended consequence of removing other parental controls, and also allows parents to parent. And that's not me trying to shift responsibility. There was research conducted last year by our Data Protection Commissioner in the UK, the Information Commissioner's Office, and Ofcom, the UK media regulator. And that research asked parents where they felt the right level for that kind of hard identifier was. And I believe the overwhelming view, or the most answers were, they want hard identifiers for the traditionally harder content, so pornography, alcohol, gambling, real money gambling. For the other areas like video games, television, movies, they wanted transparency on what the content rating was, but they for themselves judge the maturity of their child and whether they think they should be allowed to access this particular piece of content. So again, it's what's the transparency for parents? What do parents actually want? Can we do better actually in providing more of that information and transparency? And how does that all work in relation to existing technological and parental controls? So there is absolutely a piece of work to be done looking at that, and as industry would be very happy to be involved in that process.
And I guess we also would need to know whether parents even understand what loot boxes are and the mechanisms behind them, and that it is a game of chance.
Yeah, and your previous colleagues or presenters were talking about more research into what works and labellings, and I thought it was very interesting, if I may reflect on the previous, not Leon, but the one before, about using the term gambling to describe a game that isn't gambling. You may actually create the false impression that you can win money in a game that you can't. So again, I think we need to be very careful and do a lot of testing on what language works and what sets the right level of expectation.
I think we need to have an understanding about what we call gambling as well and what the definition is, because I mean, for me, it's about a game of chance where you have the possibility of winning something of value. It's not necessarily cash. It could be status or, jewels in the game, whatever. But yeah, we probably need that understanding so that we're all talking about the same thing.
I mean, the legal definition is that you have money in with an expectation of real money out, with chance in the middle. So consideration, chance, and prize here is defined as a real money prize, not a...
Is that Australian definition?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
right.
and that's the case in pretty much every jurisdiction in the world.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Darling, we've kept you here longer than you would have expected.
I've come a long way. I'm happy to stay for a bit longer.
I have to ask you this. We heard from some witnesses, and I think it was the University of Tasmania witnesses this morning, and we didn't really explore it very much, but the suggestion that players of games have been complaining about loot boxes and haven't liked them. Did you hear that evidence?
Yeah, yes, I did. There are examples of this. Actually, this whole conversation started because of players complaining about loot boxes in a beta game launch, and that's even though loot boxes have actually been around for quite a long time. It was customer complaints that they felt they were unfair from a commercial perspective. It was the conversation around gambling followed later from anti-gambling kind of concerns. So yeah, there are plenty of people who don't like them. And there are other ways that games make money through game passes. So you can subscribe to a game once a month. Personally, I don't like that because as a busy father and working all the hours, I don't want to have to pay a subscription every month when I can only actually have, an hour every quarter probably to try and have a go at a game, and I spend most of that time relearning the controls. So
Yeah, and you probably get 3 months free subscription and then forget to get rid of it after 3 months, so you end up paying for it for the next.
So I would suggest that would require guidance from the ACCC on subscription models, there are many ways that people can choose. Then, if I don't like the loot boxes, I'll choose a different game.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to ask, because I know I was giving you a hard time before, and I'm sorry if I was rougher than I should have been. But it just seems a tiny bit contradictory that people are clearly using loot boxes a lot and spending a lot of money on it, and gaming designers and everyone else is making more and more money out of it. But we also had heard, as I said, not a huge amount, but some evidence to suggest that gamers themselves don't really like it. Like, what do your members say about that?
Again, research that was also part of the UK Rapid Evidence Assessment done by University of Abertay, one of the oldest games teaching universities in the world, games design universities, is that some people don't like it, some people do like it, some people think it helps them in the game, some people don't. This is a 300 billion Australian dollar industry with, you talked about nearly 70% of the country being defined as a gamer in one way. I mean, it's probably 70% of OECD market. The people will complain if they don't like it. They have choice to go elsewhere and find a game that they do like. The real problem areas that have been identified around secondary markets and skins betting, all those kind of things, are niche areas, but we really want to help address those too and strengthen consumer protection. We want our players to have trust. It all comes down to trust. If players trust in the games and the game companies, they will stay. If they think they're being cheated, misled, or deceived in some way, they will leave. And it's a highly competitive industry and market. And so we want to have good relations with our customers and that they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair statement for a significant proportion or a proportion of people who are doing online gaming. I just think that the more people that are doing it and the different levels of sophistication of the games and the people who are doing it, perhaps means that there are more and more people, because of their age or other features, that perhaps don't have the capacity to analyse whether they're being cheated or manipulated. And I'm going to let you go, but my last point, I think, is that, part of the reason this has been referred to us and that we're exercised about it, again, is just to ensure that things that are being put into games, which people do enjoy doing, aren't also, as we've said, either harmful in and of themselves or leading to further harm. So we do very much appreciate you making a submission and appearing today and answering. The Deputy Chair was a bit rough on you, but I'll talk to him about that later. No. Answering some of my rougher questions. If there is anything that occurs to you that you wish you had said or would like to illuminate or correct, please feel free to do that and provide that through the Secretariat. You'll get a transcript. You can suggest changes to transcription errors as well.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
And I look forward, hopefully, to being part of whatever process going forward as well.
Terrific. I hope you enjoy the rest of your stay in Australia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I see that our next witnesses are here, so in the absence of any great protest, we will push on. We're a little bit early, but terrific. So where's my script? I would now like to welcome representatives from the Interactive Games and Entertainment Association to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning. I'm Ron Curry. I'm the CEO of the Interactive Games Entertainment Association.
Good morning, Chair. I am Ben Au, Director of Policy and Government Affairs at IGEA.
Thank you very much. And just the preliminaries, as I'm sure you've heard, this you're not required to give evidence under oath, but this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. As such, misleading or false evidence can be considered a contempt of Parliament. It will be recorded by Hansard and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. Having got that out of the way, I will now invite either or both of you to make a brief opening statement, remembering we've got your submission and we're keen to turn to questions and discussion.
Okay. And thank you, Chair, and thank you for the committee for the opportunity to appear today. The Interactive Games Entertainment Association is a peak body representing the video games industry in Australia. We're a vibrant and growing sector. Video games are worth around $4 billion a year in Australia, while Australian-made games brought in around about $284 million in largely export revenue last year. Our game developers are internationally renowned, and ours has the potential to be one of Australia's most important growth industries of the future. Video games have great benefits for Australian game players and the wider community. As we've heard, 2 in 3 Australians play games, and mainly for enjoyment and relaxation, and games are increasingly being used for serious and educational purposes, including by governments. Video games provide a digital outlet for Australian art, culture, stories and voices. Australian-made games are among Australia's most successful cultural exports. They also bring kids into STEM and build tech skills that Australian workforce desperately needs. Parliament has recognised the economic, social and cultural importance of video games, and we are grateful for the strong support for the industry from across the whole political spectrum. And we commend the federal government for celebrating video game in last month's National Cultural Policy, which reinstated the Australian Interactive Games Fund, and for introducing a bill to implement the digital games tax offset, which was a great bipartisan success story. We're in the business of video games. We're the business of fun, positive experiences for players. We're not in the business of gambling. None of our members run gambling services or even make simulated gambling games. The notion that our industry is providing gambling services to children is antithetical to everything our members stand for. We understand and acknowledge that there are concerns in the community about the potential for loot boxes to cause problematic gambling behaviours, but feel they are not adequately informed. We acknowledge that there are some criticisms of microtransactions and loot boxes more generally. Our industry has no interest in encouraging problematic player behaviours, and I'm happy to highlight what the industry is doing to address the criticisms. So we understand there's 2 key questions this committee is weighing up on loot boxes. Firstly, whether there is a causal link between loot boxes and gambling harm. And second, whether the definition of gambling service in the IGA should capture loot boxes. We believe the answer to both of these is no, and I'll just briefly address both of those. First, we're not aware of any research that shows a causal link between loot boxes and gambling harm. The Australian Government Department of Communications has recently conducted a review of research into loot boxes, concluded that there is no evidence of a causal link. I also highlight the submission to this inquiry by the University of Sydney's Gambling Treatment and Research Clinic, which noted of the 1,129 clients that have presented to the clinic since July 2021, only 1 identified loot boxes as an activity causing harm. The question of whether the definition of gambling service in the IGA should capture loot boxes is addressed in detail in our submission. But in summary, there are material distinctions between loot boxes and gambling, with the most significant being that loot boxes do not provide anything of real-world value. And this was the key reason cited by the UK government last year when, after their exhaustive inquiry, it decided that loot boxes should not be covered by the UK Gambling Act. As an industry, we strive to offer our players safe and positive experiences. Our industry does not allow for cashing out of items obtained from loot boxes, which are a critical element of gambling that our sector rejects. In fact, our members take action against individuals and third-party markets that breach their terms of service. Our industry implements strong user control settings that allow individuals and parents to prevent, restrict, monitor in-game spending. These controls are easy to set up and there is extensive guidance available online. While the National Classification Scheme already provides consumer advice around games with in-game purchases, industry is going further through its commitment to increasing transparency around loot boxes with drop rate disclosures. Essentially, what that is the disclosure of the rarity or probability of obtaining various items in the loot boxes, and this allows players to make more informed choices. We are keen to continue dialogue and to work with policymakers with respect to loot boxes. One way to start this immediately we would see is through a roundtable or ongoing working group where we could work together on further addressing these concerns. For example, while we've been proactive in putting in place measures such as parental controls to give players more information and control of in-game spending and loot boxes, we're keen to work with policymakers to ensure that those approaches continue to be effective. There may also be ways that we can improve the consumer advice, which we've been discussed this morning, through the National Classification Scheme, so that players can have be more informed about games and loot boxes. So the video games industry has such a positive contribution to make to Australia's economy and society. With all sides of Parliament so supportive of investing in the local game developers, our industry's potential is only just starting to be realised. So thank you, Chair, and we welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission and for making yourselves available today. I take it that you've been able to hear some of the evidence that's already been given today?
We've heard some, Chair, yeah.
Terrific. And have had the opportunity to read some of the submissions
Correct.
that have been made in this area. Of course, we acknowledge the way your industry is growing and contributing to Australia's economy and some of the cultural aspects you talk about. I just want to ask you one question before I throw to the Deputy Chair. And it's this, I mean, put aside just for this moment, although it is a specific term of reference, the hotly contested space of whether or not the definition of gambling should be amended to include particularly loot boxes. Do you accept this proposition? Even if there isn't evidence of a direct causal link at this point in time between simulated gambling type activities like loot boxes and gambling harm, there is certainly enough suggestion that there might be, or in some instances there is, and concern about it, that means that what the industry and government should be doing is doing all we can now to put in place measures to combat those potential harms and protect particularly vulnerable consumers, rather than waiting 10 or 15 years to get that evidence.
Okay, I'll try to distill that. That's, I guess, a long question. I think it's important, you know, and I take the point of setting aside any linkages. It's important that for consumers that we give them information and agency upfront. And whether that information is around what does this game include? Does it include certain mechanic? And how do I manage that for myself and for those I have care for? And the industry addresses those in two ways. Information comes from drop box rates, which I mentioned earlier, so letting consumers know what that looks like in a game. And also the use of consumer advice through classification. And I dare say that's a conversation we'll have, you know, during the next little time here. The other thing is agency, is that's the control over whether I want my child or those in care to be exposed to that sort of content. And that agency we deliver through parental controls. So pretty much all gaming machines, whether that's mobile or consoles or handhelds, are able to be set up so parents can control the content that their children are being exposed to, but also what they do with that content, how they engage with it. Are they able to spend? How much are they able to spend? What are they able to see? I'm not sure whether the committee's had the opportunity to just even jump on the Google Play store and have a look that pretty much 4 or 5 actions with your finger sets up those parental controls.
Yeah. Look, sorry to interrupt you. Yes, it was a long question, but and I appreciate that's happening, but really it goes to the thrust of the evidence is, sure, there's things at place in the moment, but there is, you know, growing evidence and concern about the potential harms. Mm-hmm. And just as a general proposition, you'd agree, wouldn't you, that we should be looking to do all we can to mitigate the harms we know exist, but also the harms that are indicated could come down the pipeline?
Certainly, as an industry, we believe that players should be having a safe and enjoyable experience. So that encapsulates all of that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to throw to the Deputy Chair and save some of my other questions if they don't get asked.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your evidence. And I'll continue on from where the Chair left off. I guess the argument that there's little evidence of a causal link between online gaming and then gambling harm reminds me of when people used to smoke. You know, it took 40 or 50 years and we know how much damage that's doing now, but we waited until we had all the evidence on the table. So I understand the point from the Chair. Isn't it the case that a lot of European countries are now examining looking at not using loot boxes, but rather the companies charging an upfront fee or subscription?
There are many mechanisms that games are delivered by. So, you know, there are a number of games that are by subscription, and there are a number of games that are upfront fees. We have free-to-play games. We have ad-served games. We have games that have loot boxes. So there's certainly an array of mechanics that are already available to deliver games. So I'm not quite sure how that addresses your question or whether there was more to your question than that.
Well, you talk about in your submission a wide range of negative consequences on the industry. Could you just run through those negative consequences to give us a better understanding?
So in that part of our submission, the point that we were making more generally is that it was a specific point in relation to the Interactive Gambling Act and an amendment of the definition of a gambling service under the IGA, which could mean that that practice is prohibited, could also mean that those games cannot be made in Australia, and that the point that was made in the submission about the impact on the broader industry was that it would likely have a significant impact on the level of investment within the industry, both domestically and globally.
Okay, but if I could go back to the point I just made about many of the companies or gaming companies in Europe choosing the model where they have a subscription or you purchase it rather than getting it for free and having to deal with loot boxes and pop-ups. How would that impact on the Australian investment?
You would have a I mean, you're quite right, and as Ron mentioned, there are a range of business models that are currently being used. But if the point being made in submission was to make that change to the IGA could create a situation where the Australian territory is the only one in which that model is not allowed to be used in the development of a game. It would obviously put the territory at a disadvantage compared to many other jurisdictions around the world when it comes to the development of their video game development industries.
Have you looked at what the impact has been in Belgium on the gaming industry after they introduced their legislation prohibiting it?
No, we haven't done any research around the local game development sector in Belgium, no.
So we don't know whether that's fallen off a cliff or it made absolutely no impact whatsoever.
Well, I think it's too soon to tell, but I don't believe there's been any research done into it.
Sorry. It also seems, and I'm not being critical of your evidence, it also seems that we're pushing a lot of the problem onto parents. Having teenagers of my own, your evidence is, look, it's quite easy for parents to go off and click a few buttons.
Right.
I think that's a little bit simplistic. Would you agree that it seems that your evidence and the evidence of the previous gentleman is, well, parental controls, that's your problem. This is our product. If you don't like it, then don't play it. Is there, overplaying your hand on the need for the parents to be, the overseer of all?
If a child is going to have access to a game, and undoubtedly they'll get access, then we need to empower someone along that chain to have some control and agency over what they're playing, how they're playing it, and whether they're spending or whether they're not spending. I guess the first obvious point there is providing the tools, so industry taking responsibility for creating the technology of putting the tools together to give the parents so they have that agency.
And what we also know is that in many cases, when a console or a device or a game is first set up, the person setting up that account will be engaged during that process to set up the parental control. So this is not something that is an afterthought in the gaming experience, but something that is core to the experience and often commences right upon power up.
All right, thank you. Chair, I will have a couple more questions. I just need to formulate them if you want to go to Ms Miller-Frost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Look, I'll just follow on from that last comment. One of the things that I think is probably undisputed is that kids, and particularly teenagers, are actually very good at getting around the parental control. So the notion that we have a parent who's the gatekeeper on this kind of isn't working when we're looking at teenagers. And I say this as the parent of former teenagers. Are there any safeguards around these kids?
The first safeguard, I guess, well, there's a couple of safeguards. The first safeguard is being able to ensure that these games are adequately classified, so running through the National Classification Scheme. So we know that the games are at least R18 or down. Again, I won't labour the point about parental controls, but I guess one of the things is ensuring that we have that information that's available. The other thing, again, is, and I know that you don't like the answer about parental controls, but just having that set up that the kids aren't able to spend within a game. Now, it's that access to use the card. And I just maybe just take a moment here that, we've been talking about loot boxes. I've heard a lot of the conversations this morning about them. And they all lean into the fact that loot boxes are something you buy or pay for. In many, many games, loot boxes aren't paid for. They're used as part of the mechanic. As you play the game, you earn the ability to open a loot box that would maybe give you a skin or a plant or something else. So that I just want to mention that loot boxes are not generic, they're not homogenous, that there are different styles of them in a game.
I would also just add that certainly we are not aware of any general notion that the parental controls are easily circumvented by children or teenagers. I did see that wry smile from you, and these controls are increasingly invested on and becoming increasingly strengthened, and they could include password or PIN set up that is controlled by parents and carers. And we also know some devices offer companion apps which can be downloaded on the parent or carer's phone, giving them even more agency in terms of monitoring and controlling what their children are able to access.
Look, I can see how that will help with young children, but once we get into teenagers, particularly if they are working and they've got a bank account, they do actually have their own card. It may not be a credit card, it may be a debit card. Hopefully it's a debit card. But all of those sorts of, they become a lot more independent. And, quite frankly, the fact that something's rated over 18 is much more attractive than playing kids' games. So, but leaving aside children, and I'd actually just say, Mr. Curry, your distinction about the difference between loot boxes that you essentially work for versus loot boxes that you're putting money into is probably a really good one. Thank you for that. But we do hear from adults as well that they are spending very large amounts on these sorts of games and on the in-game purchases. And the implication we're getting both from witnesses and from some of the academic witnesses is that it's the addictive nature of it. It's the same gambling mechanism that people are getting habituated into. And if you are one of those people who is susceptible, then you just keep going back and going back and going back. And I noted in your submission, you've compared it to a lot of other experience of life where we have random chance. The difference, I'd say, between the ones that you've put there, possibly with the exception of arcade games, is the speed at which you can spend money on these things. So if you're in a game and you're playing 24 hours, overnight, whatever, in your bedroom, you're going to spend a lot more money and you're going to lose fundamentally a lot more money than if you're, buying trading cards or buying a mystery flight or a hotel offer or that sort of thing. So I guess I'd be interested in your reflections both on people who, as adults, have addictions and are spending a large amount of money on this, but also on the notion of habituating that gambling experience.
I think both Dr. Drummond and Mrs. Zhao made the comment earlier that technology is moving quickly, industry is moving quickly, our adoptions are changing, business models are changing. And a conversation we have today is going to be redundant tomorrow. And the conversation around, industry, academics and government working together in a more formal way, whether that's a working group or whatever, to address these issues as they're happening, or in fact trying to get in front of those, is certainly what we see as beneficial. It is difficult to address a problem from behind, and we see some real opportunities to be working across the sector to identify what those issues are and starting to plan on how we address those.
Yeah, I completely agree with Mr. Curry, and also kind of to help kind of answer that question, as well as some of the previous questioning from the Deputy Chair. We are always kind of monitoring this space and monitoring what people are saying, and not only making sure that as an industry we are taking the right steps in terms of drop rate disclosures and parental controls, amongst other things, but also looking at what more can be done. And with transparency, one point that we made, that I believe we made in our submission, was the idea of providing more information upfront before a game is downloaded or purchased through the National Classification Scheme, in order to enable consumers to have kind of real informed choice. And while the National Classification Scheme is obviously run by federal and state and territory governments here, it was industry that came together globally to create the IARC tool, which was earlier discussed this morning, and one piece of consumer advice that the IARC now gives is in-game purchases with the addition of includes random items. And while there was some debate this morning, I recall, around whether that is the right information or if it can be improved, that has been rolled out kind of globally, including in Australia, and we've certainly supported that for the IARC system, and we have had conversations with the classification board about that consumer advice and whether it is something that they could follow for the advice that they give on box product, which goes to the board for classification.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, first, I'm going to throw to the Deputy Chair now. And if we've got time left, come back to you. Sorry to do that to you. Pat, you're back in 2020 and you're muted.
I'm doing your thing, Chair. Gentlemen, I found that part of your submission that I was looking for, and it's in the future of loot boxes, which states, as the industry evolves, we're already seeing that many developers are choosing to move away from loot boxes entirely, with some preferring monetisation models and downloadable content subscription and season passes. Do you think that those developers, and you say many, are doing so because they can see the writing on the wall for loot boxes and falling under the definition of gambling?
No, I dare say there's probably a lot of developers who don't even know we're having this conversation. What they're doing is doing what any other consumer market does, and that's looking for what consumers are most interested in, what the consumers are willing to buy, and they're following that pathway.
If that is the better business model, then why would developers then stick with loot box models, if I can use that term?
Sure, because there are still consumers who like the loot box model, who like that style of mechanic in their game, and that's that mechanic will be a small part of the game. You know, no one buys a loot box game. There's no such thing as a loot box game. There's a game in which loot boxes are in, and the consumers enjoy that experience within the context of their whole game. And whilst there are people who still enjoy that, there will be games that are delivered with loot boxes.
Can I just get both of your opinion on the loot box that takes the form of the standard poker machine, comes up in the game, as opposed to a loot box where you come across during a game and it pops up and you might win something. What's your opinion on the appropriateness of a loot box which replicates something that does significant harm to our communities and to people, that is poker machines, being used as the form of a loot box in a child's game? Can I get your opinions on that?
Yeah, I guess I'll go back to my opening statement that our members aren't social casino game makers. You know, and I'm not aware of the games that our members have that have loot boxes that have a poker machine mechanic attached to it.
What about a spin the wheel or other gaming option that you see regularly? Is there any of your members that have those?
There will be games with those mechanics, like a chocolate wheel, if that's what you're referring to, the spin the wheel. There will be games, I'm assuming, that have that sort of mechanic. I don't know whether it's tied to a loot box or not. So I'm unable to sort of give you.
I would also say that, you know, as a game player, I certainly have not personally come across a loot box that mimics a poker machine, and I actually have not come across a loot box that even has a spin the wheel type mechanic. From personal experience, the loot boxes that I might come across in a game would typically resemble just literally a box or a pack that would be opened. The last time I experienced a spin the wheel mechanic was actually just on I think it was on a travel website.
I'll go back to my question. Regardless of your evidence that your members don't engage in that practice with a poker machine style loot box, I can tell you I've seen dozens on games. Do you think it's appropriate that they're contained in children's games?
If you're asking a personal question, if a game is rated for a child and made for a child, I see no need for a poker machine mechanic to be in there out of context.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Do your members have the sort of loot boxes? And I can't for the life of me remember who suggested this, but that perhaps turn up in games that are played by or directed towards children a bit, which have, you know, an old style treasure chest that open up and gold coins come out of the top of?
I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I played any kids' games with loot boxes, so I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, kids' games, adult games, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I've not personally come across that mechanic.
Is it unfair of me if I suggest that perhaps you're quite relieved that you're able to say that your members don't have games with pretend poker machines and coins coming out of items?
It's been a very conscious decision of our association over the last 20 years not to have that sort of member.
Thank you. I think that's a yes. Ms. Ware, do you have anything you wanted to ask?
Look, I don't. Most of my questions have been asked, but I'd just like to thank you very much for your submission and for taking the time to come in here today. As a mother of teenagers, I was very interested.
Chair, could I just...
I think Mr. Conahan's having a third bite of the cherry. Go for it.
Your last answer just piqued my interest. Why have you made that conscious decision?
That's, I guess, a deep question. I guess because we represent a certain style of video game, and that's about largely entertainment and fun and engagement, but doesn't stray into gambling and that direct social gaming. And it's just a decision, it's a delineation that we've just worked over for the last 20 years very consciously.
Thank you, Mr. Curry, and thank you both for your evidence.
Can I ask you, so your Digital Australia 2020 report,
Yeah.
I think has been relied on by a number of witnesses. It's the report that found that 44% of parents say that classifications have little or no influence on the games they choose for their children to play. We had some anecdotal evidence, I think, from the Independent Schools Association as well, that parents don't really pay attention to it. I mean, that makes me wonder, and I think the other members of the committee wonder, whether that system is really working effectively at the moment anyway, and whether any changes to classifications based on simulated gambling or loot boxes where money is lost would be an effective reform in the first place if only 44% of parents, or sorry, 66% of parents pay any attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably, I mean, that's a really interesting question, and that goes to the heart of classification. And just for the background for yourself, Chair, you know, like classification policy has been something that I've been involved in for a very long time and very interested in. I would say, you know, we've made a specific decision over many of our previous Digital Australia reports to ask questions about classification, and then to be able to kind of feed that back to government as a part of our ongoing dialogue with government on the future of classification. I think on the topic of the ratings themselves, where different parents and carers will have different perspectives on how much attention to pay those ratings in order to determine, you know, make informed choices about what their kids and people in their care play. However, what I would say is that kind of regardless of their own thoughts on the classification system, the games that are being released in store and online, they are seeing these ratings. These ratings are part of that experience when they're looking at a game, whether or not they're consciously aware of it or not, and that includes the consumer advice. This is the information that comes up before their choice to buy or download a game, and I think that is a role that the classification system is still having, and that is regardless of whether or not the parents and carers are actively noticing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's suggesting scrapping the classification system, because I think you're right. It's just, I guess, a question of whether it's most effective. And I just also want to link that answer because I think anecdotally and logically, most of us would agree that different parents or grandparents or carers take different attitudes to how much attention they pay to things like classifications, whether they're there or not, and whether they even bother to look. I can't see why that is not extrapolated then to parental controls. Appreciating what you are saying about the importance of parental controls, and I absolutely agree they should be there, but to suggest perhaps that everyone has the same interest in or capacity to engage with parental controls seems to me to fly in the face of the sort of evidence we've got about the classifications and attention that's paid to them. And then we have received evidence, for example, from the Children Media organisation that says that their experience and research would say that education parental controls, shifting responsibility onto parents and teachers to look out for gambling in video games can be overburdening. So, you know, implying that that undermines its effectiveness. So I know there's a lot in that, but, you know, putting that together, with all due respect, I think there would be some cynicism to say that parental controls are an incredibly effective or entirely effective measure in the way that perhaps they've been presented. I want to give you an opportunity to comment on that.
Yeah, look, largely I can't disagree. I guess at the analogy, and this is an old analogy from when I was a kid, is all of our cars had seatbelts and none of our parents made us wear them. All the stores had sunscreen and none of our parents put it on us. And over the years, in conjunction between industry, civil society, the government, we educated people about the safety measures that sat around wearing a seatbelt or wearing sunscreen. And I don't see this as too dissimilar. The tools are here. We don't now have to educate kids in school to put seatbelts on. It becomes a habit. We put sunscreen.
Harry, we also made it mandatory and imposed fines and loss of driver's licence on people that didn't comply.
Yeah, but we got a much better rate than 64% or 66% complying. So I guess that's my point. It's about ensuring that people understand the benefit of doing it and the risk of not doing it. And maybe that's a message that we need to amplify.
Yep. I think I've excited Ms. Ware to ask a question.
Look, you have. I just have a bit of a follow-up on that. I appreciate that you've presented that analogy. I can't agree with that analogy. Parents and adults, it is quite an easy task for somebody who can already drive a car to say to their children, put your seatbelt on, or here is some sunscreen, put it on. It is, and I say this as a mother of 16-year-old boys, and I'm relatively tech savvy, but they've had it all over me from when they were about 12. And I think that if and I'm sorry, and I do not mean this in any way disrespectfully, I just cannot accept from my own personal experience that parental controls, the way that parental controls currently operate, are the best way or are even in any way an effective way to combat these issues, because, or if we're basing it on your analogy, because the reality is most teenagers are far better at circumventing those controls than parents are at being able to keep up with it. And I'm not in any way trying to absolve parents from the responsibility that they have to try to monitor what their children are doing. But this is just, for me, I mean, I've been living this now for, the best part of 5 or 6 years. And try as my husband and I do to be on top of this and with parental controls. It is a very different analogy to making sure your kids have a seatbelt on or making sure they've put sunscreen on. I suppose that's more in the line of a comment. And as I said, I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I appreciate that you have tried to introduce an analogy, but I just think because of the complexity of technology and the way that it's constantly evolving, and the fact that the reality is teenagers are much more on top of this technology than my generation, or if you're a grandparent carer trying to monitor this. I think that the parental controls is somewhere that we really need to go.
Thank you, and I take your point. Maybe that was an oversimplistic analogy that I made. Thank you.
Is there anything else you thought you might like to say in response to Ms. Ware's comment? And then you don't have any other questions, Ms. Ware?
No, thank you, Chair. That was it.
No, you're right. Okay. I want to thank you both very much for giving your evidence. We've interrogated many witnesses' evidence over the hearings of this inquiry. So please don't think you're special that you got interrogated. We do appreciate you making submissions and giving us your time today. I want to give you the opportunity that if there is anything from today's questioning that you would like to add information to, it's not actually your responsibility, I guess, or area, but if you were aware of research about whether or not parental controls work in the way that, you'd want us to accept that they work or not, please feel free to send that through. I will be asking children and media about that, certainly. And if there's anything else that you'd like to expand upon or correct or anything, please do so through the Secretariat. You'll be given a transcript of the evidence and given an opportunity to make corrections there as well.
Right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
You're all very welcome. Thank you for being here. And again, as I started off by saying, we do value the growing importance of your industry in Australia and the opportunities for Australians, and are currently tasked with making sure that we're also preventing harms that are associated with gambling and gambling-like activities. So thank you for being part of that, and we will note your willingness to be part of ongoing conversations with government and regulators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is 12:32. We've given ourselves an 8-minute addition to the lunch break. We might stop broadcasting now. We will be back at 1:20. Is there anything anyone wants to raise with me before we all log off and go to lunch? Get started. If that's all right with you, I think that was that's a thumbs up. Excellent work. Okay, we will now resume the hearing. Thank you, Broadcast Services. And I would like to welcome representatives of the Gambling Treatment and Research Clinic at the University of Sydney to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, could I ask both of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
I'm Sally Gainsbury. I'm Professor in the School of Psychology and Director of the Gambling Treatment and Research Clinic at the University of Sydney.
I'm Dr. Christopher Hunt. I am a clinical psychologist and the Senior Clinical Supervisor at the Gambling Treatment and Research Clinic at the University of Sydney.
Thank you both for being here. Ms. Cheney, you haven't missed anything. We just did introductions. I just have to do the formalities for you. You're not required to give evidence under oath, but this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, which means false and misleading evidence can be treated as a contempt of Parliament. It means it's recorded by Hansard. It also means you are covered by parliamentary privilege for anything you say today. Thank you very much for being here to assist us with our inquiry, and I invite one or both of you to give a brief opening statement. Obviously, we've read your submissions, and then we'll turn to some questions and discussion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and think this is a really important area, that online gambling has been not the focus of a lot of government regulation, particularly compared to things like electronic gaming machines, despite it becoming it's the fastest growing form of gambling in Australia, and it's increasingly have an impact on the experience of gambling and related harm. So our submission obviously covered the main points that we think are important, but just to draw attention to the importance of looking at how online wagering operators communicate with their customers, including directly targeted advertisements. So there's been a lot of focus on broadcast advertisements, but once you're a customer, there's consent given to send emails and promotions with relatively, well, actually, I don't know, there are very many limitations at all. And these are extremely impactful in terms of potentially having an inducement. People who are experiencing difficulty controlling their gambling, they often receive emails at least once a week that are very targeted with direct links to place bets and potentially even promotions that they receive. The other area that's received relatively little attention is not just the provision of consumer protection strategies, such as deposit limits and activity statements, but also what efforts are put into the uptake of these. So, for example, how prominently they're displayed, and the regulatory people are encouraged to engage with this. So I think it's important to look not only at requiring consumer protection tools, but a little bit more effort in terms of encouraging their uptake and normalising their uptake amongst consumers.
Yeah, and I guess in terms of what I wanted to say, in terms of my opening statement, I've been working more on the clinical side than the research side in my time here at the university. And in the 16 years that I've been here, we have definitely seen a shift where we went from almost never seeing anyone come in under the age of 25 to now seeing quite a lot of clients in that 18 to 25-year-old age bracket. And what they're gambling on is primarily sports, and it's primarily done online. So this is something that is changing the demographic of the people who are walking across our door as a clinic. And we are seeing younger, predominantly men and predominantly betting on sports betting coming through with this shift to online gambling.
And just to pick up on Dr. Hunt's point that a lot of the focus has been on on treatment and harms and gambling problems, but we'd certainly encourage a focus on prevention and targeted programs, so not sort of universal prevention for every single person in the community, but how can we encourage people who are engaging in online wagering to engage in lower risk behaviours, so that we're trying to identify a group that are at risk and encourage them to engage in lower risk behaviours rather than kind of focusing on this language around help and treatment, which is something that particularly young men as a group are not interested in and not looking to engage in. So shifting a focus towards more positive language and encouraging healthy behaviours as opposed to just a focus on treatment and problems.
Thank you both for that. There is so much in your submission and your opening statement and your expertise that, as you know, we could probably have you here for an entire week. But we will do our best to hone in on things. I wanted to start, Professor, where you just finished off actually, about prevention. Which is an important part of our inquiry. Can you give us perhaps a bit more granular information or detailed information about how you might see some of those targeted prevention mechanisms working or what they might be?
Absolutely. So my work is focusing on more of what we might call a secondary intervention. So not thinking about kind of a global prevention like, education in schools or something that's really targeting people before they even engage in the activity, but looking at the population who are most at risk of developing harms. So that's obviously people who are actively engaging in online gambling, online wagering as an at-risk group. And there's a number of different ways that we can encourage this group to engage with healthy gambling behaviours. And it's starting with just that language, shifting away from, problem gambling and the help page, and that's where deposit limits are placed, making things more normalised by having deposit limits already that you have to opt out of them, which is really beneficial because it sends the clear message, this is for everyone. But moving things out of the help seeking page, putting them on the account page, shifting the language around from problem gambling and encouraging language around sustainable gambling. So there have been some publication of low risk gambling guidelines in Australia by Professor Nikki Dowling and her colleagues, which actually set out objective how much money you should spend, how many activities, how frequently you should engage in gambling, communicating some of these and other specific behaviours, things like encouraging people to set a deposit, but also a deposit limit, but having a calculator to help them work out what deposit limit they should set. So essentially making it easier and more normalised for people who are wagering online to engage with these kind of preventative or healthy gambling behaviours, but using that kind of language around positive play to make it much more appealing to people and seen as more relevant to them people who aren't considering themselves experiencing problems.
Okay, thank you. I hope I didn't put pressure on you to speak quickly then, because you are able to pack a lot of information into a short period of time. So deposit limits, something that could be made mandatory and legislated by government, it would seem to me. But things like not having information about how to deal with if you think you've got problem gambling or identify your red flags or whatever, not being on the help page but being on the account page and communicating positive behaviours for people while they're gambling, they seem to me to be things that we'd need to have the industry do. Have you thought about how we could get the industry to do that? Is that something that happens, you think, with a code that they'd voluntarily sign up to, or?
Yeah, I mean, and so I do work with several large industry operators, for example, doing research to trial things. And that's often a good way to start is before sort of legislating it, doing a trial and research to see what works. So, for example, I'm working with one operator to look at their behavioural algorithm. And that's something that I would encourage more research on, to have a best practice or a standard across operators based on research by looking at what are the indicators in a behaviour that are associated with the experience of gambling harms at various levels, and sharing that information across operators so that they could identify that and then have triggers. For example, we can send messages or encourage deposit limits, have more proactive phone call check-ins. But certainly, I think engaging with operators and bringing them on board, but shifting the language around. So instead of talking only about problems and risk, kind of phrasing it so we're encouraging healthy behaviours. These are the things you need to do to make sure you're in control, or to avoid, because most people don't think they have problems. So that information is immediately deemed as irrelevant.
Yeah, and just to, I guess, pick up on what Professor Gainsbury's saying, I mean, from the clients that we see on a face-to-face level, often that language about problem gambling and sort of the media narrative, where a lot of the times the media focuses on these worst case scenarios of people that have committed crimes or people who have, been thinking about suicide or have attempted suicide. And, someone who is experiencing low level harms will see that and see that's not me. And so they don't reach out to ask for help. So sort of that constant messaging of, oh, if you have, say, an addiction or a problem, this is how you reach help, it actually inadvertently makes it harder for people to get help rather than easier.
Even the national help is called Gambling Help Online. So just shifting around that narrative. So it could be resources that are publicly available, but again, that focus on positive play management and how to sort of stay in control, well-being rather than problems.
Okay. And do you see that as something, you said your focus is on that secondary prevention, so people that are already gambling, but do you see that sort of information about how to keep in control, how to see red flags as something that should also be part of that more generalised education process that doesn't appear necessarily to be happening for young people before they start gambling?
The trouble is that what we've seen in educational programs is that before young people are gambling, a lot of them don't really know what gambling is. I know there's a lot of media about the fact that, people are being inundated with gambling ads, and there is some awareness, but until people are actively participating in the activity, the information isn't relevant to them. So they might sit through a workshop or a presentation, but they're not going to remember it. And there's so many things, for example, in a crowded school curriculum that is relevant to a young person, that it's difficult to get people to meaningfully engage with information when they're not thinking about it. It's kind of like when you go to a workshop on something, but if you're not practicing it straight away, that information isn't applied and it's sort of lost. So yes, there certainly is relevance in putting that information out there, but the extent to which people take it on board and use it only really comes when it's relevant and it's something they can enact straight away.
And is there any evidence, I think we've had some suggestion that perhaps that sort of education could also have a negative impact in terms of alerting young people to the fact there is this thing called online sports betting and maybe they should go and check it out. Is there any evidence of that?
No. Look, people are aware that sports betting exists. Anyone that watches TV in this country for more than, half an hour a week knows that sports betting exists. And horse racing, for example, the Melbourne Cup is a public holiday in our second most populous state. I'm sure people are aware that horse racing exists. But I think if the education is targeted in the right way, it has the potential to change how people perceive gambling. It's, as Professor Gainsbury says, it's not necessarily going to be relevant to people and they're not necessarily going to pay attention at certain parts of their life. But I guess the key message that underlies a lot of the information that we want to get across there is not actually what's put out there, which is essentially how gambling works, which is the basic principle behind how all commercial gambling works is the probability that you will win won't match the return that you get, and that's how they make a profit. And that piece of information is sort of hidden from people as much as possible. And I think that's the sort of educative piece that would actually be quite helpful to be sort of put out there in the public health messages, as opposed to, if you gamble, this is all the terrible things that could potentially happen to you.
Okay, so in terms of that piece of work, and you talked about working with a company that is using its algorithm to better identify flags for problem gambling, and I think we're getting some evidence from that gambling company about that, hopefully in the future. But what role do you see for government in developing that, enforcing it, enhancing it?
For behavioural algorithms, we're really still at an infancy stage in terms of what are the red flags or risk indicators that are reliable. So we need to do more research. So I would certainly, one thing that will be useful would be to have, I suppose, government endorsement or government co-involvement in the research, particularly because when researchers work with industry, there can be this perception that it's, it's contributing to commercial outcomes as opposed to harm minimisation. So whether government can be, co-funding or co-involved in the research, or even just, supportive of it publicly, that lends legitimacy to the research, and where the findings can then be disseminated and shared. But they do have to be refined and tested. So we don't have enough evidence yet to say these are what you should legislate that operators have to detect and respond to.
I would also say the role of government could be in setting up, rather than allowing industries to set up and regulate their own self-exclusion schemes, rules around promotions and things like that. That's clearly a place where government, I think, could get involved and do so in a more effective way than perhaps the industry is. Obviously, the other area that governments can get involved in is rules around advertising and promotion. But I'm sure you've heard lots of comments on that already. But yeah, that would be the other key area probably.
Well, the National Self-Exclusion Register BetStop is on track, I understand it, to be rolled out at the end of March. So it will be very interesting to see how that progresses. I'm going to hand you over to my colleagues soon. As I said, we could all ask a lot of questions for days on end. I just wanted to ask both of you about inducements. By sheer logic, inducements are called inducements and are offered in order to get people to gamble in the first place or to continue gambling. There can be no other reason for them, it would seem to me, but we'll see if anyone suggests there is. And we've had some evidence from one person to suggest that after, self-excluding for a few months, every time he came back, he'd get emails with inducements or, match bets in his account. Do you have any recommendations about inducements and whether or not, in fact, they should be allowed?
And certainly from a harm minimisation point of view, inducements, as you say, are intended to encourage gambling. They are very much used because the market is so competitive for that sort of loyalty, bet with us as opposed to bet with someone else. I would certainly say that where there are inducements that aren't offered as a standard offering, so that I mean potentially for a high value customer, or they're better inducements than what other people would receive, there should be an onus on the operator to do more due diligence in ensuring the customer is gambling at an appropriate level. And whether that's an affordability check or more customer check-ins, that it does seem that the onus should be on the operator that before encouraging further gambling, that they do due diligence, whether it's the customers take a self-test or set deposit limits or provide evidence of affordability, that there be efforts made to ensure that the level of inducements offered is affordable to the customers. Because I've also seen information where people are potentially setting deposit limits and they're being offered bets or inducements that would potentially be exceeding these, or that's the kind of concern where there's not communication between the team that's responsible for monitoring for harm and the team that's responsible for marketing. So that there needs, I don't know if that's something you can legislate, but something around that complete separation of inducements, marketing and customer care.
Is there evidence to support the contention that inducements lead to I want to say problem gambling, but you've told me to stop saying it. So
No, there is. Our research shows that people who have difficulty controlling their gambling are the most likely to be impacted by inducements.
And clinically, that sort of description that you gave before, like that story, you know, if I had $1 every time someone told me a very similar story to that they tried to quit gambling and stop for 3 months, and then, you know, they got a direct phone call from someone who was there, an accounts manager, and that's sort of how they got back into it after they were offered, you know, bonus bets and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have to do this job anymore.
And that is maybe a point for legislation, that because it's such a competitive industry, people often get contacted if their accounts have been inactive for a while, because the presumption is that person has gone somewhere else to start betting. But if someone is trying to control their activity, we see that we call it a sawtooth pattern, where there's a high level of involvement and then a dramatic dip, stays low, and then it goes high again because of this cycle of people being unable to control their gambling. So potentially there is something around legislation, if someone hasn't been active in the last 30 days, that the operator is now not allowed to contact them until the customer makes contact themselves.
Yeah. Okay. And perhaps an opt-in system to get emails and bonus points and
Definitely an opt-in to marketing would be extremely useful.
Thank you. I will self-exclude myself from asking more questions and throw to the Deputy Chair, Mr. Conahan.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Professor. All of my questions are framed around predatory behaviour by the gambling agencies. So, Professor, I have to say your response to the Chair's question about inducement somewhat surprised me. Or isn't it almost allowing them to make the decisions as to whether or not somebody can financially afford it or is capable of making the right decision? Isn't that effectively putting the fox in charge of the henhouse?
Yeah, and that's a very valid point. I've been biting my own tongue due to the time, but another consideration would be to establish an independent body that, for example, if there is a risk trigger or a red flag detected by these algorithms, that information is then passed to an independent body to make a proactive phone conversation, and that there is a separated body be set up to do that. And that's similar to conversations I've had in terms of the cashless gambling proposal for gaming machines. Similar sort of thing, that if you're detecting harm, you know, what do you do with that information? And having an independent body in charge and responsible for those conversations would be better than having the operator themselves make that assessment.
Isn't the easiest solution to ban inducements?
If from a harmonisation point of view, banning inducements would be consistent with that. It's just inconsistent with, I suppose, commercial practices.
And it's difficult to define what's an inducement versus what's a promotion. Like, I know New South Wales has tried to go down that path, and you get sometimes caught in the weeds as to what is a legitimate way of differentiating your business from another, and what is an inducement that's likely to be targeted and potentially harmful to someone who is experiencing gambling harm. But yeah, that obviously is one option.
I'm not anti-gambling, anti-betting. We've heard so much evidence, though, and your report points it out, of the significant increase in predominantly young men, 18 to 25, online gambling and gambling harm. And anecdotally, and Dr. Hunt, you might want to talk to this, 16 years on the front line, these people are targeted with predatory behaviour of gambling agencies, and quite deliberately so.
Yeah, I definitely. And I think, I guess, though, I think one way of thinking about it is it's part of a whole cultural narrative, and it's what comes into the advertising as well, is gambling, particularly on sports, is presented as something fun, exciting that you do with your mates where you have a chance to win money. And I think young men in particular are particularly vulnerable to that sort of messaging. Not everyone who takes on board that messaging is likely to go on to become a problem gambler. Obviously, it's only going to be a small proportion of people. But I think when we're talking about inducements, it's, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a bit, but it's sort of, it's part of what we're seeing with that is the pointy end of a cultural milieu that's focused on this is what gambling as an activity is. And when that is the general dominant narrative, it's likely that there's always going to be a proportion of people who are going to be susceptible to inducements because it lines up with this idea that you can, use your knowledge to have this fun way to make some more money. And that's going to be really enticing to that particular proportion, that particular segment of the population.
So the shifting the focus that you spoke of, the positive behaviours and prevention, how does that, how can that fit with the conduct of some agencies with their predatory practices? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, you're fighting a beast here, really.
Look, I guess from a clinical level, it's difficult for us to sort of, my job here is to help people who are suffering from gambling problems or suffering from gambling harm and trying to deal with that. It's difficult to say particularly what is predatory and what is not in this wagering, in this inducement space, because what might be predatory for one customer might not be for another. So I don't know, did you have specific examples of inducements that you felt were particularly predatory?
Examples such as banning yourself for 3 weeks and coming back online with a $2,000 credit.
Yeah, I think it's certainly those sorts of practices around when, and again, that targeted contact and the personalised contact, that if someone has engaged in any behaviour that's sort of a red flag or an indicator of harm, like taking a time out or taking a break, that they shouldn't be then proactively contacted by the operator, because that is then disrupting that potential recovery cycle for that individual.
Yeah, and there definitely has been some reports to us clinically that, to be fair, since the Northern Territory brought in their new code, when was that, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Those reports have been decreasing, but there were reports that, from clients who did say they asked for breaks and then they get a customer care manager ring them up and say, oh, come on, I'm your best friend, I'll give you tickets to this racing and that racing. But we are definitely seeing that those things are, they have been reducing since the new code was brought in the Northern Territory.
I'm just curious, just on another topic, what's the data telling you about whether or not there's an increase in women of any age bracket with online gambling and harmful issues?
Clinically, it's still extremely rare. So we haven't, I know there is reports in the data of increases in participation in sports betting and racing from women, but clinically we haven't seen that.
I've seen it, I've heard it discussed at an industry level in terms of an option simply for, commercial market share and expansion of product, but I haven't seen any significant indicators that more women are, or that would, whether that's a legitimate marketing technique versus predatory. It's, there's nothing to say that women are a more vulnerable group and shouldn't be marketed to, for example.
Do you have that data in relation to poker machines?
With poker machines, it's been long found that it's roughly a 50-50 gender split.
Right. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll let someone else ask some questions.
Thank you. Ms. Miller-Frost, do you have questions?
Look, just fairly briefly, and I apologise for being late back and missing the beginning of your presentation. We've had a number of conversations, particularly today, about loot boxes and social, sort of the online casino kind of social gaming, and a very strong distinction was drawn by some of our witnesses around the difference between gambling where you can cash out if you win versus gambling, non-gambling, according to them, where you're not getting a cash prize. So yes, you're buying something, and then what you're winning winning or losing is something that you can't take out of the game, but might give you, you know, a benefit within the game or a higher status or something like that. In terms of the actual mechanisms of gambling addiction, is there any evidence that is there a parallel there? And what level of evidence do we have that people who are introduced or acclimatised to gambling generally through gaming type mechanisms, perhaps as children or teenagers, are more maybe amenable to, not necessarily become problem gamblers, but are more amenable to online gambling generally?
Sure. I'll try and give you a brief summary of a fairly big topic.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. So I'll use your distinction. Social casino games are online games where it's a simulated gambling experience, which could be commonly slots or poker or another casino game, but there's no possibility of taking real money rewards out. So you're playing for virtual currency. However, you can optionally purchase virtual currency, so you can put money in. These games do simulate gambling quite well, and in some cases are provided by companies that own gambling companies as well. So there can be a very, very close similarity to actual gambling opportunities. So that's where the concern is, in the sense that it increases favourable attitudes towards gambling, it increases awareness and interest. The one problem, again, with these games is because they're not regulated as a gambling opportunity, the payout rates are likely to be much, much higher than they would be in a real gambling opportunity. So participants would get the impression that they're more likely to win than would be the case if they were gambling in a real world setting. So it's particularly concerning if there is this very close similarity. So if the branding or the name or the game appears to be the same as an actual gambling opportunity, and that's where it might be considered to the extent that it would be considered marketing an actual gambling product. But there's evidence that people are interested in both of these things. So people who are interested in social casino games are interested in gambling themes. So we know that there is an overlap and that some people move from the simulated gaming to real world gambling. We don't have sufficient evidence to say that this is a strong causal pathway, because there's not enough research to suggest that. In the case of loot boxes, there is an increasing body of research. So this is where, you pay, you actually kind of engage in a gambling activity within a game. You make a real world money payment for a virtual object, but in some cases that has value either within the game or potentially through a marketplace you could actually cash out. These, again, have been suggested to actually be a gambling mechanism by some jurisdictions, and there is increasing evidence that there is an overlap between people who are more involved in loot boxes and engaged in gambling and potentially experiencing gambling problems. But similarly, there's no research that this is a causal pathway. We're just at this point in research looking at correlation, so it's not possible to determine if engagement in the gaming activities is causing gambling or gambling problems.
And anecdotally, in terms of our client numbers, we're not seeing, in terms of those social media games where you can't cash out, we very rarely see people who are losing much money on them that are asking help specifically for that. But so it's not necessarily that they cause harm in and of themselves, but as Professor Gainsbury indicated, they can lead to false beliefs about how gaming machines operate, which then can in turn play a pivotal role to someone developing gambling harm. And in addition to the elevated payout rates, the other thing I would say is many of these social casino games do have elements of skill and encourage people to believe that they do have skills at these particular games, despite the fact that real life, in-person electronic gaming machines in Australia don't have skill elements. So it can encourage this belief that I'm good at this, which can be a contributing factor to someone experiencing more severe gambling harms.
Oh, thank you for that. We've had a few...
We're going to move on after this question, if that's all right.
Oh, sure. Okay. We've had a few conversations about various types of classification and the notion that, particularly for parents, some of the language around, I can't remember what it was now, about there being a chance element in a game doesn't really trigger that, oh, you know, this is a potential gambling type activity. Do you have any thoughts around the concept of that's been raised by previous witnesses about classifications actually looking at the mechanism of the game as well as just content of the game? So mechanism being like the loot boxes, that sort of thing, as opposed to content being, you know, is there violence, is there alcohol, is there pornography, that sort of thing.
I mean, there has to be a careful distinction made that something that's chance-based or kind of is a proxy of a gambling activity, you don't want to be an over catch. So any spinning wheel, for example, could be a proxy for a roulette wheel, or, you know, even in Mario Kart, there's kind of like a spinning, you know, slow spinning chance. So you have to be able to potentially say this is the extent to which this is similar, as opposed to just the chance-based element. But certainly I'm supportive of the idea of having better labelling for gambling, gambling content and gambling mechanics, and particularly drawing attention where these are in games that might be played by people under the age of 18. That exposure to gambling simulations is potentially problematic and not appropriate for young people.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really get rid of chance elements from video games, or you'd pretty much have to ban every single video game or restrict them to over 18, or, you know, even, I don't know, Kinder Surprise has chance elements, you know, we're not banning those. So I think, yeah, whilst there is some truth in that, I think we have to look very carefully to the degree to which it simulates gambling, as opposed to putting a catch-all of anything with chance elements would go in that category.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Cheney.
Thank you. Just following up on one of Ms Miller-Frost's questions, I just want to clarify in my mind what the evidence does show then, because you talked about social casinos can lead to false beliefs through elevated payout rates and elements of skill, but you're saying that there's no causal connection proven between use of social casinos and then people experiencing problems controlling gambling more broadly. Is that right? So there's a correlation, but the causation, the research just hasn't been done yet.
That's what I say. Yeah, we were involved in, I was involved in a study in 2015. I actually think it was done in 2013. So it really is an unexamined research question. We do have some preliminary evidence. We did interviews where people told us some of these things, or maybe reported that in a survey, but again, that was in 2013. So there's certainly not a strong evidence base for this, but it doesn't mean that's not the case. It means the research question hasn't been sufficiently addressed.
Yeah, there's sort of research links for most of the steps along the way, as opposed to a definitive link between the two. If that makes sense.
Okay, I see. Because, so for example, false beliefs can then lead to problems controlling gambling, or those sorts of links. Thank you. I was very interested in what you initially talked about with the focus on well-being or sustainability rather than problems. And I mean, this sounds like a cultural change in how, in normalising not necessarily help-seeking behaviours, but management behaviours. How, given that we've got the fox in charge of the hen house problem, how do you see, how can you actually create that sort of a cultural change in the companies that stand to benefit from the problem gambling?
Yeah, and look, I'm certainly not necessarily a policy expert or a change management expert. I think we can look for examples such as changes in drinking practices. There's now greater awareness of what is safer drinking, guidelines, 1 drink an hour, even things like drink driving and smoking. There have been a lot of public health shifts in awareness, and some of that comes through the industry, so the industry being involved in publishing guidelines, but a lot of it is done with co-design and having stakeholders all working together. I agree with you. I don't think you can leave that to the industry. It's simply not appropriate or reasonable to expect that culture shift would happen if left to the industry, but that the industry do play a role in the conversation because they understand their customers very, very well and they understand the appeal of the product. And we're not looking at saying there is no appeal. So looking at how people can engage in a behaviour but in a healthy and a more sustainable way. And I guess part of the sell for that from inside corporate is to show a more sustainable business model of having customers that engage in an activity in a lower risk means they're going to be a longer generative customer for the business, as opposed to developing harms and self-excluding or leading to complaints. So kind of a combination of, you know, potentially encouraging more complaints, because that's obviously a negative outcome for the business. So encouraging consumers to make complaints if they feel like they haven't been worked with appropriately, working with industry, research and government, and certainly co-design involving individuals and consumers in the shift, but getting to a point where gambling isn't just normalised as a fun pastime, but healthy and sustainable gambling. That's what's socially appropriate. So changing just like we've seen in, you know, speeding and drink driving being seen as uncool and something that you don't do, and you look out for your mates and make sure they don't do that. So using sort of similar playbooks.
Yeah, and I think the other sort of part of the narrative that needs to change is to stop seeing it as here's a big chunk of the population that gambles without a problem, and here's a small chunk that gambles with a problem. That sort of dichotomous view that this is the tiny group that we need to watch out for and everyone else is fine. It's more thinking that in terms of a continuum, that basically anyone can, and you know, that does gamble can experience gambling harm. And it's not just that there's this subset of people who for other reasons are vulnerable. It's a continuum that we need to look at.
Thank you. And one last question. You say in your submission that minor reductions in advertisements are likely to be ineffective as gambling is still highly visible. What would it take to actually change that? Have we lost our witnesses?
Oh, no, we're here.
They're there. Sorry, the camera just dropped out. You said minor changes wouldn't be effective. What do you think it would take to, I suppose, denormalise gambling?
Well, when you look at the comparison with changes with smoking advertising that went around the world at various points in time, it generally is with advertising rules. It's usually sort of a all or nothing sort of thing. If you really want to make a change, it's really that strong. The research suggests it's a really strong restriction on advertising is what's going to make a real difference. So the sort of restrictions on gambling advertising we have at the moment, there's quite a lot of loopholes. There's still a lot of sponsorship of sporting teams. So it's sort of the current restrictions are very quite soft, and they don't really make that impactful change on that message being sent to young people that gambling's a fun way to make money. So it would take
you're saying it would take a public health approach like tobacco to actually have an impact.
Yeah, and I guess a consistent set of rules on, like, the rules around gambling advertising are quite, it can only be between certain hours, but unless it's this kind of rated show, and there's quite a lot of loopholes in it and exemptions that make them actually quite easy to get around, so to speak.
Comparison as well to something like electronic gaming machines, which are largely precluded from being advertised or even visibly shown. That industry is still thriving. Not that they're the same, obviously, but that there are, I guess it depends on what outcome you're trying to achieve. And from a precautionary principle or a health promotion approach, advertising does drive engagement.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a really quick question before I let you go. The absence of evidence really proving a causational link between using loot boxes and either moving on to online gambling or experiencing harm from gambling has been referred to by a number of witnesses representing, associations of gaming producers as a reason why shouldn't really be moving to regulate loot boxes. I'm trying to be fair to them within the gambling space so much, and it's suggested that that's why the UK and others have, whilst they are making significant changes, haven't gone down a legislative path. The alternate view is that the correlation itself and the some of the evidence about causation or concerns would be enough for legislators to look at acting now rather than waiting 10 or 15 years for evidence and harm having occurred. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, it's a difficult conundrum. I mean, the precautionary principle would say just that you act before there's definitive evidence to protect consumers and reduce harm. I would caution that even in the few jurisdictions that have tried to legislate against loot boxes, so for example, Belgium, it has been remarkably unsuccessful in terms of loot boxes still being extremely available within games. So it's quite a difficult area. Not that I'm, again, an expert in compliance or legislation. I think that there's some options in between. So encouraging consumers or potentially requiring or having companies allow people to set limits and encouraging people to use some of the similar limit setting or healthy behaviours or being aware of the risks. So there's one avenue to go, which is sort of legislative and preventative or banning. The other avenue is driving consumer behaviour, so increasing awareness of the risks, encouraging people to see this as a commercial practice, encouraging people to protect themselves and change their own behaviour. So that there's not only one driver of harm reduction that I would encourage to be explored. And there's been very limited research, or I don't know really of anything that's encouraged that kind of similarly harm reduction approach within gaming as has been seen within gambling field.
Okay. Now, thank you for that. And that's consistent with, you won't be surprised to hear, evidence that we've received today on that. Dr. Hunt, Professor Gainsbury, thank you so much for your evidence today. I know we didn't even get to talk about the provision of services, counselling and other services. It is in your submission and I'm sure you know this, but it's not an indication that we are not, as a committee, very interested in that. It's more an indication of we have a lot of people to get to give public evidence and don't have enough time to cover everything that everyone is an expert in. If there is anything that wasn't touched on today that you would like to have published or bring to the committee's attention, as you know, we are willing to accept anything via the Secretariat. You'll get a transcript, have an opportunity to change any or suggest changes to transcription errors. And again, if there's anything you'd like to correct, please feel free to do so via the Secretariat.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair and members. And likewise, if there's any additional information we can provide, please be in touch. We're more than happy to contribute anything we can to the outcomes.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you making a submission and giving us your time.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I think we have present representatives from Turning Point and the Monash Addiction Research Centre, close to my down the Peninsula heart. I would like to welcome you here to give evidence today and ask that for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name's Professor Dan Lubman. I'm Executive Clinical Director at Turning Point and Director of the Monash Addiction Research Centre at Monash University. I'll introduce my colleague in a second, but first I'd like to make an opening statement, if that's okay.
Yes, why don't you just introduce your colleague first for the Hansard, and then I've got to do some relatively boring procedural statements to you, and then you can make your opening statement.
Thank you so much. I'll hand over to Rick. He's very good at introducing himself.
Thank you.
Sure about that. Thank you very much, Chair. And yeah, my name's Rick Lose. I manage the telephone and online services program at Turning Point, which is a set of helpline services that respond to people affected by addiction, and a number of gambling helplines that support people affected by or experiencing gambling harm.
Thank you very much. Now, whilst you're not required to give evidence under oath today, this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, and as such, any giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and could be considered to be contempt of Parliament. Everything you say will be recorded for Hansard, and you are covered by parliamentary privilege. So having got that out of the way, I now invite you to make an opening statement. And the only thing I will say is that we are very keen on questions and discussion. So give us your highlights.
Thank you so much, Chair. So thank you for the committee for inviting us to speak today on this really important national issue. Just like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting and pay respects to elders past, present, emerging, and extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples with us today. But also to recognise and value the knowledge and wisdom of people with the lived experience of gambling harm, their families, supporters and the practitioners who work with them. We celebrate their strength and resilience in facing the challenges associated with the recovery and value their important role in policy development and service delivery. Australia holds the enviable title of the world's biggest gambling losers as a result of losing more per capita on gambling than any other country. These losses are only likely to accelerate with online gambling continuing to grow on a background of limited consumer protection, oversaturation of gambling advertisements, sponsorships and promotions that normalise and encourage gambling behaviour, and absence of a duty of care from gambling operators coupled with frequent reports of predatory behaviour, perpetuation of stigmatising language that delays help seeking and fails to recognise gambling harms as a health issue, and limited capability investment within the gambling help sector to provide proactive support, develop innovative and contemporary responses, address comorbid mental health issues, and reduce gambling-related suicides. So as an addiction psychiatrist and director of a National Addiction Treatment Research Centre, I hear firsthand the stories of how gambling is harming everyday Australians. I hear about the stigma and shame that prevents so many people from reaching out for support, sometimes for years, and the devastating impact on families. I see the strong relationship between gambling harms and mental ill health and presentations for suicidal behaviour. I hear about the commitment to treatment and to stop, only to be undermined by the bombardment of gambling ads on mainstream and social media, the inability to effectively self-exclude or set pre-commitment limits, and the predatory behaviour industry operators in terms of offering free credit or rewards to people who clearly experience gambling harm. Addiction isn't a choice. People experiencing gambling harm want nothing more than to stop, and many do, but only with the right treatment, care and support. We show incredible compassion to those struggling with cancer, heart disease and mental health, yet we typically blame people living with addiction. One of the things reinforcing the notion that addiction is a choice is language like problem gamblers, which puts the blame entirely on consumers rather than recognising that gambling is in itself an inherently risky activity that necessitates appropriate regulation and consumer protection. People enjoy driving cars and jumping out of planes, but we don't put the onus on consumers alone in terms of ensuring their safety. Instead, we have adopted a strong public health framework that recognises these activities of known risks and we introduce clear regulations and consumer protections that promote the safety of consumers. With the explosion of online gambling, unless we take meaningful action now and ensure we have the right regulations, consumer protections and public health responses in place, things will only get worse. But there's so much more we can do to reduce and prevent the devastating impacts and costs of gambling harm and addiction. We can start with a national strategy to prevent and reduce gambling harms with targets like zero suicide deaths related to gambling, a strategy that unifies Australia's approach to gambling harms, including by guiding investment in public health initiatives, as well as research and evaluation to fill evidence gaps and develop more effective responses to gambling harms. We should also strengthen consumer protections by updating the National Consumer Protection Framework for online wagering in Australia to make gambling service providers more accountable and protect vulnerable people from harm. And importantly, we must protect children from gambling harm now into the future. We can do this by regulating social casino games and video game loot boxes and strengthening advertising standards on television and online. Gambling addiction is a recognised mental health condition. It's time we started treating it like one. Thank you for allowing us that opening statement. My colleague Rick has some things to say, but we're also happy to combine it with questions you may like to add. Rick, did you want to make some just introductory comments?
What if we invite Rick to make his comments at the end if we haven't covered them? Can we do that? Terrific.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to find my mute button. I'm using a couple of screens.
That's all right.
Okay.
We've all been transported back to 2020 a number of times during this hearing. That's okay. Thank you, Professor, very much for your submission and that opening statement, and of course for being here today. Like you may have heard me say to other witnesses, there's a lot in what you do and what you know, and limited time to ask you questions. So please don't think if we don't cover some topics that it's a lack of interest. It's probably a lack of time. I wanted to start by asking some questions about the treatment side. So 10% of clinicians, general practitioners, are aware of screening and assessment tools for gambling harm. Are you able to tell us why it's so low? Is it related to people don't go to their GP very much in relation to gambling harm, or is there something else? Do you see that primary health providers, GPs and others, should be or could be playing a greater role in that prevention and treatment of gambling harm space?
I think that's a great question. I think it follows on from the question you talked to Professor Gainsbury about before. I mean, I think the reality is gambling isn't seen in the health space at all. When we talk about, some of the responses she was talking about around public health responses to other addictive behaviours, we have, when we're talking about tobacco, alcohol, illicit drugs, we have a very strong public health framework. We don't have a public health framework for gambling. We don't consider it as a health issue. And because of that, it's not surprising that our health practitioners more broadly don't see it as a health issue or don't feel equipped to be able to deal with that. Gambling treatment in virtually every jurisdiction is under the purview of typically departments of liquor and gaming. They don't sit within health departments, so they don't sit within that health lens. They don't have, it's not part of the state's health response. So because of that, we have this siloed approach to gambling that sits outside the health sector. Practitioners not feeling equipped or skilled to deal with this issue or even ask about this issue, and a real confusion around what people should do if they identify people have harm.
Yep. And I assume our federal system doesn't assist in making that better.
Well, I think, as we say in our submission, we don't have a national framework. So there's a national strategy for most health conditions, a national alcohol strategy, illicit drug strategy, cancer strategy. There's no national strategy on gambling. I think we're silent on what we think gambling is and what the various components are in terms of public health prevention, treatment, and keeping the community safe.
So we've got the National Consumer Framework, which will be implemented soon and may need to be updated. But yeah, we don't have a national strategy like we do for other things, including domestic violence, which is looked at in a more comprehensive, almost public health sort of way. Okay, thank you. I'm going, sorry.
Sorry, Peter, I was just about to say, I think Dan would mention that, gambling's a very stigmatised issue. It's probably the most stigmatised issue. And people do it in secrecy. And I think unless it's very hard for it to manifest into a physical problem that a GP might spot or even talk about, or for people to even talk about themselves to anybody else, and you don't get necessarily time in a consult to talk about it. So, but unless it's brought, as Dan mentioned, brought within a health response, a more broader health response, there won't be much attention to it because people will keep it secret and it won't be something that will manifest very easily in a setting unless there's it's part of a general health assessment that a GP does. And in order to do that, you need to bring it within the health framework, is my view.
And that secrecy element, have you seen anything with the clients or patients that you get through Turning Point to suggest there's been any impact on that secrecy with the growth of online gambling and sports betting apps?
Look, it's from our perspective, it hasn't really changed. I think when people are gambling and are starting to experiencing harms, they're tending to contain it and control it and not expose it to friends because it's seen as a weakness. Right? So people just continue to do that. One thing we have noticed, when we had the shutdown of venues during the COVID period, and people were not, going to venues and playing gaming machines, there was a bit more of a focus on online gambling as a problem that, when people started to contact us and they started to expose things like, that they, working from home, for example, they lack the containment of being in an office, so they can bet more easily at home, online, because they weren't in the office and have that contained by not having people around them to see it. So I guess that entrenches secrecy a bit more, but it also allows it to occur in secret a lot more now that, particularly now that we've moved to sort of working from home arrangements. So that's what we're seeing more. But I think in general, you know, the more entrenched the gambling behaviour becomes for an individual, the more harms they experience, the more secretive they are about the problem, because of the shame and stigma that's associated with it, because it's seen as an act of will and poor decision making as opposed to a health issue.
Can I just respond to that just briefly? I mean, I think where the difference between online gambling and, for example, in-venue gambling is the issue that, you know, you have to actually travel somewhere to go to in-venue gambling. And so, you know, all the online betting is on phones, and obviously phones are a core part of our anatomy these days in terms of things we carry around and don't want to be without. And so particularly it's much easier to gamble in secret, you know, because you can do it anytime, anywhere, any place without it being visible. So it's a much more accessible means of gambling. It also makes it much trickier to treat because, you know, family members, you know, it's very easy to in some ways easy to self-exclude from or not go to a venue. But if you've got a phone in your hand, obviously family members and other people are terrified that you might be gambling. So it's a really challenging environment in terms of the impact that it has on families and how families support that. And the other point I was going to make was just on your comment about family violence being something that really has, you know, an impact on broad areas of public policy. I think gambling is very much the same. The study that we refer to is a study that we did in mental health services, showing that people with mental illness are less likely to gamble, but if they do, they've got a 1 in 2 chance of experiencing gambling harm. And again, when we think about this investment we have in mental health, this investment we had in suicide prevention, sort of gambling is not really discussed as an issue in that space. And I think that's the challenge we have. We need to stop thinking about gambling in this silo, and we need to think about how common it is to so many other components, including family violence, mental health, suicide and self-harm.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you over to the capable Mr. Conahan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your submission, your evidence so far. I want to touch on some of your recommendations, but before I do, Professor, you used the term stupefying language. Are you referring to taglines such as, you know, gamble responsibly and those ones that you hear on the gambling ads?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think that whole idea of, which is seen as personal responsibility, I think we don't say, we certainly, when we look at other public health issues, we don't tell people to drive responsibly or jump after planes responsibly. We understand that they are risky activities that the community want to engage in, and we make sure we have clear protections in place to keep people safe. So I think generally in this space, we talk about harm minimisation as a key concept. And I think they're the things, when we're talking about harms and managing harms, I think it makes it clear that the activity is risky rather than gamble responsibly, which puts the onus and suggest and really, you know, continues to perpetuate the myth that it's certain people that shouldn't be gambling rather than the activity itself being risky in its own right.
So having said that, do you think that taglines are harmful in themselves to people who experience gambling harm?
Well, Rick can probably talk to this as well, but I think it certainly frustrates many of the people and families that we see, that the idea is that there's the onus of responsibility is placed on them and their families, and that there is no accountability within the gambling services themselves in terms of making their product as safe as possible.
Yeah, look, I think the other issue is that they appear at the end of an ad, right? So you've been activated. So if you've got a gambling issue, people talk about being triggered and activated. So you're activated and then told to be responsible at the end of it. So you're already activated. So it's too late, you know, to have that message of responsibility at the end. For someone who's experiencing gambling harms, it's too late. So when it appears and how briefly it appears at the end of an ad feels like it's just a tick box, you know, requirement from a gambling company to add that in, but it has little effect because it's at the end of an ad to activate you to gamble. And that can be very, very difficult for someone to pull back on when you've got just a simple tagline at the end, which is, you know, be responsible. You know, like it's basically saying don't, you know, like calling someone irresponsible if they don't. So, but you've already been activated. And I think that's one of the issues.
I'm just looking at summary of recommendations number 6. Make people experiencing gambling harms a suicide prevention priority population. Now, I understand, and we've heard many stories about people who have self-harmed or very sadly died by suicide. But how can we prioritise one mental health issue over another? For example, alcohol abuse or mental health. Do you understand my question? I mean, as a government, I think we would be shouted down by other areas of the population who unfortunately struggle every day.
I mean, I think yeah, what's really pleasing to see is Australia, you know, is aiming for a target of 0 suicides, you know, and that's a really great aspirational goal. But I think if we're going to be honest about achieving that, we have to recognise which populations are more vulnerable at risk. And we need to make sure in our national strategies and our state strategies that we have approaches in place to make sure that those who are at risk are properly supported and have the proper safety nets in place. So I think it's a matter of recognising in other national strategies that these issues, in particular the issue of gambling, is something that contributes significantly to the national suicide toll and suicide presentations. And I think, again, it speaks to this siloing of funding or strategies. So it's saying we're going to deal with suicide at the moment, but we're not going to deal with people who gamble who are suicidal. It's sort of, we need to sort of break down those silos across these disparate areas, which we're really often talking about overlapping populations. And we need to make sure that these areas are identified as priorities and are seen as something that's invested in. So for us, for example, in terms of trying to get funding to deal with suicide amongst people with gamble, we're, you know, commonly told that no, that's a suicide prevention area. You know, we don't fund gambling service to provide suicide prevention. And at the same time, the suicide prevention space is not the space that gamblers present to. So we need to think more creatively in a cross-government way around how we address this issue in a much more strategic and effective way.
And it's often co-occurring. Also, like as Dan mentioned, by the time you reach a state of being at that level of risk, generally speaking, you will find that there's co-occurring issues, mental health issues going on as well as the gambling problem. So when I think that, as Dan mentioned, you can't sort of look at them in silos, that they're often co-occurring conditions that actually occur. So it's better to bring it in under our and look at where suicidality exists and how it co-occurs with other conditions, including addiction, including gambling, you know, gambling harms people experience as well. So, you know, like you miss things if you look at it in isolation is what we're saying, I suppose. It's co-occurring.
And I think it's artificial because if you look at the national, international classification system, gambling disorder is classed as a mental health disorder. It's how we see it and how we address it, but we have government departments that segment these things as different issues when in fact they belong to the same class.
Yeah, thank you. I'll ask one more question. We've been talking about predatory behaviour from the gambling agencies, but you make a very good point about predatory behaviour by payday lenders. We haven't heard a great deal of evidence about payday lenders, or I may not have been here if we have. Can you just give us some background or as to your experience with clients or your research with that predatory behaviour by payday lenders?
Yeah, Rick might be able to say more on this as well, but certainly, I suppose in our clinical experience, I suppose this is what we've heard from people who access some of our services. So that I think it's fair to say that many people you would have heard who gamble, when they do gamble, they're often chasing losses and they're under the belief that their luck will change and that they were able to either get back their losses or minimise their debts. And I think what we've heard is that there's advertisements that they're able to find for payday lenders that are related or close by to some of the online wagering that encourage them to seek short-term loans to allow them to continue to bet and to, with the idea of them being able to recoup those losses. And I think, unfortunately, that doesn't happen, and the debts and the interest that they accrue through those payday lenders, add further distress and despair to their situation. So for us, this is an area that sort of has come really through people telling us their experiences. And I think it just raises the issue of sort of this whole industry and how it's regulated and whether this is an opportunity to do something in this space. I don't know, Rick, if you do have anything to add?
No, it's probably just anecdotal stories, Dan, about people who find themselves, maxing out credit cards, whose only alternative to meet a financial commitment is through payday loans or pawning their goods. And that they're already under financial distress, and they're probably then moving on to payday loans who have got significant, interest rates that they've got to try and meet, which further cements the distress people experience. So we tend to get that. We get the distress at the end of a loss where there's no other alternative to cover off a financial problem. They finally might reach out for help, but really all they're trying to do is trying to think about how they get through that next week. And often it's having to utilise payday loan providers or pawnbrokers because their other financial avenues have been, they've reached their maximum and all of those things. So this is sort of, exacerbation of the distress. The financial distress is the distress of the significant requirements of a loan repayment for a payday loan.
And I think in our submission, you'll see an example of one that we quote in terms of that particularly advertises loans for gamblers.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms Chaney.
Thank you, Chair. We had heard from a previous witness about the need for a shift to a secondary prevention approach. So focusing on sustainable gambling for everyone who's engaging in it, rather than needing to self-identify as having a problem, because of the stigma that causes. I'm interested in what you think about that in light of your comments about the onus being on the individual as opposed to the gambling service provider, and also, how you would interpret that shift in terms of how Turning Point provides services.
Just in terms of, I suppose, maybe I'm misunderstanding sort of what the previous sort of witnesses were conveying, but I think in line with, I suppose, what's in our recommendations around providing essentially feedback to people who gamble, we're all very responsive to feedback. And I think there's really clear evidence that when people provide feedback around your gambling activity, the amount you're spending, whether it's where you compare to others, we know that normative feedback is very powerful in changing behaviour and keeping people's behaviour in check. So certainly you would expect in something like this activity that those sort of supports and essentially which comes under essentially a harm reduction strategy would be incredibly valuable in terms of people actually getting real-time information around what they're doing and how that aligns with their goals. And I think in our submission, we talk about, the potential for pop-ups, which is being trialled and shown to have some benefit and certainly something that's worth considering, because that real-time feedback to people, I think, has been shown to be effective in the poker machine landscape, and certainly could be very valuable in the online gambling arena.
So if you're saying, you a pop-up saying you've lost X dollars in the last hour, do you want to take a break, or that kind of thing? Yeah, okay. And I think the previous witness was sort of talking about requiring, I don't know how we would do this, but requiring companies to reframe the way they support sustainable gambling behaviours, as opposed to saying, effectively, if you've got a problem, go to the web page, go to the help page. Instead, as an opt out, do you want to set a limit, normalising self-management behaviours in there, rather than it being stigmatised. So I suppose, and so pop-ups or feedback on gambling behaviour could be one of those things. Do you, and in terms of help-seeking behaviour and people who come to Turning Point, how far upstream do you go in terms of, because a number of the examples you've given are people who have very acute problems. How far upstream do you go in terms of, what does it take for someone to seek help?
You want to go, Rick?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. It's often a significant loss. Look, the people that contact us, about 60% are contacting us having had a loss in the last 24 hours, right? And then a further 22% within the last week. So it takes a loss and a significant loss in order for someone to actually seek help, because they're not ringing us when they're not having a loss. So, for example, when the pandemic hit and all venues shut, our calls to our helplines dropped by 70%. So that shows you that people are only contacting us when they're experiencing harm, not understanding that there may be an underlying problem that they might need some assistance with. It's just when they're experiencing the harm. So that's when people tend to contact us. But when they do contact us, very few of them are ready for treatment. So when we've just introduced a bit of a rating scale about out of 10, how ready are you to see a counsellor, and 60%, 65% rate themselves at 6 or less, so out of 10, and 50% are less than 5 out of 10. So we've only ever referred at a rate of sort of around 30% of calls that we get are looking for a referral. I don't know how many of those would actually follow up and make that connection, but it's a very low percentage. So people tend to ring us in a state of distress, having to deal with that distress, and then often still in a state of reluctance to open up about their problem. So it usually takes some significant loss to do it, and then it's all about managing the loss often. So you've got to keep repeating the message about when to get help, and not to just wait until a loss occurs. So in order for people to then, be separated from their loss a little bit, to contemplate about their issue and then seek help where they would continue to actually engage in the service. So.
And I think this relates to a previous comment you had around, I think, this binary idea of you've got a gambling problem or you haven't. Yeah. And so people, I suppose the stereotypes, the communication, the stigma reinforces the idea that, what somebody with a gambling addiction looks like. And if I don't look like that, then I haven't got a gambling addiction. And so what happens is people don't see the early warning signs. People aren't sort of flagged and given support to sort of reconsider the gambling behaviour, and so they're left unchecked until it gets out of control. And it's only, as Rick says, when something really bad happens that they put their hand up for help. And I suppose it's like any other health condition, how do we move more downstream to flag to people that their behaviour is outside of other, the general population, and whether, what they might need to do to reflect on their behaviour and get help if they need it.
Sorry.
That's interesting, because I would have thought that calling Turning Point is a help-seeking behaviour, and that if then 65% you determine are not actually ready for referral, do you see that as being evidence that putting the onus on the individual just doesn't work very well, and there's more need to regulate the companies and the provision and the predatory behaviour, because there are these barriers to actually seeking help when it's needed.
I just jump in and say, before you answer that, and please do answer that, Ms Cheney, we've butted up against time.
Sorry.
So I just want to make sure Ms Ware and Ms Miller-Frost, if they've got additional questions, get to ask them as well. So we'll move on after this very quick answer.
I think a quick thing to say is, well, it's a highly stigmatised condition. People don't know. There's very limited information about what you do, you know, in the public domain. There's very few public ads around and public information around that and conceptualising it as a health issue. So I think people are ringing us because, you know, they don't know what's going on. You know, they're confused. Do I have a gambling problem? Don't have a gambling problem? What will happen? What won't happen? What are the different options? And I think the issue is, for us, we're seeing people too far the other way, and we need to get that. We need to, like other areas of health in terms of early intervention, we need to be pushing people to asking these questions earlier and promoting strategies that do that.
And look, I'd just say that, look, I've noticed working in this field for a while that the state jurisdictions have been really working on those low to moderate risk gamblers to make sure that they don't experience greater harm. But that's exactly the population that gambling companies are actually targeting. So when they flood their ads, it's all about small bet incentives. So bets of less than $50, you get your money back, or a bonus bet. So it's those low to moderate gamblers that the gambling agencies are targeting en masse in their ads. So jurisdictions are up against it, you know, to try and sort of speak to those low to moderate gamblers so they don't get to that, because they're outnumbered, you know, 10, 15 to 1 with every ad that might occur. So I think the only way to do it is to actually think about regulating the ads to try and get people into sort of to get the message across earlier.
And I think it's about, you know, what you would have heard before, mandatory pre-commitment and loss limits are sort of part of that solution.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have to cut you off. Ms Miller-Frost, did you have questions?
Look, really, just one. I did want to just comment on your submission with regard to turnover requirements, which I had not heard before. So thank you for that. That was really interesting. But I wanted to ask you, you mentioned in your written submission that a number of the game companies, Google Play, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, require those games with loot boxes, require them to publish, the publishers to publish the odds of winning. Where are they published? Is it in the terms and conditions, or is it actually as you get to it, does it pop up? Because quite frankly, I don't read terms and conditions. I don't think many other people do. So I'm kind of curious where that gets published.
I'll probably have to take that on notice. I'm not really aware, but I think it's fair to say that while that's what they require, I'm not sure what the actual enforcement of that provision is and how they actually enforce it.
I'm also not sure if it modifies the behaviour. As I was was at the end of the conversation with Sally Gainsbury and about loot boxes. But even my kids at 7 and 10 years old know the odds of getting a rare card in their footy cards, right? So they're already talking about how many cards or how many packets they'd need to buy to get that rare card. And the extremely rare card, they talk about wanting to purchase a box, right? So not understanding that may not even appear in the box. But even that they know the odds at 7 and 10 years old, that doesn't modify necessarily their behaviour in terms of wanting to buy a box of footy cards in order to get that rare card. So, I'm not too sure how much. I think it helps, but I'm not too sure how much it actually modifies.
Lovely. Thank you. That was my only question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I might get your kids to explain odds to me, because probability has always been a difficult concept for my brain. Look, I want to thank you both for your evidence today, your submission. It's been very helpful to the committee, and we appreciate you taking the time to contribute. If there's anything that you've taken on notice, Professor, you just did, you can provide that information via the Secretariat. As I said to other witnesses, if there's anything when you're considering the evidence you gave today that you wish to provide us with more information on or correct, please do. You can do that via the Secretariat, and you'll also have the opportunity to read the transcript and make any suggested changes to that. On that note, we will let you get back to your important work and busy days. But again, we do thank you very much for taking the time to be part of this inquiry.
Thank you so much, and thanks, members.
Thank you. Members of the committee and the Secretariat, we did have a short break scheduled, but I think we have the next witness online. And I propose that we keep going unless anyone needs to have that 10-minute break. Okay. Ms. Sandeman, I think you are there, and is that all right with you if we start 10 minutes early or 5 minutes early or whatever it is?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you very much. So I am now welcoming representatives of Care Incorporated to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, could I ask you please to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Wendy Sandeman. I work at Care Financial Counselling as a financial counsellor.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if the others had the problem, but it's harder to hear you. When you leant forward, it was better. So I might ask you to stay as close as you can to your microphone. You're not required to give evidence on oath, but the hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. So false or misleading evidence is considered a serious matter and could be a contempt of Parliament. Everything will be recorded for the purposes of Hansard, and you are covered by parliamentary privilege today. So I invite you, bearing in mind we have your submission, if you wish to make a brief opening statement to the committee before we proceed to questions and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I just wanted to explain a little bit about financial counselling. Financial counsellors help people who are experiencing financial difficulty. I've assisted many people that have experienced harm from online gambling, and the financial harm is one aspect, and there's usually a lot more going on for that person. So some examples are that they may have a mental health illness. They may be going through a relationship breakdown. They may have been impacted by family violence. They may have trauma that hasn't been treated. They may have thoughts of suicide, or they may have attempted suicide. And I'd like to just share Damien's story that is in the submission, but I'd like to go through that. And so Damien's name and facts of the story have been changed to protect his privacy. So Damien came to financial counselling because he had debts and bills that he wasn't able to pay. He had attempted suicide and he was getting specialist support from a specialist mental health service. He had recently been diagnosed with a mental health illness, and he had also separated from his partner. He came to financial counselling because he had bills and debts he couldn't pay. He had recently spent his whole pay on gambling, both online and poker machines. He had some debts with buy now, pay later companies and payday loans. In my work with Anthony, Damien, I was able to provide information about the debt options. I was able to give him information about food banks so that he was able to get assistance to buy food. I completed an income and expenditure statement with Damien, and I made a referral to a gambling counselling support service. And he maintained contact and support from that service. Damien felt very ashamed and embarrassed about his situation, and he asked if I could assist him to negotiate with his creditors. I explained to him that the sole responsibility of gambling harm is not all his responsibility, because the gambling products are harmful. He wanted to get 3 months of no payments on his debts, and this was approved by the lenders. In time, Damien wanted to go back to making the regular, to reduce repayments that he could afford, and he was able to do that. When he first came to financial counselling, he talked about that he was stressed, he wasn't sleeping very well, and the stress was affecting a lot of areas in his life. For example, work and relationships. But as time went on and his finances improved, he said he was getting back on top of everything. So this I feel is an example of why gambling warrants a public health approach, where the responsibility of gambling harm is shared by the individual, the community, the gambling industry, and government at all levels. The gambling responsibly messaging is not helpful. It puts the onus on the individual, and this increases their shame and stigma, and it reduces help seeking. The gambling advertising is also not helping to reduce gambling harm. It might be more helpful to see ads that show how we can support friends and family that are experiencing gambling harm. And education campaigns could be used as an early intervention strategy. If they were to show that there is hope, that help services are available and people can and do recover from gambling harm. I think it's also important that the National Self-Exclusion Database is introduced as a priority, and that it's important to talk to people with lived experience of gambling harm because they're the experts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandeman. I just wanted to ask you the experience of Care Incorporated in respect to clients who are experiencing harms from gambling. Have there been any trends that you can identify over recent times, any differences in profiles of who those clients are or the sort of gambling that they're engaged in?
I think that the majority would be men. There can be women, but more often it is, I see men who are experiencing harm from gambling. However, I do help people who are family and friends. So I might help a wife or a partner who is also experiencing gambling harm. So although, so I think that when I first started working in financial counselling, the majority of people were gambling on poker machines. But as time has gone on, more and more people are gambling online, or a combination of different types of gambling.
And what's the sort of numbers of people that you are seeing through your service?
We did look into that, and I think the numbers were approximately 10%, or it might have been a little bit more than 10% of our clients said that they were experiencing harm from gambling.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to give my colleagues the opportunity to ask questions. I know Ms. Cheney has to go soon, so Ms. Ware, I'm just going to put her on before you. I know Mr. Conahan doesn't have any questions, but if that's all right with you.
I'm actually fine too, thank you, Chair. Yeah.
Ms. Sandeman, you've come to us at the end of a day of a lot of evidence, so please don't take it personally. We don't have questions. We've read all your submission. Ms. Ware, did you have anything you wanted to ask? No, Ms. Miller-Frost? Can I ask you, Ms. Sandeman, then just before we let you go, and we're very grateful for your evidence. We've heard about stigma being a barrier from a number of witnesses. Is there anything from your perspective that a service that you would be referring people to for specific counselling for gambling, or even a financial counselling service like your own could do with regards to trying to reduce that stigma?
Well, I think what my service could do to reduce the stigma, I think that it is to encourage, like I said, a public health campaign where there's many things that might be in a public health campaign, but one that sheds light that the responsibility is not all on the individual. We all need to share responsibility of gambling harm, that there are services available to help people, and to make that more widely known, and what the help is available and what that means. There's a couple of things, I think, for that camp, for public education to be hopeful that people can and do recover from harm from gambling.
Okay, thank you. And from your perspective as someone who has to, or doesn't have to, but does refer people to specific gambling harm services, do you have any comment about the availability of those services, the effectiveness of those services?
Yeah, I think that they are very available because the 24-hour gambling help online service is always available. Also, they have, so that's a phone service. They also are available online, and I know that I have spoken to people that use the online service, because not everybody necessarily wants to talk or receive counselling. So also in the ACT, we've got the ACT Gambling Support Service, where we have gambling counsellors, but we also have a peer support worker. So if people are not ready to or don't want to get gambling counselling, they might be interested to speak to someone that has lived experience of a gambling addiction.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Sandeman. That's very helpful evidence for the committee. Thank you for your submission and the time you've taken to appear before us today. If there's anything else when you're thinking about your evidence that you wish to provide us or to correct, please do that through the Secretariat, and you will have an opportunity to read the transcript and suggest any changes to transcription errors.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you.
You're welcome, and good luck. Continue on with your good work.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Members of the, I might just ask that the feed be cut and we just might have a quick chat, if that's all right. Members of the committee that are here. I can see the light on. Okay. I would like to welcome representatives of Banyule Community Health to give evidence today, and ask that for the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
I'm happy to start, Chair. My name is Michael Geary. I'm the CEO of Banyule Community Health.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Adrienne Ali, and I'm the Senior Health Promotion Officer for Gamblers Help.
Thank you.
My name's Dan Irwin, and I've been a volunteer with the program, the Respin and Peer Connection program for nearly 10 years.
Thank you.
My name's Trina Fazio. I'm a therapeutic counsellor working at Banyule Community Health for Gamblers Help North-Northwestern region.
Thank you all very much. Just some formalities. You're not required to give evidence under oath, but this is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, so any false or misleading evidence is a serious matter which could be considered contempt of Parliament. Being the evidence you will give will be recorded by Hansard, and you are afforded parliamentary privilege giving evidence today. I will invite you to make an opening statement if you wish. Also, just bear in mind we have your submission, so you don't need to repeat that, and we will follow up with some questions and discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and cognizant that you guys have had a long day and don't want to repeat a lot of information that you may well have already heard today, so I've had it on in the background. So thanks for the opportunity. It's a terrific opportunity for us to present to you guys. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge that we're coming from Wurundjeri land, and I think that Dan might be coming from Wadawurrung land in Ballarat. Just quickly about Banyule Community Health, we're a not-for-profit community health organisation that provide integrated health and social care services to our community. And Banyule Community Health has delivered what is now called the Gamblers Help Program for nearly 30 years in parts of Victoria. Our broader community health model is based on a social model of health, and we have a wide range of services throughout our service, which include GP and dental and mental health services. We wrap around financial counsellors and lawyers and a whole range of other health practitioners, with a real focus on the social determinants of health. Our Gamblers Help team, which is funded by the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation, has a number of different funding streams within that, and enables us to employ a range of different practitioners. And some of those are here today, and they're the ones with the real skill and knowledge and evidence. Therapeutic counselling, financial counselling, public education and engagement stream, and then the lived experience stream that Dan has some experience with. And so there's two main programs from that, which is the Respin, which is a speakers bureau focusing on some public education, and also a peer connection, which is a peer-to-peer support, telephone support model, very successful. Just also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the work and contribution of people with lived experience of gambling-related harm. Their contribution as advocates to reducing harm, broadening education and shaping policy in this area has been quite remarkable. I suppose, and really quickly, and happy to lead into questions, but I think over the 30 years that we've been delivering services in gambling harm, we've absolutely identified this significant shift of gambling to online. And I have been listening today, so I know that you've heard this, but really normalised saturation of advertising, which I think is incredibly clever and engaging advertising that really hooks people. The gambling that is linked to everyday life, where people are betting on footy, they're betting on TV shows, they're betting on election results. It's in our everyday. And I think, I suppose part of this, the collision of gaming and gambling is really present with us at the moment. In our service, we see the real destructive harm that gambling causes individuals and families and communities. And so we welcome this inquiry and happy to take some questions.
Thank you very much for that opening statement, your submission, and to all of you for being here today. I'm pleased to hear you've had it on in the background. You're right, we've had a long 2 days of evidence, and we are hearing themes repeated over and over again, but that's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of a reminder to us on the committee who have the submissions, but also people who are watching, that it's not just one person or one organisation making a point, that it's coming from all over the place. I think that is an important element. I wanted to ask you, actually, Mr. Geary, it arises out of what you just said, that you're seeing more of, and I think you called it the collision of gaming and gambling. You might have picked up in some of the evidence today, that the research evidence would seem to, at the moment, not suggest that there is a strong causal link between the loot boxes and the simulated gambling type activity that we're seeing in some games, and either just getting involved in online gambling or the harms from gambling. But there's a correlation. And I think there's also, it's fair to say, a bit of anecdotal evidence about it being a gateway or a pathway. So I invite you to comment on that and maybe expand on what you meant by collision of gaming and gambling and how you see that playing out in the community.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And we've had a number of conversations about our discussion with you guys today. And it's the way that we're funded to deliver services. We often see people in the streams in which they present. So it's fascinating when we get our public education people in the same room as our therapeutic counsellors and, of course, our lived experience workers who are out in the community talking about this. And so we are hearing a whole range of stories, some of that through our service delivery, our one-on-one service delivery, and some of that through our community education when we're talking to communities and families and schools. And yeah, I suppose the word collision is quite deliberate because, and I've heard some of the evidence that's been produced today, but it would seem that some of those behaviours that are coming to fruition in regards to gaming, kids sitting in front of computers day and night sometimes, addicted to screens, addicted to the thrill that they get out of that, is very similar behaviour to that of people who are becoming addicted to other forms of gambling later in life. And it's a really consistent theme that we're hearing. So it is something that definitely comes up, and I'm happy to pass on to my colleagues in regards to the feedback that they're hearing on the ground and the experiences that they're getting from individuals that they talk to.
Thank you. I might speak to this, Nick and Chair. So I am a health promotion officer, and part of my job is to deliver the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation school education program, one of which is titled Gaming to Gambling, and it does cover the convergence of those gambling-based elements that do appear within games. We work with Year 7 till Year 12 in Victorian schools, and we're really finding that the young people are able to relate those loot boxes and those in-game gambling elements directly to what they might be replicating in adult life, as in pokie machines primarily, but also opening them up to those social casino games, table games. You can enter casinos in a lot of these online gaming portals, and that's just really creating the familiarisation of casino games. And anecdotally, it does sound that the young people are interested in trying them in real life when they do get that little bit older. Particularly with the social casino games as well. We're seeing a huge number of young people who are interacting with those social casino games that directly imitate pokies machines and are created by manufacturers of real pokie machines as well. And so there is an interest growing, I guess, amongst these young people that I'm engaging with on what these elements are and how they do relate to their real lives.
Thank you for that. Can I ask you, there's so many things I want to ask out of that, but you talked about young people being on the games and then it allowing them or them entering casinos. Like, I assume you mean simulated gaming casinos, so not illegal offshore actual bet with money casinos?
Correct, yes. Simulated gaming machine casinos.
Are you able to give an example of an online game that these young people are playing that leads them to enter into an online simulated gambling casino?
For this one, I can speak more of my own experience playing Grand Theft Auto a few years back. In Grand Theft Auto, my favourite activity was to play the casinos in there where you could enter and play the table games. But of course, in a lot of these online gaming, your odds are a lot better when you're playing in the gaming world than the real world. So I had a very false sense of confidence of the ability that I had within the game.
What are the odds that you would have picked a game I've heard of? Do you know, you said a few years back, do you know if that's still occurring?
I'm not sure, sorry.
Okay. That's all right. And Mr. Geary, in answer to my question, mentioned a bit about, you know, young people playing online, doing online gaming for hours and hours on end, and the addiction to screens and the actual game itself, which we have enough terms of reference, is a bit out of our terms of reference. But you talked about what is much more what is in our terms of reference, the loot boxes and the simulated gambling. Are we able to tease it out like that? And whether, you know, it's actually just being in the game itself and online and all the rest of it, or whether it's the loot boxes that are, in your experience when you're talking to young people, leading them to either online gambling or interested in gambling in clubs and casinos? And Ms. Ali, you answer first.
I don't think I could honestly draw a direct correlation between the two. I think through the conversations that I've had with young people, because part of the education program is to discuss the convergence and the similarities of it, there's not necessarily been any disclosures of direct relation in my exchanges.
Okay, Mr. Geary, is there anything you wanted to say on that, and the other two witnesses as well?
Yeah, perhaps Trina, who does some direct work, might have something to say.
Yeah, Chair, I'd just like to say that certainly because the dopamine in the brain is released when in anticipation of something. And so the nature of loot boxes being that you don't know what's inside, and therefore the dopamine is released wanting to find out what is inside a loot box, is very similar to when there's the anticipation around gambling and waiting for the outcome. I'm not sure if that's what you're sort of looking for, but that's certainly a very direct similarity with gambling and these loot boxes within gaming.
Okay. And are you seeing any correlation or causation or link between them, or collision
Yes, yes, Chair, I certainly am. I have a lot of clients who have come from lower socioeconomic populations where gaming has been used for adult. I'm talking about sort of adults, and I work at the Dame Phyllis Frost Women's Prison one day a week, where I work with several women who had started out just flicking through a game on their phone, and it may have had a link or an avenue straight to a game which was actually a gambling game, and then sort of looking for something slightly different, or just taken up the offer of a link to a different type of game, and then being able to actually gamble and then experience plenty of the 7 forms of gambling harm as a result.
So that link would be more like a pop-up ad?
Yes, and I have also experienced, and I'm sorry, I don't have actual names of the games.
That's okay.
But I have had a woman show me, not in the prison, but she has been battling with an addiction to pokies in pubs and clubs, and she actually has been doing really well and brought in her phone to show me a game, saying, "Oh, look, I've been filling my time by doing this instead of being on the pokies." And she showed me the game, and sure enough, it was a game that had gambling elements in it, but you wouldn't have picked it. It sort of had I just vaguely remember teddy bears on the screen and sort of characters and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it was costing a minimal amount of money, but these are the sort of games that are certainly very addictive, and then next thing, spending a lot of money.
Was she losing money on that game?
She was losing a little bit, but it seemed very minor in comparison to the hundreds of dollars weekly being lost on the physical EGMs. So she saw it as really innocent. But these are some of these the sort of games that I'm working with people in the prison who have well and truly, they've been led to criminal behaviour to be able to fund these games. So
I was going to say they're in prison because of fraud or theft or something like that to fund their gambling.
Yeah, and also the comorbidity of the gambling combined with drug use and trying to fund both habits at the same time. And I will say that often those women will say that they feel after some time in prison they're able to leave the drug use behind. They'll say that I don't experience urges anymore, but I certainly still experience urges for gambling when I see or hear about someone talking about roulette, or I see the casino on the news or whatever. I get a real a rise of anxiety and the urges return. That's a common comment I hear from those women in prison.
And can I ask you this before I hand you over to the Deputy Chair? Is that, in your opinion, partly because with the substance addiction, there's obviously the mental, psychological factors of the addiction, but also the physical addiction, which, you know, when you're in prison, the physical addiction, your body actually craving for it can be dealt with. But with an addiction to gambling, there's no physical craving that you have to get over. So there's not that mental impact. Does that make sense, that question?
Yes, it does. And certainly not well versed around addiction to substance, or I'm not a specialist, so I can't speak much but I certainly would agree that it would seem from their comments that, yes, that having detoxed or having moved on and been able to reflect on their time since using drugs, they feel like they just don't have the urges. whereas so that they'll often speak about, you know, a new prisoner coming in and mentioning the pokies or mentioning online gaming that links to gambling, or what they mention gambling in general, and they say it's like I get that excitement and that urge and that rise of anxiety, and I hear that often. That really is a comment I hear often. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to hand you over to the Deputy Chair, but thank you for that work you do out at Dame Phyllis. I have been at that prison many a time, and I can see exactly where you are at that prison when you are doing your work with the women who are incarcerated there. So thank you for doing that work for people.
Thanks,
Mr. Conahan.
Thanks, Chair. Could I ask someone just to explain to me the role of the lived experience teams?
Dan, do you want to do that? You might be best to talk to your role.
Yes. So the two roles we have the peer connection component, which is the part of the team that I'm involved in. We receive referrals through the department and it's voluntary that they make the connection to want to make a change. And then we have a team, I think we've got about 12 or 14 people in the team now. And they get matched with a like for like, whether it's the same sort of gambling or age bracket, male, female, what they're after. And then we'll make the calls to them when it suits them. So I've been through my gambling. I used the program 10 years ago, used it for about 12 months before I graduated, and then I became a peer connection volunteer myself. And the calls can be from weekly to fortnightly to whatever the client requires. Sometimes that's very in-depth early on, and then that'll spread out over a period of time till they get to a point where they're under control and working again. And then apart from that, we have the Respin program where we go out and tell our stories, and I probably really enjoy that part because you're out there, you know, it can be from a women's prison to school groups to my passion, which is sporting groups. So I was a country footballer who never sort of really made the change from finding something to do outside of when I retired. And I'm really passionate talking to the country groups and the country men and women making that change and making a change then. So we have I think we have nearly 18 in our Respin team from all different walks of life. All our journeys are different. And we do make some really good connections with people who are struggling for sure. And that can be from young. I look at my peer connection group now. I have a 21-year-old and I have up to a 70-year-old. So we're talking to all walks of life. It affects everybody. And I think they have a real connection with someone who can understand. Just you might say, make one little comment. Yep, I can understand. I've been through that too. Or I made, for me, it's like when I was a father during that time, I really struggled. And I wasn't a great father, and to the dads, I seem to have an instant connection with that. And we connect in different ways. So I just think it gives a level of trust for them to open up. As gamblers, we really keep it inside. So to be able to open up to a fellow gambler, I think that's really important.
Yeah, that's quite incredible. And thank you for the work that you do, all of you, in that area. Probably directed at you again, Daniel, or anybody else who can offer. More recently with the online gambling, can you talk to us about the lived experience and the people that you talk to about the predatory behaviour of online gambling companies and how difficult it is for people to escape that?
Yeah. From my personal experience, the first 6 to 18 months, I found it so hard because it was just in your face. And we're talking 10 years ago. And I think from 10 years ago to now, it's probably doubled, or it's just so much more extreme now. And when I talk to people when they're trying to make a change, they struggle so much with that first 6 to 12 months of just getting saturated, like even to the point where it was on the news, advertising was on in the sports component of the news. That makes it really, really hard because it's just in their day-to-day lives and the phones and all that components of seeing the saturation of gambling. We work on trying to do different things, trying to put yourself not in that position, but it's just so hard because phones are so much part of our lives. So yeah, just doing that. We're trying to do something different and trying to work with them to make a change. It's quite often very hard. And just in that initial period, as you go trying to break a habit, and when we spoke earlier about having more than one addiction, like a lot of my callers have a drug problem or a drinking problem to go with it. Quite often they seem to beat that, but it's the gambling problem that lingers, and because it just gets so accessible for everybody.
It's worth noting, it's more of a comment, the incentives that are handed out to people who self-exclude for 2 or 3 weeks. But if you're actually making money, and you're one of the few people who have put in a submission, you get barred from the agencies.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So I've had some where they've had a actually big win, and then they've gone to self-exclude because they've sort of actually made the connection on, well, I've had a big win, I'm going to close. And they've already been shut down. So it's exactly what you're saying. And then other times when they're trying to make it, they're sending email after email. If you put this amount in, we'll match that. Come back. So yeah, it's all aimed at making money for the betting agencies for sure.
Yeah. Touching on something the chair raised, and that was the collision between gaming and gambling. We haven't really heard much evidence that there is that causal link. Are you preparing to make your research public, or is there something that can be provided to educate this committee more as to that causal link?
Yeah, we don't conduct research, so we're just in the service delivery space. And so I suppose what we're passing on is our combined lived experience and the feedback that we hear from community groups that we talk to, school groups that we talk to, and of course individuals that flow through our programs, is that there seems to be this link. And I suppose it's a cultural piece that sits, really strongly in Australia, is this connection to gambling. And what we've got now is, a generation of particularly young people, but also young adults who are having a really strong connection to gaming. And so, we think there's a great opportunity for there to be some stronger research and possibly some action out of that research around that area.
Certainly, I mean, I've seen games where to proceed to another level, you have to pull the lever on a pokey machine or spin a wheel, and you'll no doubt invariably receive a prize or go to the next level. I think a time will come, and again, this is more of a statement, I think a time will come where we see the youth of today, those 10, 11, 12-year-olds, when they're 21, 22, sitting in pokey machine rooms in pubs, that there'll be some fairly strong correlation between gaming and gambling. But I think it's important that that information that you are receiving now certainly be passed on to form part of that research.
Also, would I be able to just add there around the fact that if we look at the definition of gambling being, money placed on a game of chance or a situation of chance where the outcome is unknown, and the amount of money that people put into gaming in situations where they don't know the outcome, whether that be a loot box or similar. For example, my son telling me about a game where you buy packs of cards with soccer players and you don't know what will be in the cards, and so you pay for them, then you open up the cards and you may get a really valuable, expensive player that you can sell your gaming account for a lot of money because you've got that player, or you can get next to nothing. And this would be seen as actual gambling. That I can't see it as any different. because you've placed money on something with an unknown outcome, and you could lose all that money or you could make money out of it. We've got our financial counsellor assisting someone at the moment who's in a lot of debt due to that specific type of gambling within gaming. I'm not sure if that is relevant for you there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I might hand over to Ms Miller-Frost.
Over to you, Ms Miller-Frost.
Hi, thank you very much. And as the previous speakers have said, you've come at the end of a long couple of days. So we have heard a lot of similar themes, which has been really great. I just wanted to pick up on just a couple of things from your presentation and your written submission. Earlier on in your submission, you talk about people being bombarded with TV ads, and by the time you got to your recommendations, you've added in radio and social media. We've certainly heard from some witnesses that they feel that way, but we have also heard that the evidence, particularly around radio, may not be there. Do you have any sort of, I'm presuming that is from your clients that you're hearing that. Do you have any sort of independent evidence, or is this a common theme you're hearing?
Yeah, regarding the bombardment, I've certainly got plenty of clients who have basically had watching sports taken away, a healthy pastime that's been taken away from them due to the bombardment of the advertising, because they simply can't, to manage an urge involving a rise of dopamine, or release of dopamine and rise of high anxiety when these ads come on. It just is too high risk. If they're trying to recover, they're in recovery. They certainly can't manage to do that whilst watching a game of sport, even the nightly news, like even just watching TV, or, this is the saturation point that it's at. The thing is with triggers for this behaviour, the triggers will actually be really extremely strong for someone that's had these behaviours for a long time. A trigger of just seeing their phone will bring on a high rise of anxiety, and the dopamine triggered after they've been gambling online on their phone for some time. So you can imagine that if a trigger of just seeing their phone brings on that high rise, you can imagine what an actual ad for gambling products would do for them. And Dan might be able to add much more to that. Yeah, I'm not. You're on mute, Dan. Yeah.
I look back, and I haven't gambled since 2012 Anzac Day. My partner, now wife, we went on a holiday to Noosa. She had a part ownership in her horse, and I went to the race track for the first time in 10 years. And I felt really anxious to the point where I was actually feeling ill. So this is 10 years after my last bet. I've got my life back on track. I live a wonderful life helping people, but it's still just brought back all those memories. So when you've got someone who's trying their darndest to get on top of their gambling, to have that issue, like I would think if you were an alcoholic and you were getting bombarded with Dan Murphy advertisement day in, day out, or drugs, chemists, whatever, but when you're getting hit with it all the time, it just makes it so hard to get through. And I refer back to that first 6 months, and I think it's so much worse now. And this is a problem I have with my new callers to get through and to try and even to the point where they take a different way home. So they don't go past a pub that they regularly went to. So taking a different route home, not going out for dinner with some people, cancelling phones. I've had even that to that point. It's just that regurgitation of saturation of advertising. Makes it so difficult for people to get on top of their gambling.
And if I could just add, Ms Miller-Frost, as well, is that as you kind of referred to, in Victoria, we know that we're seeing 948 gambling ads per day on free-to-air TV, and I think you spoke about radio ads. Within our team, within this 1 week, we have discussed multiple betting apps, as well as Keno Go, which has just come out on online as well for online Keno, which we've heard in 2 p.m, 3 p.m, middle of the day, prime time, young people listening to the radio. So while there's not, to my knowledge, statistics around what we're hearing or what we're seeing on social media, we are still hearing it and experiencing it.
Thank you for that. And yes, I was also interested in, fairly early on in your written submission, there's a reference to people using the social casino games as a form of stress relief, perhaps as and referring to some of the verbal submission as almost a step down sort of thing. You see that as a gateway for people who have problems, or is it kind of a habituation or a societal habituation? Where do you see these sitting?
Yeah. Ms. Miller-Frost, I see it as certainly the way that the games are designed, the way that the social casino games and the online casinos are designed is very much in line with the way poker machines are built, with a lot of features that are actually very soothing for anxiety. And so what we find is that that people will turn to the game literally as an anxiety regulator, and it's so accessible because it's there in their pocket. I've had people say to me that that I had a comment of a woman recently say, when I asked her how often were you gambling, how frequent, and she said all the time, and her comment was, the moment I would feel a little bit awkward, I would pull my phone out of my pocket and start spinning the wheel. And I've even had an incarcerated woman talk to me about the fact that she would put the automatic spin function on. She would use it to regulate anxiety throughout the day. She'd be on it all the time. But then she said, knowing that it was on when she went to sleep, so she could set the automatic spin function, and that would actually help her sleep, because it's literally like something there for her all the time. And the sad thing is, exploring this woman's history, this was a woman experiencing a lot of family violence, drug use, significant trauma history, and she was able, through the therapeutic work, we're able to identify that where she was neglected and had an incident that meant that she wasn't supervised or parented properly as a child. She said she always felt like no one was there for her, and it very much felt like the app was there for her, the game was there for her, even when she was asleep. And this is really just this constant anxiety regulation that people are using those particular types of apps for. Yeah.
Ms. Miller-Frost, can I say, in my time at the Peer Connection program, I've probably spoken to 100 to 150 people over the 10 years. And I always ask in my first question, do you want to stop completely, or would you like to be a controlled gambler? And invariably, quite often they say in those first few weeks, I'd like to be able to control my gambling. And when they've gone to apps where these sorts of apps, or they do a little bit of Tats Lotto, they invariably never get control of it. Like, I reckon I probably had 2 or 3 in my time that actually gamble responsibly and are in control. Nearly all that have graduated have completely stopped their gambling. So I think we've got into that place for a reason, that we're problem gamblers, and I just don't think it's an option for 98% of us to be a part gambler. It's got to stop. You've got to change your habits and change the way you go. So going to these apps, I think it's just eventually it brings them back to their gambling down the track.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. That's very insightful. My last question is really around, I guess, the gateway in, and particularly age, the age that people are reporting that they start either gambling specifically or coming in through social casinos, online loot boxes, whatever. What's your experience from people who are coming in as and self-identifying as having a problem? Are they generally people who have been introduced to gambling or gambling-like games earlier on, or is it a whole variety?
I'm certainly seeing intergenerational gambling for sure. Always have since I started in this role or in similar role in 2015. I've always seen that and have certainly seen that because I work with a lot of incarcerated clients, I'm certainly seeing that what has brought them to gambling is emotions stirred up by the lure of money, and therefore, with emotions stirred up, there's a lot of anxiety gets stirred up, and once they've tried this product that also releases dopamine, but then releases anxiety and mixed emotions, and then you've got an anxiety regulator, then it's obviously this vicious cycle, which I'm sure you've heard a lot about. So I'm certainly seeing it as a combination. And also what I'd like to also just mention is in terms of the sports betting, the real link of positive emotions associated with sports, especially in our young male demographic, where they've certainly may have ended up quite lonely or bored or even depressed later in life. They don't have sport in their life like they used to, and the advertising certainly draws them in with those positive emotions associated with sport. And yeah, I think that's a big one as well, Ms. Miller-Frost. And I think that then where we see the addiction is when the harms very, very quickly start arising because it's very expensive. So the harms, and then the anxiety is even higher, and then turning to the gambling in the hope that the gambling will sort out the harms, and the vicious cycle continues. So that's certainly another avenue in the through the sport.
If I could add to that as well, with the young people that we're seeing in the school-based settings, they have disclosed previously that they do have sports betting accounts or that they have gambled online whilst not necessarily being over the age of 18. And a lot of the influential factors of that is peer pressure or work site-based kind of encouragement and peer-based kind of stuff. And it's interesting to hear that Dan's working with a 21-year-old, because to be experiencing harm from gambling significantly enough to be asking for help, which we know is relatively hard amongst the younger cohorts, it's hard to not draw a correlation of them potentially starting that little bit younger in what I'm seeing to the point where they are experiencing significant harm by their early 20s.
So they're clearly having no problem getting around the age restrictions.
From the ones who have spoken to me, yes, it appears to be relatively simple for them.
Terrific. Look, thank you so much for your time and your insight. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for the evidence you've given today. It's been very wide-ranging and very informative, as I said before, as was your submission. So we appreciate you taking the time out to help us with our inquiry. When you're thinking about today, if there's anything that you think, oh, I wish I had have said that, or I think this will be helpful, please feel free to send that through via the Secretariat, or anything you want to correct, including any transcription errors when you receive the transcript. And again, thank you for coming on early, and we kept you for a long time given that you came on early, and more power to you helping people who need help.
Thanks
very much, guys.
Thank you very much. We are going to stop the public broadcast now. Louise and Pat, I'm just going to have a quick chat to John about upcoming hearings. I'm happy for either of you to stay on for that if you wish, but you certainly don't have to.
Thanks, Peter. Well done.
Thank you, Chair. I will disappear and cough in peace.
Hope you both feel better.